Hello and welcome, my friend. I am excited to welcome you today to this course on waking up from non-duality. My name is Jordan Bates. I've been on a very deep and winding mystical journey, awakening journey for about the last 15 years. And it's specifically led me to see a lot of dangers within non-duality, especially the more extreme forms of radical non-duality, self-negating non-duality, Neo-Advaita. But really, even just the term non-duality, it already has this implied meaning of being not duality. Whereas where I've arrived at, which is a never-ending unfoldment, it can't be pinned down into one kind of system. But what I would express and glorify and celebrate could be referred to more aptly as suprapersonal transduality. Suprapersonal meaning transcendent and inclusive of all persons, a reality that's beyond personhood and yet is able to express as countless faces of God, faces of divinity, faces of reality. And transduality meaning transcendent of yet fully inclusive of duality, personhood, relationality, multidimensionality, fully inclusive of all this endless array of modes and ways that reality can be with itself. The paradigm that I find myself in feels much more like fluidity. It feels like a freedom to include all experiences that may occur within reality as fully valid, fully legitimate, fully real ways that reality can be with itself and express itself and explore itself and experience itself. And I fully affirm each being's right to drift freely among this endless range of modes and find the center of gravity, the natural center of gravity that feels good, that feels right, that feels karmically appropriate for that being. And I think it will be different for every being. In my case, I also consider myself, in a sense, to be meta religious in that my journey has led me to deeply reintegrate a lot from world wisdom traditions and world religions, most notably my ancestral tradition of Christianity. I've had profound mystical experiences of Christ that have touched my heart and just left me weeping. And yet I those experiences have not led me to proclaim that Christianity is the ultimate truth or the only way. I still disagree with large amounts of what many Christians expound and believe. And yet I've discovered that there's a certain karmic appropriateness, a certain karmic fit to have reintegrated deeply a lot from the Christian mystical tradition of my ancestors, especially having a personal relationship with divinity. For me, that's very important. And I think for many humans, it's very important to be able to feel a sense of personal relationship with divinity. And yet again, my relationship with divinity does not stop there. It's not limited by that. It is supra-personal. It extends into experiences that words can't come close. Experiences I've had of fully and utterly releasing and dissolving into formless, supra-personal godlight beyond all description. And so my path has been one that's gradually led toward a radical inclusion, a radical affirmation of the totality of reality, all expressions of reality, reality itself being seen as the greatest accomplishment that has already been accomplished, reality itself being seen as pure abundance of never-ending artistry, each moment a never before seen master artwork from the heart of creative intelligence emanating forth, never before seen master artwork served on a silver platter, utterly luscious, utterly juicy, utterly subtle, utterly detailed, utterly dripping with majesty and magnificence every single moment. And I just my approach to spirituality just completely hugs and embraces all of the multifarious forms of this grand suprapersonal transdual sequoia of reality. And that even includes the modes that attempt to be more negating, the modes that say that the world is an illusion or that it's all empty, there's no self. Those are fully included too. I just see those not as some kind of ultimate truth, but rather as other modes, other ways that reality can explore itself and experience itself, with, again, all of these experiences being real expressions of reality, and yet none of these modes being able to fully pin down or encapsulate or monopolize reality, which is forever beyond, yet always inclusive of any way that it may seem to be. And yeah, for me, there's a lot of beauty in that. It results in seeing this kind of ontological equality across all experiences. All experiences are equal in the sense that they are all made of being. They are all made of the whole enchilada. They're all made in a profound sense of the finish line, the totality, which is always now, the greatest accomplishment, which has already been accomplished, which is just being itself, infinity from nothing. It's all around us. And yet, not all experiences are karmically equal. I would put forth, I would suggest to you, there seems to be, in my observation, a kind of karmic metastructure of reality where reality bends toward love with a capital L. And for me, love with a capital L encapsulates not only unconditional love, but really all of the most primal divine qualities, the most primal innermost qualities that emanate from the heart of hearts, the source that is all around us at all times. When you allow yourself to become transparent to the innermost heart, innermost, ever present, omnipresent heart of that source, you discover primal qualities such as love, innocence, radiance, grace, wisdom, creativity, poetry, artistry, fullness. And so for me, love with a capital L includes all of those qualities. And what you find if you observe human life is that beings, human beings, are free to transgress from love and to attempt to abandon love and move away from it. And presumably, this holds true with other types of beings and intelligences as well. We have at least an experience of free will, a profoundly real experience of free will where we can choose to move away from love with a capital L. And yet, when we do that, it hurts. Invariably, it hurts, it burns, it corrodes, it leads to pain, it leads to suffering, it leads to disconnection, it leads to disconnection from yourself, disconnection from others. It leads to a kind of lonely desert of despair. And that's why it seems to me that reality is actually architected as a great dance that no matter which way the soul goes, it teaches the soul love. It brings the soul home to love with a capital L. You could also call it grace or God or divinity or whatever word you would like to use. Reality guides the soul back that way. And that's not to say that the path of love and the path of God is without pain. Not at all. Pain is certainly part of it, and yet it's pain of a different quality. It's pain that cracks you open, pain that opens you unto life, opens you unto the eternal life that you are, the eternal love that you are, rather than a pain that closes you down and seals you off and kind of seals you within this dark basement of disconnection, which is what happens when you forsake love. And I'm not saying this in any kind, this is not a personal judgment of anyone. It's an attempt to describe what seems to me like um, karmic gravity, just almost like an inbuilt, you know, metaphysical structure within reality. So, play with that idea, try it on for yourself. But anywho, that is a kind of introductory description of the paradigm in which I find myself, which for me feels hyper meaningful. It feels juicy. It feels unimaginably radiant, abundant. It's inclusive of all possible experiences. It allows me to integrate all possible experiences, all parts of myself, all parts of reality, and all parts of myself can be held in the light of unconditional love, omnidirectional love. That's another key piece here is that this omnidirectional, capital L, divine love, what I might call the love of Christ, although you can call it something else, Christ is one face of that love, one super personal expression of that love. That love turns out to be the philosopher's stone, the holy grail, the alchemical keystone that actually allows all parts of us to set down their burdens and return home and harmonize with the whole. That love is the kind of transcendent and inclusive third thing or container or omnipresent center point that holds all polarities in this kind of alchemical fire and allows all polarities and all apparent contradictions to unify, to set down their apparent burdens and discrepancies, and to become akin to twin dragons spiraling together like a DNA helix, ascending and descending in these endless cycles that we go through in this cosmic dance. Divine love is the keystone that allows all parts, all wounded inner children, all aspects of our ancient inner ecology to come back into the light of love, to realize that no matter how far you stray away, you can always come back home, allows all parts to play out this ancient myth of the prodigal son and come back home and be warmly embraced, set down their burdens, return to their original numinous template, you could say, as a manner of speaking, and harmonize with the whole. And again, words can never do full justice to these kinds of mystical processes. This is there's a lot here, and yet that's a way that I can gesture toward what I see from the paradigm that I reside in. For me, all of creation is akin to a kind of living language or a living song or a living tapestry, a living poem that is purely emanating forth omnidirectionally from every pointless point, emanating forth, shining forth from the ever present heart of the Creator, the heart of supreme being, supreme intelligence, supreme love, and shining forth as this mythopoetic song, this mythopoetic dance. And it's all communicating with itself. It's utterly dripping with suggestiveness, dripping with poetry, dripping with meaningfulness. And a key thing is just to see that there is no fixed meaning. It doesn't have one fixed meaning. And it's when you kind of move beyond this idea that there must be one fixed meaning or one kind of fixed belief structure that can contain it all, that's when you're able to start to appreciate the omni meaningfulness, the way in which it is transcendent and inclusive of all human meanings and extending into infinitely more than any meanings that humans could ever put into words or make sense of. There are literally an infinitely kaleidoscopic um, explosion of effulgent layers of meaningfulness, poetry, gorgeousness, suggestiveness, rippling, lusciousness, subtlety, juiciness all around us. And it's all about just simply opening to that, opening one's heart to that, letting that in, allowing the many walls we've built up to keep that out, to gradually, at their own pace, at their proper evolutionary pace, to fall away, to dissolve, so we can let the light back in and remember where we come from, remember who we are, remember home, which is always here now. So that is an encapsulation, a kind of overarching map that gives a sense of a lot of what is going to be discussed in this course. This course is going to be a kind of tour through a bunch of different videos that I've made that all touch on subject matter that is relevant here. And I'm going to sequence these videos in a way that I feel like is skillful and Masterly for kind of taking you on a guided journey that addresses in more detail a lot of what I've explored in this introduction, unpacks it in more detail, uses examples to demonstrate the shadows and blind spots of a lot of radical non-duality, Neo-Advaita, self-negating non-duality, and also illuminates the alternative, illuminates that there are alternatives to this, one of those being what I'm pointing to, this kind of supra-personal, meta-religious transduality that is transcendent and inclusive of all possible modes and lenses, and invites each being to find their own natural karmic fit and karmic center of gravity and their own natural flow amidst the ever rippling, ever unfurling tapestry of literally boundless, limitless flavors and potentialities. So thank you for listening. Thank you for considering this introduction. I'm excited for you. I hope you enjoy this beautiful journey, this beautiful tour through the territory of a lot of my favorite videos that I've made about these subjects. So without further ado, enjoy. Much love. Be well. Take care.
I'm here with Jim Newman and Tony Parsons. What do you have to say for yourselves, gentlemen?
Hey, everybody. Peace. What's up? Today, I want to talk about the lineage of what some people call Neo-Advaita, created by Tony Parsons. As far as I can tell, I believe Tony Parsons was the originator of a certain style of non-dual communication that has become increasingly popular. I'm actually more familiar with Jim Newman, who was heavily influenced by Tony. And yeah, Tony's work seems to have generated a movement of quite a few teachers and communicators who communicate about non-duality in quite a radical, uncompromising style, you could say, a radical, uncompromising style. This is the group of people who frequently use phrases like, "This is nothing. There's no one here. This is nothing. There's no one here." And first of all, I just want to say that I think there's a lot of greatness in this lineage. I really appreciate the direct, uncompromising style. And I see this lineage as kind of a radical line of non-dual butchers whose direct, radical pointing is quite effective, quite an effective slashing mechanism that can really rapidly slash through concretized belief systems and can potentially, if the seeker is ripe, can really pull the rug out from under an apparent individual with great efficiency. So there's a lot of upside to this lineage. I've received a lot from it, especially Jim's messages. I attended a retreat with him one time in Mexico. And yeah, generally want to say thank you and send many blessings to Jim and Tony. So this is not, an attack on these guys. I appreciate what they're up to. And yet I wanted to talk about my experience of certain traps that I feel people can fall into when they really fixate on this lineage and they get really absorbed in this lineage and they really immerse in this lineage of teachings, because essentially what can happen, because the message is so uncompromisingly all negating, right? It's a very negating message. This is nothing for no one. There is no path. This is meaningless. This is valueless. This is purposeless. Again, these can be really potent pointers if they are received at the right moment. And at the same time, they can also be quite misleading. They can easily lead toward a sense of nihilism or solipsism or hopelessness, because what's really easy to do is to concretize and solidify what these guys are saying and kind of solidify a mental image of negation, a mental image of the true nature of reality as just this blank nothingness or void, when really this is a fullness from another perspective. And perhaps, it's more accurate and more important to say that this is a fullness, this is a juiciness, this is an utterly formful dancingness. It's utterly suggestive. It's dripping with voluptuousness. It's it's exploding with meaningfulness and purposiveness. And sure, you can't ever pin down what precisely that meaning or purpose is. It's not a fixed meaning or purpose. It's a nebulous, ambiguous quality of meaningfulness and purposiveness that permeates the entire field at all times. And what non-duality really leads toward is a gradual collapse or a gradual seeing through of fixed meanings. Just seeing that fixed meanings and fixed constructs and fixed beliefs never could contain reality. Just seeing that this present experience is, number one, just too simple, too close, too intimate, and also just too slippery, too full of an infinity of pixelated information, and too dynamic, too unstable, too constantly morphing for it to ever be fit inside of a limited, finite construct. This is the real meaning of infinity. It means something similar to what Buddhists mean by emptiness, but the word emptiness can also be misleading because especially Western seekers tend to reify an image of emptiness as kind of an empty void space, which is really inaccurate and really misleading, because what emptiness really points at is just non-finitude, indefinability, unresolvability, unfindability, unpinned down ability, nebulosity, ambiguity, meaning there's this fundamental indefiniteness in everything, and you can't really say what anything is. Everything codependently arises as this field of infinite information, and you can't actually pin down what anything is. You can't separate anything out from the full field. So to say what anything is, you'd have to say what the full field is, and no one can do that, because before you could ever say anything about it, it's already shape-shifted into something else. Its appearance is its vanishing. It's this ghost-like, dream-like, insubstantial, dance of infinite pixelation, and that insubstantiality is really what Jim and Tony are pointing at when they say things like, "There's just what's happening, with nothing behind it. There's nothing. This is nothing. There's no one here." They're really trying to slash through all these layers of solidification so that the apparent seeker can get a direct taste, a direct glimpse of this ghost-like apparition from kind of the viewless view of emptiness. However, again, what can happen with that is that can create a reified image that is rather despair-inducing in the mind of the apparent individual, a rather nihilistic, negating image that can take a long time to overcome. If this really gets embedded, if you really get a crystallized, encrusted ideology in your head, if you turn what these guys are saying into an ideology, which a lot of human beings are prone to do, they're prone to take any message and turn it into a belief system. And if you turn this message into a belief system, it's depressing as hell. It's a super depressing message. There's nothing for no one. This is hopeless.
This is meaningless. This is valueless. This is purposeless. You can see why this message can easily lead toward depression, depersonalization, derealization, nihilism, solipsism. So this is something you got to watch out for with this message. The other thing, and perhaps to me the more, well, perhaps more important in some cases thing to notice, is that because this lineage places such a big emphasis on the statement, there's no one here, and because they talk a lot about the quote-unquote non-event of the separate self falling away or being seen to have never existed in the first place, there ends up being a lot of discussion and dialogue and questions within this lineage about the falling away of selfing, about the permanent disappearance of an apparent activity of selfing. And because there's so much dialogue about this, it really, at least for me, this is what I noticed, this was sticky for me about my engagement with these teachings. It can really create this ambient sense of a condition being placed upon unconditional freedom. And again, these guys are very clear that this is already unconditional freedom, this is already unconditional love, this is already unconditional wholeness. On one hand, they're clear on that, yet on the other hand, they talk so much about the falling away of the apparent individual that it can easily create this ambient sense and this subtle imprint of a condition that says unconditional freedom will not be unconditionally free until there is this condition met of zero selfing, until the self falls away or until the self is seen through, there will not be liberation. So it can create yet another subtle spiritual carrot on a stick ever receding on the horizon, which is, which is fine. There's so many of these out there, and yet, for seekers who are tired of seeking and are ready just to rest, yet another carrot on a stick is kind of the bane of a seeker's existence. You want to eliminate all carrots on sticks. And so the really important thing to realize is that if unconditional freedom required a condition of zero selfing to be unconditional freedom, it would not be unconditionally free. You really want to internalize the word unconditional. No conditions are required. No conditions are obligated to be fulfilled. There is no checklist of boxes that you need to check off as a seeker before liberation is. As these guys beautifully put it, this is already home. This is already unconditional freedom. This is already unconditional freedom, including any appearance of selfing, any activity of apparent selfhood that might be going on here. In my case, I can still totally access the perspective of Jordanness. There's this ambient, ever shifting, ever morphing Jordanness that, sure, it can't be pinned down, it can't be located, it can't be found to be an objectifiable, separate, autonomous entity, but there is and always has been this ambient sense of JB-ness, and it never has been this separate, autonomous entity. Yet even in moments where it seems like it is that, that's still unconditional freedom. One of unconditional freedom's most dominant modes is to be in a mode of being lost in interpretation. This is the magic show of Maya. There's nothing wrong with the magic show of Maya and being lost in interpretation and feeling like a self. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. That's not in any way something that prevents this from being unconditional freedom. This is already unconditional freedom. And similarly, it is not the case that every last trace or speck of selfing, of this activity of feeling like a someone or feeling an ambient sense of you-ness, it is not the case that every last speck of this needs to disappear before freedom can be realized. It's not an all or nothing deal. For one, unconditional freedom simply is, it already is the case. And for two, any time that you get a glimpse of unconditional freedom, speaking now about the apparent process of actually noticing this freedom that already is and learning to rest as this freedom that already is, anytime you get a glimpse of this, that's actually the whole thing. As Peter Brown would often say, to me, this is a much more empowering and accurate frame. Anytime you get a glimpse, that's the whole thing, because it's always the whole thing. Even when you don't get a glimpse, it's the whole thing. It's just always been the whole enchilada, the whole shooting match, right here and now. Presence is home. Presence is unconditional freedom. So every little glimpse is actually the whole thing. And every glimpse, every moment of noticing is cumulative. It builds on itself over time. There is an accumulation of noticing, an accumulation of recognition, realization that eventually crosses a certain threshold where the quote unquote true perspective, or the viewless view, begins to become primary in terms of how one relates to the world around oneself, you could say, for lack of better terms. This is a really crass way to put it. In terms of how one is, in terms of how this is the quote unquote viewless view, which really just points to what this moment always is, which is simply this spontaneously appearing apparition of pure dancingness that is just dancing itself and kind of effortlessly self-radiating forth as this fullness of pure juiciness, and doing all of that with an astounding, unimaginable intelligence. Increasingly, that true perspective of no perspective replaces the habitual human view, or you could say it transcends and includes the habitual human view, and it becomes more primary in one's experience. And this is, what is called realization or recognition. And yet what is seen as that occurs is that nothing has actually changed at all. Nothing has truly changed at all, because this condition of home, which is just this spontaneously appearing fullness right now, the only thing we've ever known, the only thing we've ever experienced, the beginning of this sentence is totally gone. The end of the sentence is nowhere to be found until right now, and then it's gone. Just look at that. We've always only been on this razor's edge of pure meltingness right here and now, pure instability, pure dynamism. That is home. It is doing itself, and it is self-dancing, self-emanating, self-executing with utter precision, and it appears in this instantaneous flash as this completeness. It is a completion. It shows up as a complete event. This is its final form in every moment. It's already a wholeness. This is already the finish line. So recognition is the simple noticing that this has always been the case, that this has always been the finish line, and that this very simple effulgence of pure mystery, you could say, pure unknown dancingness, is home. It's home. It's rest. It's complete. Nothing needs to be done with it. Nothing to do but be you, baby. Nothing to do but be you. And so, recognition or noticing is kind of like a gradual release into unknowing, to use one of Jim's phrases that I really love. I love this phrase, a release into unknowing. It is the gradual collapse of all fixed views, freedom from fixed views or freedom from fixed meanings. This is what Nagarjuna was talking about hundreds of years ago. And in that gradual or sudden dissipation of fixed meanings, it's just increasingly seen that fixed meanings were never there, in the sense that they were never able to actually contain or objectify or pin down reality into any kind of final, fixed, definite, knowable form. Because again, there's this inherent nebulosity, this inherent indefiniteness, this inherent non-finitude in any aspect of experience. You go into any of the sense fields, you close your eyes and you look at that dancing luminosity, that dancing pixelation of infinite information in the space you'd normally think of as behind your eyelids. And that's one of the easiest access points to notice, okay, I could write a million treatises for the rest of my life about one instant of that dancingness, and I would not be able to say what that is. That's one way to quickly notice pure bottomless infinity in and as your direct experience. Just notice why everything is so unsayable. Just notice that infinite subtle pixelation, that subtle buzzingness, it permeates the full field. It permeates every sense field. This morphingness, this dancingness, this buzzingness, it's present in every sense field. And really, there are no actual distinctions or boundaries or findable edges between sense fields. This just shows up in this radiant flash as a pure continuum of aliveness. And there are these different kind of bandwidths of texture that we then arbitrarily designate as, findable, definable sense fields. But actually, again, nothing truly definite, definable, or findable can be found. And so you're left with this, absolute fullness, this utterly exquisite juiciness and artistry. This is what can be easily overlooked or negated through the Parsons-Newman lineage, is just the all-inclusivity of this juiciness. Sure, you can't say what it is at all. And sure, in one sense, it is utterly insubstantial, utterly ghost-like, utterly dreamlike. It's like a flash, a pure flash with nothing behind it. Just this right now. Just this right now. Nothing is more absolute than just you eating a burrito right now. That's home. That's it. That is it. And yet, the all-inclusivity of this flash, the way that this flash warmly embraces all formfulness, every aspect of our sacramental human journeys, every aspect of the poetry of formfulness is fully embraced and fully included. And even all of our apparently fixed meanings, apparently fixed interpretations, apparently fixed words, our apparent separate selves, there is no illusion. There is no illusion anywhere. It's all that. It's all that. This is another thing that can be misinterpreted. Jim emphasizes that there's just one illusion in all of existence, and it's the separate self. And it's just like, no. Peter Brown once said, I don't see any illusion anywhere. It's all that. It's all reality, Or you could say it's all that which is neither real nor unreal, including any apparent activity of dancing selfness, including any activity of dancing selfness. There's no need to demonize this apparent activity of selfness. Selfness is another beautiful mode, another beautiful, intrinsic, astounding function of this field of radiance that everything fundamentally is, that is just this right here now, just the simplicity of you eating a slice of pizza, that is pure radiance showing up as what can just seem like our ordinary lives. And it's astonishing that this field of infinite intelligence that just instantaneously, automatically shines forth effortlessly as this fullness of pure luminosity that is totally in harmony with itself and totally complete with nothing blocking anything. It's astounding that infinite intelligence can show up as just a mundane situation of me in my pajamas grabbing a midnight snack, in the wee hours of the morn. That's phenomenal. That's fantastic. And so, yeah, that's just another thing to watch out for with these types of teachings, is that it can be easy to place human life at arm's length and somehow feel like human life is less than or other than or not as primary or fundamental as nothing or absence or emptiness. And that's just not the case. There's no dichotomy whatsoever. That's the thing. There's no dichotomy whatsoever. As it says in the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. And as they say in Zen, not one, not two. Not one, not two. Not one, not two. And as the Zen proverb goes, before enlightenment, mountains are mountains and lakes are lakes. During enlightenment, mountains are no longer mountains and lakes are no longer lakes. After enlightenment, mountains are once again mountains and lakes are once again lakes. And with these guys, they love to point at the space where mountains are no longer mountains and lakes are no longer lakes, the space of emptiness, but they don't often communicate the re-embracing and the all-inclusivity of all apparent formfulness, and the fact that all formfulness and these sacramental human journeys are that, with no separation whatsoever. They're fully included in this giant, warm, eternal bear hug of, pure nowness. So, yeah. So, it is as it is. Again, I appreciate this lineage a lot. I appreciate these guys a lot. Just look at these photos. These guys, look at that. Look at the eyes on these guys, look at the innocence. These guys are beautiful. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Life. Thank you for watching this. Much love, everybody. I hope this was valuable. I hope this was valuable. Peace and love to you. Take good care. Take good care. Take it easy, everybody. Peace. Right, the Shadow Hunter is back in action. All right, family, here it is. It needed to happen. I'm here today with the fire-breathing dragon to hunt the shadows of Neo-Advaita, the shadows of radical non-duality. I do so love to illuminate the potential shadows and traps and dangers of various paths of spirituality. And I also love to illuminate the light and beauty and the wondrousness, for sure. But today is a day to talk about the traps of Neo-Advaita, the radical philosophy of there's no one here, the world is an illusion, this is nothing, this is absence. You may know about this philosophy. It's really come to massive prominence. It's kind of become an increasing fad in the last couple decades. And advocates of Neo-Advaita will quickly say, oh, this guy doesn't get it. It's not a philosophy. It's not a philosophy. And that is one of the dogmas of Neo-Advaita. Now, I want to say that I have received tremendous value and beauty and liberating potential from Neo-Advaita. I think there's a lot of gifts in Neo-Advaita. I do want to fully acknowledge that. But I also have always had many spidey senses tingling, telling me, this ain't the full picture. There's something off about this. There's things that should be considered for people exploring this philosophy. So today I'm going to talk about some of those things. So let's get into it. Shadow number one that I want to discuss, let's just go straight for the core here. Neo-Advaita negates all value purpose and meaning from existence. Neo-Advaita literally, and I'm not saying that all proponents of radical non-duality or Neo-Advaita do this, so I can't universalize these statements. This is talking about some of the most extreme cases here. So just to be clear on that, but you often hear messages in radical non-duality such as there is no meaning, there is no purpose, there is no value, there's total valuelessness, total purposelessness, total meaninglessness. And what's really, really fascinating, what has become more clear to me in recent times, and this has been clarifying for years, but shout out to Tim Freak, the philosopher, for really crystallizing and clarifying this insight on a new level for me recently. The insight is that even with approaches to spirituality such as radical non-duality that claim to not be philosophies, they claim to not be belief systems, they claim to be purely experiential, there are there are beliefs, there are ideas, there are obvious dogmas that come with the territory of any philosophy that articulates words whatsoever. It is planting and seeding beliefs and ideas in the deep recesses of our being, our minds, our hearts, our souls, our unconscious minds. And any ideas that are deeply seated within the mind have the potential to become experiential, So this is a huge trap potentially in Neo-Advaita and in other forms of spirituality, because people who really buy in to the approach, they deeply internalize the ideas of the approach, and then eventually, after enough contemplation and enough force feeding themselves these ideas, no matter how counterintuitive they might be, these ideas can become experiential. The mind has an enormous power to allow any deeply implanted ideas in the psyche to literally become experiential. I've had very experiential revelations of Jesus Christ, for example. Having been raised a Christian, I've had mystical experiences of connecting to Christ. And the really interesting thing is, I'm not saying that I discount those experiences. No, I fully honor those experiences. Those are some of the most astounding and beautiful mystical revelations I've ever had that truly touched and opened my heart. I'm not denying those revelatory experiences, and I'm also not denying the revelations I've experienced through radical non-duality, through really deeply going into this path of negation and this path of the undefined and the path of unknowing, and just negating, and saying, no, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. This is all empty. This is all unresolvable. That has led to some incredibly liberated states of, quite literally experiencing this here now as an insubstantial dreamlike phantasm that is just completely doing itself, and there's nothing behind it, and it's literally just like an etheric ghost-like vapor of ungraspable, weightless God nectar that is just dancing itself as a groundless ground. I have accessed those types of revelations of emptiness, and they've been profoundly illuminating and profoundly liberating for me. And what I'm coming to see over time is that spirituality and awakening are, in a profound sense, just opening to a wider range of modes, a wider range of not only perspectival modes, but a wider range of experiential modes. Because any perspective that you really deeply internalize and try on, it can and likely will become experiential for you. It will become your experience. So awakening is just like opening to potentially a vastly wider range of modes than humans normally experience, and really sensitively feeling into those modes and discovering your natural center of gravity as you move through those modes. And again, radical non-duality can open up some incredibly liberating modes. And yet, if you get stuck there, as many people do, if you get stuck on the idea that oh, this is the ultimate truth. This is the absolute truth. I've now discovered and directly experienced the absolute truth of emptiness and that there's no one here. And I can't possibly explore or integrate anything else because this is it. This is the final truth. And I just need to repeatedly keep telling myself, there's no one here, there's no one here, there's no one here, so that I can hopefully reach a point of just experiencing perpetual no self, a perpetual condition of zero selfing, which is kind of like the holy grail of Neo-Advaita, the holy grail of radical non-duality, the elimination of the most basic and obvious and undeniable fact of life, which is that I'm right here, baby. I'm right here. I'm right here. Sure, I can't precisely pin down what exactly I mean by I'm an ever-dancing, ever-morphing radiance in one sense. In another sense, though, I totally can pin that down. There's a solid-ass physical body right here, and there's a flavor, there's an ambience, there's a very recognizable JB-ness that I enjoy as a musical expression of what I am, and that, is right here, is right here. So non-duality attempts to deny and negate that, and I'll share more on that later. But basically, if you get stuck in radical non-duality, if you get stuck in that mode, it can actually become very nihilistic. It can become very solipsistic. For some people, it's extremely liberating and it feels great. For others, it doesn't feel great. For others, it feels highly despair-inducing. For others, it feels very alienating and void-like. And the thing I'm trying to express is that spirituality is about finding your own natural state, your own natural center of gravity among the vast range of modes of how this universe, this wholeness, can be with itself, can experience itself and play with itself and rest with itself and dance with itself. And radical non-duality, or, fixating total emptiness, probably isn't the natural center of gravity for the vast majority of people. Probably ain't the natural center of gravity for the vast majority of people. And so it's completely okay if that doesn't feel right to you. And you can admit that, you can just admit to yourself, oh, actually, this isn't the absolute truth. That's a dogmatic statement of radical non-duality. This is another mode, another possibility for how nowness, how universe, how godness, nature, whatever you want to call it, can experience itself and be with itself and play with itself. All modes are entirely valid. If I'm not digging this mode, then I can happily let myself naturally drift among the infinite other modes that are there and find my natural center of gravity there. So going back to the point, the first point here, the first shadow, radical non-duality tries to negate all value, all purpose, and all meaning from life. And again, this can potentially be a liberating mode to play with, where you see everything as valueless, purposeless, and meaningless. And yet it's also extremely easy to see. It's like, of course that is fucking some people up royally, because that's like, as a belief system, as a story, which inevitably it gets deeply internalized as a story and belief system. Even if it becomes experiential, it's still absorbing into the deep psyche as a story and a belief system as well. And for many people, that's going to be the most bleak and depressing story imaginable that you can tell about all this. I mean, like, how are you really, like, for most people, to take this juicy fullness of sheer artistry and formfulness, fully inclusive of these sacramental human journeys, and to reduce all that to meaningless, purposeless, valueless, void of nothingness, absence, that's going to be a criminal subtraction and negation that is not going to be life-affirming for many people. And so it's completely okay if you don't dig that, if you don't vibe with that, if that's not your natural center of gravity. It's completely okay, and that doesn't make you any less enlightened, any less awake, any less absolute. This is the absolute right here. Ain't nothing more absolute than just you being you eating a slice of pizza. That is the miraculous functioning of the whole universe. It is. You don't have to attain some condition of zero selfing to be the fullness of what this is. It's always the fullness of what it is. So that's the first shadow I wanted to touch on. The second shadow is negating the world and the universe. So, I mean, it's wild how far radical non-duality tries to go here, fam. I mean, you can kind of see how this can easily be the ultimate form of spiritual bypassing, because a lot of these people say there is no world, there is no universe, this is all an illusion, move beyond this fabrication to, you know, realize the truth of no world, no universe, no self. This is just nothing. This is just absence appearing as whatever it's appearing as, but it's just a naked display. It's just an etheric happening here and now with nothing behind it. Again, this can be a highly liberating mode to play with. I've spent a lot of time playing with this mode, and I've found enormous lightness and liberation there. So I'm not trying to completely throw Neo-Advaita in the trash can and throw the baby out with the bathwater. Although I will point people toward teachers who I feel do a better job of fully including everything. I think for me, communicators and teachers such as Peter Brown or Joan Tollefson or John Aston or Tim Freak, Shiv Sengupta, Robert Salzman. These are some people who are really good kind of modern non-duality speakers to listen to. I wouldn't really classify them as Neo-Advaita or radical non-duality. I mean, they're influenced by those, but they're kind of like a bridge to healing the shadows and traps and deficiencies of Neo-Advaita. So, anywho, Neo-Advaita goes as far as trying to negate and deny the whole world and the whole universe. And again, this can be a liberating mode to play with. You can come to see this as just a shimmering vapor-like, ghost-like apparition with nothing behind it that is just, pure weightlessness. And that can be a super liberating mode to experience. Trust me, that has become very experiential for me over time. I can access that right now if I really want to. I can access that right now, and yet it's also incredibly beautiful. The mode of embracing the world and the universe and physicality and, billions of years of emergence and evolution and numberless bejeweled galaxies is and this Gaian paradise we've been given with these gorgeous trees and plants, that is also incredibly beautiful, incredibly heart-stirring, incredibly wonderful. And it's fully okay to not negate that stuff. You don't have to negate that stuff. That can be fully included. You're fully allowed to explore the modes of relating to this world as a child of Earth, as a child of the cosmos, and relating to it as materiality or as pure spirit. You can call it whatever you like, whatever this wholeness is, but you're fully allowed to include all of it. You're fully allowed to include all of it so you can see how that feels for you. I'm just trying to give people a permission slip to explore the full range of modes and find their own natural center of gravity and see what feels right for them, rather than having some teacher on a pedestal tell you, "Ah, yes, true liberation is when you relate to reality exactly in the way that I relate to reality." It's like, no, that's not fucking liberation. That's just copycatism. That's imitation. That's me trying to become you, motherfucker. I ain't here to become you. I'm here to be me, motherfucker. That's what we're here to do. So dragon fire upon that shit. Burn it down. Burn down these pedestals. Stop trying to imitate Jim Newman or Tony Parsons and trying to experience the exact form of, so-called enlightenment that these guys have supposedly unlocked. That is their preferred mode of relating to this that is. And guess what? There are infinite modes of relating to this that is, and all of them are already fully this, already fully wholeness, already fully universe. So ain't no need to preference one mode over another, play these modes off of each other, create these hierarchies or dichotomies. There's no hierarchy or dichotomy. There's a full range of modes that are here for us to taste and explore and let our awareness just freely drift through and discover the mode that really resonates with our heart and soul, our essential usness. And Peter Brown, bless his heart, was really clear about this point. He's definitely inspired me here with his discussion of drifting through the full range of modes and finding your own natural center of gravity. I love you, Peter. Thank you. The third shadow I want to touch on here, which I've already touched on somewhat, is negating embodied humanity. We have these soft animal bodies, these tender-hearted, gorgeous animal bodies. We're here. We can hug each other. We're human. We're fragile yet glorious creatures of bones and cartilage and sinew, and we have skulls and eyeballs and brains and teeth. This is a fully valid way of relating to experience. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And so much of spirituality really seems like a way of hiding out from this fact because it can seem so fragile. It can seem so vulnerable. And yet there's a tremendous beauty in exploring this mode of integrating the poetry of human life, the poetry of embodied human life. Family, we can have children, we can have babies, we can hug dogs and kittens and elephants, we can swing from the trees. This is not, for most of us it's very unlikely that our natural center of gravity is to completely negate all of these perspectives, these experiential ways of relating to life and relating to experience. So this is another shadow. Neo-Advaita just tries to claim that this is objective, absolute truth, that there is no value, there is no purpose, there is no meaning, there is no world, there is no universe, there is no body, there is no humanity. Like, get the motherfucker out of here with that, bro. That ain't objective truth. That ain't absolute truth. That's another valid mode. That's something you can explore. And that can become experiential for you. And it's really trippy when it does. And it can be super liberating for some people. Probably especially if they, on some level, really want to hold their human life at arm's length and they're kind of done with the world and they want to just snap out of it for a while and be nothingness. But that's not going to be most people's natural center of gravity. I recommend exploring that mode. I recommend exploring weightlessness. I recommend exploring just being self-dancing fullness, and this is all this mysterious radiant presence that is just dancing itself, and I don't know what it is, and I can't say what it is at all. That's incredibly liberating. In fact, that's one of the main modes of investigation that I tend to recommend to people, is letting yourself play with being with present experience as a pure mystery, as a pure effulgence of artistry that is just dancing itself and scribing itself, like writing on water, and then just morphing and shifting. Can be incredibly liberating to play with that. But to say that the modes that are discovered through that investigation, the modes of emptiness, are absolute truth and everything else is an illusion, that's going too far. That's a hazard. That is a bias that was probably first invented by some of these more ancient Eastern gurus who themselves probably had a lot of trauma. Like, life on earth can be very traumatizing, and it's understandable that some of these ancient Eastern guys were like, the body is a rotting sack of garbage, this human life is a rotting sack of garbage, go beyond it to the pure, supreme, absolute Brahman source and just negate this human life. That's understandable, but you can see how that is also a psychological protective mechanism, right? And we don't have to go there. It's fully valid to embrace our embodied humanity, and it's fully okay if your natural center of gravity as a being involves fully embracing and including your embodied sinews and bones and heart and lungs and cartilage, your feet on the ground, your feet on the earth, including the earth, the universe, the galaxies, the cosmos. The fourth shadow I want to touch on is negating stories. So Neo-Advaita tends to claim that, oh yeah, everything's just a story, that's just a story, that's just a conceptual overlay. We can just dismiss that with a flick of the wrist, that's just a conceptual overlay. As if words are nothing more than these flimsy conceptual overlays that are just like laid atop experience, and they can be experienced that way. Again, that can become experiential if you start to see them that way. And yet, simultaneously, stories are mythopoetic archetypal technologies that speak creation into existence. Stories are like some of the absolute deepest blueprints that we use to encode our deep psyches and our beingness, such that we can orient in the universe, orient in the world. Stories are what we give to our children to form their most fundamental relationship with life. And this is very illuminating when you consider what it would be like to give your children the stories that Neo-Advaita tells. Like, I would never tell my daughter, yeah, sorry, honey, you don't really exist. This is all a meaningless illusion, purposeless, valueless. This is nothing. This is sheer nothing. This is sheer absence. You're just a meaningless, insubstantial, vaporous illusion, just with nothing behind it. like, bro, can you see? Like, can that snap us out of the overglorification of this philosophy? You know what a lot of the great religions have understood is that we need beautiful mythologies to hand to our children that can actually form a way of healthily relating to the world. And some of the greatest religious systems, they pass on these beautiful mythologies, and they encode esoteric domains within the religion for those who are called toward the deeper mysteries. No, not even necessarily deeper per se, but just the mysteries of very sensitively exploring the full range of modes of what is here and discovering potentially liberating qualities of, very confronting and very intense or very, vaporous, sky-like, empty ways of relating to this, just infinite esoteric ways of relating to this. Great religions have had, sects and domains, sects, and domains, and monasteries and places where people called toward the deeper, the most sensitive investigation of this could explore unusual modes of relating to this to discover, different types of liberation and freedom and potential jewels that could be brought back to the collective. And yet religions have understood that exoterically, like the public facing side of things, needs to provide people with a story that can be a beautiful operating system within the heart of the everyman, within the heart of average people. And in another sense, there are no average people. We're all miraculous expressions of the cosmos, but you know what I mean, can provide a beautiful blueprint for the general mass of people and for our children. And it's so clear when you look at it that way that Neo-Advaita does not do that at all. The most extreme forms of it, it's grotesquely bleak. Like, yeah, there's nothing here. There's purposeless, meaningless, valueless. All stories are bullshit. This is all bullshit. Like, come on, get out of here. So yeah, stories. Fully okay to re-embrace stories, embrace beautiful mythologies, embrace the holy word, see that the holy word is holy, Speak the name of your lover like you only get to say it once every 1,000 years. Feel the holiness of tongue and lips and vocal cords, uttering these magical, enchanted expressions that can weave entire worlds, that weave tapestries of meaning that are core to what we are as human beings. That can be fully included and fully embraced. The fifth shadow I want to touch on is negating individuality. So I've already touched on this, but again, Neo-Advaita can tell you there is no individual. There's no one here. There's no one in this room right now. This is just a bunch of meaningless sensory data dancing with nothing behind it. And again, that can become experiential, and that can be a liberating mode of relating to life for those who want to go there and are authentically called to go there. And again, I've found value in going there. But again, getting stuck there and being like, oh, this is the absolute truth. I need to just negate my individuality for the rest of my life. That gets people in serious trouble, because that is bullshit. You know, as they say in Zen, before enlightenment, mountains are mountains and lakes are lakes. During enlightenment, mountains are no longer mountains and lakes are no longer lakes. After enlightenment, mountains are once again mountains and lakes are once again lakes. And of course, that's just one model, one conception of, you know, whatever enlightenment or awakening means. So I don't recommend over attaching to this Zen conception, but it points at a model where a person explores emptiness and explores the possibility of negating and letting go of all of our habitual concretizations, solidifications, and definitions to discover a space of weightless isness, to discover that. And then the Zen path, in that saying, recommends not getting stuck there, but coming back to the marketplace, coming back to the world, and once again seeing that the mode of seeing beings and mountains and lakes and trees as beings and mountains and lakes and trees is also fully valid, is also fully this fullness. So, you know, a lot of people who are stuck in Neo-Advaita and finding that it may not be all that it's seemed to be cracked up to be, you know, you may really want to consider that. This coming back to the marketplace and realizing that fully valid, again, to embrace the world, the universe, value, purpose, meaning, those are modes just as fully valid, just as fully it as the mode of emptiness or meaninglessness or negation. And your individuality is totally there. It's totally there. How can anyone it's just preposterous that the mind is so powerful. We can convince ourselves of anything. We can convince ourselves that I'm not here right now, when obviously I am here right now, radiating this unique flavor of JB-ness that ain't nobody else can replicate. Every single person is an inimitable poem, you know, writ by the hand of creative intelligence of what is, and expressing a flavor, a texture, a multidimensional tapestry of rainbow wonders that no one else can express. That is fucking cool. That's fucking incredibly cool. We're all like fucking unicorns out here. Like, every single person is an artwork of unimaginable subtlety. And you just want to negate all that? Like, nah, bro, that's not going to be most people's natural center of gravity. There's way too much beauty and individuality for most people to want to just negate that. That's my supposition, my hypothesis here, and for me that's totally true. No, I will not negate individuality. I love myself. I love being JB. I'm here, baby. I'm here. And that brings me to my next point. The sixth shadow I wanted to touch on is negating relationality and other people. You know, some radical non-duality people go as far as to claim that the absolute truth is solipsism, and that there are no other people, and that there are no others, and there is only God, and you are the only one in existence. And again, that's a mode that can be explored and can become experiential, and it can be quite profound to experience life that way. It can open up a lot. if that's what you're called to explore at a given time. But to say that that is the absolute truth, no, no, it's not. That's a fiction. It's just as valid to experience wholeness or universe as like a superorganism, like a superorganismic octopus with infinite tentacles, and every single one of those tentacles is another organism, like fractal tentacles within tentacles manifesting as additional organisms that are microcosms of the macrocosm. You can also experience that. That's another mode that can become experiential, and that can be beautiful to play with. And again, it's not going to be most people's center of gravity, I highly suspect, to negate all relationship, all other people. Some non-duality communicators tell people to abandon their families, that the cost of truth is everything. They got to throw away everything they know and love. This is horse hockey. This is horse manure. That's hogwash. Burn that down. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. You heard me? You don't gotta abandon your family. I adore my daughter. I adore her individuality. I adore her heart and soul. And yes, I also see her infinity. I also see the sense in which she is pure dancing mystery, and I can't pin down and say what she is, and that reveals further dimensions of her wondrousness. That reveals further dimensions of her individuality, the way in which it is an ever-dancing snowflakeness that can't be pinned down in any sense whatsoever. That just opens up further dimensionality of her beauty and her magic and her artistry for me. And no, I will not negate her. I will not negate my relationship with her. I will not abandon her. I will always be there for her. I will always be there for her. And to say that that mode of relationality is any less valid or less true than a mode of solipsism, that's draconian. That's dark magic. Yeah, yeah. Cast that shit away. Cast that shit away. Burn that shit down. Burn that shit down. If that shit does not resonate, burn that shit down. If that's not your natural center of gravity, if that's not your natural mode, family, burn that down. Because relationality is so core to what we are as human beings. It's beautiful to love other people. It's vulnerable for sure. Of course it's going to mean grief. Of course it's going to mean heartbreak. That's part of the poetry of this life. We don't have to negate that. We can fully embrace that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful poetry. Beautiful poetry. No pedestalized Neo-Advaita snake mouth is ever going to convince me to negate my daughter. Nice try, motherfuckers. No, no, no. The seventh shadow I wanted to touch on here is negating agency and participation. I mean, even some of the people I mentioned earlier, I've heard fall into this trap of kind of saying that, well, someone is awake when they're experiencing non-doership, where everything is just doing itself. Everything is just dancing itself, and there's no free will, there's no free choice, there's no individual to make a free choice. And again, that's another valid mode you can experience. That can become very experiential, and it's extremely liberating. It's extremely liberating to let that become experiential. For me, I enjoy spending a lot of time there, actually. I enjoy a mode of just allowing life to dance itself through me. And I can see in this moment now how, in a profound sense, life is just dancing itself through me. And I don't know how I'm speaking these words. I don't know how my heart is beating. I don't know how the universe is accomplishing infinite micro functions that are making all this possible in this moment. Like, so much of that is just doing itself, and it's incredibly liberating to relinquish control and just notice how life can just live itself, and the moment can just dance itself. You just notice that the moment is all we ever have to deal with, and in a profound sense, the moment is doing itself and dancing itself with no maintenance required. And for me, that's one of the most liberating modes to explore and to allow to become experiential. And yet, the addendum to that is that it's also fully valid to experience agency and participation and will and creation and choice. Yes, Yes, of course. Of course. That's fully included too. That's another fully valid mode that can be fully experiential, as it is for most people on the planet, it seems. Most people experience life as if they're making choices and they're participating and they're dancing. And probably for a lot of them, it would indeed be liberating to get a taste of choicelessness, get a taste of effortlessness, get a taste of wu wei, non doing. Again, that can be super liberating. But to say that the non-doership is the ultimate absolute truth and a signal of true awakening, and any sense of participation or free will is a clear sign that the person's still stuck in delusion. No, get the fuck out of here with that. Get the fuck out of here with that. You got to find your natural mode, your natural center of gravity, bro, sis. Like, depending on your karmic makeup, probably depending on, your astrological sign, your Myers-Briggs, your human design, just different ways of pointing at the specific blueprint that makes you you. There's a great chance that your preferred mode of being, your natural center of gravity, is going to include some degree of enjoying, willing, and creating, and choosing, and participating, and having a sense of agency. And that's totally okay. That's completely and fully okay. You can go as fully into that as you like, and it's no less this fullness. It is no less this wholeness of what is. It is no less the the truth of life. It is no less the truth of life. Part of the message I'm trying to get across is that any way life ever is or seems to be, that is the truth of life. That is the universe dancing. That is divinity expressing. That is the most sublime wholeness, being with itself and being itself in a fully valid, a fully true way. Truth has no opposite. Actuality has no opposite. Everything is actuality. It's all valid modes. It's all valid experience. It's all valid ways for actuality to explore itself. And so, yeah, for someone like me, it kind of comes in waves. I go through phases where I love total surrender. I love choicelessness. I love just this feeling that life is dancing itself and it's just unfolding effortlessly. And at other times, I get, really strong hits of wanting to summon personal power and summon my unique Dragon Ball Z Kamehameha, and wanting to direct my personal will and my personal agency and my participation in a certain direction, really wanting to, dig in and experience that mode of willing something into existence, and, sometimes needing to grind it out and engage warrior mode and go on a mission to make it happen. That's extremely valid. That's extremely valid. And I feel it's a trap and a mistake to try to play these off each other and claim that one is more absolute than the other or one is more true than the other. Like virtually everything in existence, it's both neither, far beyond either. Is it free will or is it destiny? It's both neither, far beyond either. Both neither, far beyond either. It's just like they're both valid experiential modes, and reducing the totality of life to either mode is inevitably going to be a massive reduction. Neither of these modes or perspectives can ever fully contain this infinite artistry that is here. So they're both valid modes. So yeah, there's no need to negate agency and participation. So anywho, family, those are the 7 shadows of Neo-Advaita that I wanted to explore today. Thank you for listening. I hope this has been helpful in some way. Much love, peace, infinity, amen, namaste. Enjoy the lusciousness of this existence. Enjoy the meaningfulness, the purposefulness, the utter artistry that is all around us, the utter preciousness, utter preciousness. Enjoy your individuality, enjoy your relationality, enjoy your humanity, enjoy this earth, enjoy this cosmos, and play. Let yourself explore the full range of modes that are here. Whatever calls to you, whatever calls to you. You don't got to do anything, but feel welcome to explore the modes that are here, the modes that are possible, the experiential flavors that are available to us, and just find your natural center of gravity moment to moment. Just let yourself fluidly drift among these modes and find what feels right for you moment to moment. It can feel great to let yourself shapeshift and just let any given context call forth the natural expression of you that plays most auspiciously with that context. Life can become this beautiful, fluid master artwork of embodying and expressing and engaging the modes and the experiential lenses that are most auspicious, most artful, most skillful, most wondrous at any given point in time. That's available to us. So yeah, thank you for listening. Sending huge love to you. I love you. I love you. Peace, infinity. Amen. Namaste. Thank you, God. Thank you, life. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, earth. Thank you, cosmos. Thank you, relationality, individuality. Thank you. Thank you to all the saints and sages. Thank you to all our ancestors, all our descendants. Thank you to every being for being the mirror that you are, the perfect mirror that you are. Every being, thank you for being the perfect expression of wholeness that you are, perfect in your imperfections, all flaws and idiosyncrasies and warts included. And really, yeah, there are no flaws in a profound sense. So just thank you for being you. Thank you to all of life, all of creation, all beings, and just so much love to everybody. I hope this video is valuable and in service of the highest beauty and wondrousness and dancingness and medicine and goodness for the whole of life and for all beings. Peace and love, my friends. Take care. Right, the shadow hunter's back in action. All right, fam. It had to happen. We had to do it. Today we're going to talk about the dangers, the traps, the shadows, the blind spots of Jed McKenna, the infamous Jed McKenna, a man who has developed quite an underground cult following and ironically has made tons of money selling millions of books despite his denigration of the spiritual industry. We're going to talk about him today. I do want to start by giving a shout out to Jed and giving appreciation for Jed. Thank you, Jed. In many ways, I have really appreciated your work. You are, I believe, one of the most powerful writers who has ever walked the earth. I mean, Jed's ideas are incredibly, incredibly confronting. He's a very powerful writer who will shake the very foundations of your worldview. So, warning. Don't read Jed's books unless you're really in a solid place, like feeling solidly psychologically stable and able to handle a complete assault on all your sacred cows, because that is what Jed offers. And I see a lot of value in that. I see him as kind of a radical, non-dual butcher, a trickster who will just take an axe to anything you might be grasping onto. And in many ways, that was very liberating on my path. I discovered Jed back, I don't know, I think I first heard of him probably like 2017 or something, but I really dove in 2019, read like 4 of his books, and it was super impactful for me at the time. Super impactful, in many ways super liberating. But immediately from the first reading of Jed, I always had some very deep feelings of like, something is not quite right about this guy. Something's off about this. Something is not fully on point here. I can't fully internalize and take in what this guy is saying, you know? And I tested a lot of what he's saying experientially. I'm somebody who has experienced many, many profound, mystical experiences, mystical states. I've experienced modes of emptiness and no self for long spans of time, as a major mode for weeks, months at a time. And yeah, so that's just to say, I'm not just approaching this from an intellectual view. I've really gone there. I've experientially tested the territory rather than just fiddling with the maps. And that's where I'm coming from with this video. And I'm here to tell you that I've come to see Jed as quite dangerous in certain ways, quite dangerous. I've seen him mess people up, to be honest with you. I've seen his work occasion existential crises for people. I've seen people get super fixated on his view of what enlightenment means, and I've seen that view become very despair-inducing, very troubling for people, and I just see it misleading people. So I want to illuminate why that's the case. So let's get into the 7 top blind spots and shadows of Jed McKenna. The first one here, we're just going to dive straight in, is Jed's assertion that life is meaningless. Here's a quote from Jed. He says, "Life has no meaning. Our existence is utterly, perfectly, gloriously meaningless." And this just isn't true. This is just sloppy writing. Life is literally an explosion of meaningfulness. There is juiciness and innuendo and suggestiveness and lusciousness and richness pouring forth from every pore, every nook and cranny. I mean, look around you. The taste of a single burrito contains enough meaningfulness to satiate my appetite for eons. Meaningfulness is exploding from every nook and cranny. And yes, it may be the case, and I would say it is the case, that infinite reality cannot be pinned down within any fixed meaning. There's not a fixed, final, objective, all-encompassing meaning that everything just fits into neatly and tidily, but that doesn't mean that there's no meaning. That doesn't mean it's meaningless. That means it's hyper meaningful. That means it is transcendent and inclusive of all meanings. It includes all human meanings and human stories, and it includes and explodes forth as infinitely more subtle and juicy and effulgent fragrances and flavors that can't even be put into language, that are beyond any human's capacity to even conceptualize or imagine. And so, yeah, just burn that down. People get really messed up by this type of language. They're like, oh, life is meaningless, life is meaningless. They turn this into nihilism. This can easily lead to nihilism and feeling like life is meaningless. And look, here's the thing. Any perspective that you really deeply internalize and you repeat to yourself, it will tend to become experiential. This is such a crucial thing to realize when you're wading into these waters of radical non-dual teachings. If you repeat endlessly to yourself that life is meaningless, you will start to experience it that way. You will hypnotize your subconscious mind to deeply believe that, and then that will become your experience. Because in many ways, reality is like a Rorschach test, a Rorschach blot, a chameleon that shapeshifts and projects back to you whatever you're projecting onto it. In many ways, it's like, a pure mirror. It's projecting back to you your own beliefs, suppositions, and interpretations. And of course, Jed would claim that he just has no beliefs, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. Any psyche, no matter how deeply you've gone into spaces of non-dual recognition, any human psyche is going to have many symbolic layers of beliefs and meaning making in it, or beliefs that there is no meaning. And then those can become experiential. And it can be very liberating to play with those spaces, but it can also be very dangerous. It can be very dangerous, and it can lead to people getting trapped in nihilism. So Burn that down if that's not serving you. Life is not meaningless. Life is absolutely erupting with juicy meanings from every nook and cranny. And we're here to savor them, enjoy them, appreciate them. The sense fields are utterly full, utterly luscious. Just look around you. This richness is bottomless. The second shadow I want to touch on today is that Jed is super melodramatic, you know? Like, it makes sense in a way. The guy's writing novels, and a novel's not really going to be entertaining if it doesn't contain a certain amount of drama. But the guy completely over-dramatizes the quote-unquote enlightenment process. Here's a quote from him. He says, "Breaking free of delusion takes everything you have. The price of truth is everything. Everything. That's the rule, and it's inviolable." So this is Jed's general view. The price of truth is everything. He believes you need to burn down every cherished identity and belief you've ever had. You need to let go of every cherished thing in your life. He tells a story of like taking his family heirloom, this prized watch that his grandfather gave him, I believe, and chucking it in a lake and just cutting ties with everything that ever made his human self who he was. And that's just, it's just not the case at all. It's not the case at all that you have to do that in order to wake up and see what this is. You know, you're already fully it. That's the most liberating message I can tell you. Reality is already fully reality, and it's always opening into more of itself. It's always exploring its endless range of modes and flavors. Reality is a process of enlightening. In a profound sense, there is no enlightenment. There is no destination. There's just this endless drifting, this endless exploration, this endless unfoldment through numberless modes and flavors that are all fully it, that are all fully this wholeness now. And awakening is very hard to pin down what exactly it means, but it could be described as just simply noticing that this is a wholeness, deeply noticing, internalizing, and feeling that reality is wholeness, and you are that wholeness, feeling yourself to be non-separate from reality, feeling the wholeness of reality and realizing that this is always this. Every mode, every flavor, no matter what it's presenting as, is the already wholeness of reality. You are that. Reality is already reality. And as Peter Brown would say, you can have your cake and eat it too in this exploration. Jed makes it sound like you have to completely burn down the cake of human life and everything that you ever were in order to go further and attain enlightenment. That's not the case at all. Your human life is a gorgeous jewel. It's a sacramental journey, a precious treasure, and it's still fully going to be there. And it can be fully enjoyed and arguably enjoyed even more after you notice wholeness, after you notice infinity, after you notice that this now is the wholeness of pure infinity expressing itself as sacramental humanity, expressing itself as this journey of incarnation, presenting as this earthly exploration of distinctness and individuality. And you can fully celebrate that. You can fully enjoy and celebrate your human life while also deeply noticing and receiving liberation and a sense of at-homeness from the recognition that this is wholeness now. This is home now. This is freedom now. There have never been any conditions upon it. If there were any actual requirements for freedom, any conditions, it wouldn't be unconditional freedom. That's the whole point of unconditional. It's always been unconditionally free. You are that right now. This is always free to just be as it is. It's fully free to be as it is. It's fully free to explore whatever mode it's currently exploring, and nothing can pin it down. Nothing can capture it. Nothing can cage it. You can interpret it any way you like, and all those interpretations are valid flavors, valid ways it can seem to be, and yet it can't be reduced to any one of those interpretations. And that is its infinity. That is its infinity. And so this exploration reveals the infinity of everything around you. Every person you know, the human self that you know, is fully included. They are that, and you see their infinity, and you see their infinite mystery. You see that they can't be pinned down or confined to that limited human identity. They're also infinite, bottomless radiance, infinite, mysterious, cosmic artistry. And it can just deepen your appreciation for the infinite dimensional, numberless sided polyhedron jewel of reality that you can gaze upon from every angle, and every angle is valid, and yet no angle can fully capture or pin down what this is. And that doesn't have to be a melodramatic process. Yes, life itself is dramatic. Life involves pain and suffering. So yes, there will be a certain degree of pain and suffering in your life regardless. And yes, the process of looking at life and asking what is life, it will tend to involve a certain amount of pain and suffering. But to make it sound so dramatic, like the price of truth is everything, you must sacrifice everything. I mean, that's nonsense. That's bullshit. Burn that down. Burn that down. That's not the case. You can just fully enjoy your life as it is. Your life doesn't have to change one iota for you to recognize that it's always been wholeness. The third shadow I want to explore is a shadow of solipsism. So here's a couple quotes from Jed. He says, "What do we know for sure? That's the real question. That's what the cogito is. That's what solipsism is. This isn't theory. This isn't belief or faith. This is the basic fact of existence." And he also says, it's your show. It's your universe. There's no one else here, just you, and nothing is being withheld from you. You are completely on your own. Everything is available for direct knowing. No one else has anything you need. So when Jed says things like this, he's putting these forth as if this is some kind of ultimate, absolute, all-encompassing, objective truth. And it's fucking not. It's fucking not. It is another available mode. Yes, reality can be experienced solipsistically. Yes, you can believe that you're the only person here and that other people don't exist and that they're straw dogs and they're not really having an experience. Yes, you can believe that, and that can become experiential, and maybe that can be liberating to play with, but it's easy to see how it's also super, super dangerous to play with that, super dangerous to go there. These types of radical non-dual teachings have led to many, many people experiencing depersonalization, derealization, complete collapse of a sense of meaning, a collapse of trust, a collapse of a trust that their own family members are real people. So this kind of solipsistic radical non-duality is very dangerous, and it's just not true. Again, that's a mode that can be explored, but we don't know that solipsism is true any more that we know that anything is true. We just straight up don't know, and the available evidence, I would say, actually points much more strongly toward other people are real and having an experience. Other people do exist and they're having an experience of their own, and you're not alone here. When the wholeness of this life touches the heart, that is the deeply felt intuition, is that relationship is foundational. Relationship is this gorgeous koan that we've been given to play with, and relationship is real, and we can have a relationship with the earth and with other people and with divinity and with the cosmos, and that relationship, that relationality is sacred. And Jed just sometimes seems like the most misanthropic, antisocial dude who basically took all of his own antisocial trauma and made it into a supposedly enlightened ideology of solipsism. And it's just like, bro, no, no, bro, burn that shit down. Burn that shit down. Just, yeah, it's bullshit. It's another valid mode to explore. Again, all modes are valid. All flavors are fully it. But to take that mode and claim that that mode is absolute, undeniable, all-encompassing, objective truth. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. The next shadow I want to explore is that Jed fixates emptiness and no self and self-annihilation. This is related to the previous point. So a quote from Jed is, "True self is no self, and there's just no way to make it sound reasonable." And of course, Jed writes a lot about spiritual autolysis, which is basically a process of pouring kerosene on yourself and lighting yourself on fire in a proverbial sense, burning through all layers of self until you basically completely destroy the false self and realize no self as the truth. And again, this is just another mode that can be explored. No self is sloppy language. The thing about no self is that none of these people ever clarify what they even mean by the word self when they say no self. You know, when I say that myself is right here, I'm saying that there is a clearly, in some sense, solid psychophysical organism sitting here. And if I slap myself in the face, I'm going to feel that. That's going to hurt a little bit. Look, I'm here. I'm JB. Like how much more undeniable could this be that there is on some level a solid psychophysical organism radiating a certain unique individualistic ambiance sitting here? I mean, that is it's self-evident, it's undeniable. And so it's so preposterous when these people are like, no self is the absolute truth. It's like, bro, how much do you hate yourself that you've convinced yourself of that? How much do you hate yourself that you've convinced yourself of that? Like, what are you referring to by the word self? And then they'll sometimes go into these, rarefied explanations of like, oh, well, I'm, referring to the speck of solidity, the center, the kind of the homunculus that, that sense of separation that seems to make you seem like a separate observer. And it's like, well, why don't you say that then? Why, instead of saying there's no self and confusing the shit out of people, why don't you say that the sense of separation, the sense of being a separate observer apart from the universe is illusory? Because, in a profound sense, I would agree with that. Awakening in a profound sense is the kind of melting away or seeing through the sense of being apart from the universe, the sense of being kind of this detached observer or alien occupant in a strange, hostile, random universe. Of course, that's another valid mode reality can explore, but awakening is when you remember that you're like a fish made out of water in the middle of the ocean. You are fully reality. You're fully at home here. You're like a gust of wind made out of pure air in the atmosphere of the totality. You are that. You are reality presenting as you. Presenting as you. You, from one perspective, are the knife's edge of billions of years of cosmic evolution. And you are that cosmos presenting as this specialized being, this specialized incarnate soul. It's incredible. It's incredible. And there's a saying in Zen that I wanted to touch upon here that is relevant, where Zen master once said, before enlightenment, mountains are mountains and lakes are lakes. During enlightenment, mountains are no longer mountains and lakes are no longer lakes. After enlightenment, mountains are once again mountains and lakes are once again lakes. And so don't overfixate on those words. Hold all words lightly. That's just another model, another way you can model enlightenment or awakening, the endless enlightening process, I would say. Again, I would say there's no destination of enlightenment. Reality just is an endless revelation, an endless opening into more of itself. Although at a certain point, you seem to cross a certain threshold where it becomes deeply internalized that this is wholeness now. This is it now. This is always this. And however it's presenting, however it's seeming to be, it's fully that. And you are that, and you can trust that. So that becomes increasingly deeply internalized through the awakening process, and that can be incredibly liberating. And you just have to be careful, because Non-duality is a landmine field, and you can easily get caught in all sorts of weird back alleys. So again, Jed really fixates emptiness, right? He fixates this mode of no self. He fixates the place where mountains are no longer mountains and lakes are no longer lakes, and he convinces himself that that just is absolute reality, that that is the absolute, objective, all-encompassing truth, and that there's just only no self, there's only emptiness. And many radical non-dual speakers do this, and it's just not the case. It's just another mode. It's another way that this can seem to be. And as they say in Zen, after enlightenment, mountains are once again mountains and lakes are once again lakes. And that's pointing to the fact that you can easily, fluidly shift back and forth between a mode of emptiness and a mode of formfulness. You can shift back and forth between a space where mountains are no longer mountains, lakes are no longer lakes. I can easily access that space at any point that I want to. It's not hard to drop all concepts and just enter a space of radiant, dancing emptiness. And yet I can also just easily shift back into a mode where mountains are mountains and lakes are lakes, and I'm JB, and my family is my family, and my daughter is my daughter. And I can see that both modes are fully this that is. Both modes are fully this wholeness. So Jed is fixating emptiness as if it were the absolute, undeniable, objective, all-encompassing truth, and not noticing that it's just another mode. The next shadow I want to touch on is that Jed negates all importance in reality. He says, the enlightened don't attach importance to anything, and enlightenment doesn't require knowledge. It's not about love or compassion or consciousness, it's about truth. So the enlightened don't attach importance to anything. Again, this is horse hockey. This is garbage. Throw it out. Throw it out. That is another mode. That's a valid mode that can be explored. You can fully explore attaching importance to nothing, saying that nothing matters, saying that the world is a pure dream, illusion, that people are just straw dogs. Again, I can explore that mode at any moment if I want to. It's not that hard to snap into that mode because I've spent plenty of time deeply exploring it, so I can easily, access that. I can pull that up out of the hard drive. I can open that tab in the browser of consciousness, but that's just another mode. And equally valid is a mode where everything matters, and our actions totally matter, and we're participants, we're co-creative participants at the knife's edge of cosmic evolution, and we have an opportunity to dance our dance and sing our song and strike this world like a meteorite and bring more beauty, bring forth more goodness, bring forth more kindness, more wondrousness, more voluptuousness. We can help people see the juiciness, the richness all around us, and that matters. It matters how I treat my wife. It matters how I treat my daughter. Those are fully valid modes too. Those are fully it too. And I would suggest to you that those are more skillful modes to play with as a human being. As a human being, it tends to be more skillful to see that this relational world matters and to treat it like it matters and treat it like it's real. Both modes are fully this. Both modes are fully reality. They're fully valid. They're fully real. And so it becomes a question of where is your natural flow? What is your natural center of gravity? Essentially, awakening is opening to this numberless range of modes. It's opening to the noticing that this is wholeness now, that every moment is a revelation, and that this is continuously opening into more of itself, opening into more and more of bottomless infinity. And you just taste an ever greater range of modes. You taste modes that are completely outside of the normal human understanding, and then you find your natural center of gravity among that countless range of modes. Moment to moment, day by day, you find your flavor, your flow, your natural center, your natural mode. You allow whatever context, whatever environment is presenting itself to call forth the most artful, the most auspicious expression of you-ness that plays auspiciously with that particular context. And that is fluidity. That is freedom. Freedom is not, oh, I need to force myself to stay in this mode where nothing matters and everything is emptiness because Jed told me to, and if I can't do that, then I'm not enlightened enough. Like, bro, can you see it? Can you see it? Like, so many seekers are in this type of place of like trying to manipulate their experience to maintain some kind of state that some supposedly enlightened teacher told them is the absolute state, and they're like guilt tripping and shaming themselves if they're not maintaining a particular mode, when all modes are fully it, all modes are fully this, all modes are fully wholeness, all modes are fully valid, and you can just allow yourself to find your own natural center of gravity, your own natural flow as you drift through the numberless range of modes. And you can just savor and appreciate every mode for what it is, noticing that every single mode is infinite richness. Every single mode is infinitely detailed artistry shining forth from the heart of the creator, the heart of infinite creative intelligence, the heart of pure mystery. So, yeah, negating all importance? I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so, snake tongue. You're not going to convince me to negate my daughter, bro, and say that she's not important. Get out of here. I almost guarantee Jed McKenna doesn't have kids, bro. I almost guarantee that brother does not have kids, because when you have kids, it hits you in the heart. It hits you in the heart, and you realize this mode matters. This mode is sacred. This mode of seeing the importance of my daughter and weeping when I look in her eyes and holding her in my arms and swearing to protect her. That is important. That is important. That is important. No. You will not convince me that that is not important. Parcel tongue, snake mouth. That's what's up. Get out of here with that. The sixth shadow that I wanted to touch on is that, related to that last quote, Jed denies that enlightenment has anything to do with love or compassion. You know, again, in that last quote, he said, it's not about love or compassion or consciousness. It's about truth. As if the truth doesn't have anything to do with love, bro. How can you disentangle truth from all of its modes and expressions? All modes are fully it. All modes are fully it. And I'm telling you, when this wholeness sinks down to the heart level and it touches the heart of hearts and the heart cracks open when you're looking in your daughter's eyes, and you feel this profound love blossoming from the very center of all that is, and you feel wholeness as grace, as love. You feel your unity, and you feel your relationality, and you feel the sacred duty to protect your daughter. That's when you know that truth is love, that love is truth, and love is freedom. Freedom is the fruit of love. As Remy Delon once put it, love has everything to do with truth. Love is the inherent flavor of this wholeness, one of the most primal qualities, one of the most primal flavors that radiates forth from this wholeness when you really allow it to touch the heart of hearts. So many of these non-dual teachers, like the Jed McKennas and the Bentinos, the Leo Guras, they don't realize it, but they're operating up here. They're operating at kind of like what could be called a crown chakra level, a consciousness level. They haven't let that divine energy of pure wholeness sink down into the heart and into the lower centers. And when it touches the heart of hearts, family, it's a whole other paradigm of awakening. And that's when you know, that's when this great softening occurs, and you know unconditional love is truth. Truth is unconditional love. So, yeah, that is just another giant trap in the work of Jed McKenna. Don't buy that shit. Don't buy that shit. And don't just take my word for it. Explore this for yourself. Explore it for yourself. But I'm telling you, if there's something in you that instinctually says, this doesn't resonate, this doesn't feel right, then listen to that. Listen to your own heart. Your heart knows. Your heart knows. Your heart knows much better than Jed McKenna or any other supposedly enlightened teacher. Listen to your own heart, your own being, your own holistic intelligence, integrating all aspects of you, all aspects of your intelligence. The final shadow I want to touch on here is the shadow of arrogance. And this is part of why Jed is so dangerous, because he speaks in such a high conviction way, and he claims that he is done. He claims that there are only very few enlightened beings on earth, and he is one of them. Conveniently, he just happens to be one of the beings who has attained full enlightenment and just fully knows what this is and is in the fully realized state 100% of the time. And I'm telling you, that is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's a hoax. It's a hoax. Go further, Jed. Go further, because again, there is no destination called enlightenment. Yes, there are certain thresholds that are crossed that can be profoundly liberating. And yes, it is increasingly discovered that this is wholeness now. And yes, that is increasingly known deeply to the heart of hearts. That's deeply internalized, and one increasingly feels at home in reality and trusting of reality, no matter what mode it is currently exploring, no matter what flavor it seems to be presenting as. Even painful or uncomfortable flavors are redeemed by this wholeness and increasingly seen to be completely valid and inextricable aspects of the tapestry. And again, even though these thresholds are crossed, reality just keeps opening into more of itself. Every moment has never been seen before. Every moment is an utterly fresh revelation. Every moment is an utterly fresh revelation. Family, can you feel the beauty of that? Enlightening, awakening, opening, unfolding, blossoming, flowering, endless opening into more of itself. Infinity is endlessly opening into more of itself, endlessly exploring more of its subtle contours, more of its subtle juiciness, more of its subtle artistry. And there is no bottom to that subtlety. The sensitivity just keeps increasing as you discover this fuller and fuller range of subtleties and modes and flavors and textures. It just keeps going. So again, every mode, every flavor is fully it. There is no destination of full enlightenment. Jed takes a position of arrogance, and he, basically can create a kind of Stockholm syndrome where he presents himself as your new guru, your new infallible guru who has all the answers and has everything figured out. And then you become kind of hostage to his books, and you're just like, this guy has to know it because he speaks with such high conviction. This guy has to know what it is. So I'm just going to keep rereading these books and programming myself to become a nihilistic, solipsistic, meaninglessness perceiving mess who feels like love doesn't have anything to do with truth, and who, believes that other people don't exist. Like, bro, get that out of here. Get that out of here. It's a valid mode, but the vast majority of people are not going to be enriched by living within that mode for a significant amount of time. If you are experienced in these matters, if you are an experienced explorer of reality, and you feel deeply grounded and rooted and stable, then sure, go ahead and read Jed's books and play with the modes that he describes. But just remember, they're just other modes. And every mode is fully it, and you are the authority. Your heart is the authority of which modes are your natural expression. You are the authority of finding your own flow, your own natural center of gravity amidst the never-ending range of modes and flavors and effulgences that are effortlessly erupting forth in every moment. This cosmos, every aspect of it is sheer poetry, sheer artistry. Nothing is higher or lower. Nothing is higher or lower. There are no permanent states. There's no such thing as abiding in the enlightened state. Because if you look closely at reality, it's continuous flux, it's continuous change, it's continuous morphingness. Everything is continuously morphing and shifting and falling away. So enlightenment has nothing to do with a final state or final destination. If anything, enlightenment is just another word for reality itself. Reality itself is enlightenment. This is the finish line, and this is endless enlightening, because the finish line just purely opens into more of itself forevermore. It just flowers and flowers into more of itself, as far as I can see. Who knows, maybe it'll do something else at some point, but in my 33 years, that's all I've seen it do. It's just flowered and opened into more of itself continuously. It's never repeated itself. I've never experienced the exact same thing twice. And how astounding is that? We are co-creative participants in this HD movie of pure lucidity that is rendering with perfect detail and no lag time and perfect clarity, and just dancing through itself and drinking itself and opening into more of itself and exploring its endlessly meaningful, endlessly voluptuous curvaceousness in every direction. Omnidirectional wholeness, presence, love, beauty. I mean, this is this is God's green earth. This is God. This is divinity. Hold words lightly. Don't over-attach to those words, but our most superlative descriptors are appropriate, because this is the astonishing miracle of existence. This is the astonishing miracle of reality. You're alive and this is it. How astounding to be anything at all. All we're left with is the pure wow, the pure infant mind, the pure kaleidoscopic morphingness through endless modes, and finding our own natural center of gravity as we just say, wow, wow, look at this, wow, wow. And it doesn't have to look like that either. If you're feeling like, I don't know, this feels just kind of like boring, humdrum, ho-hum, mundane reality to me, that's a valid mode too. That's fully it. Notice what a strange trip it is that infinite cosmic artistry with infinite bejeweled galaxies could somehow experience itself as just like, oh yeah, ho-hum, this is just mundane, boring, ordinary reality, just me eating a slice of pizza. I mean, that is a cosmic joke. That is hilarious. So, yeah. At the end of the day, family, the message that I'm trying to send is listen to your own heart. You are it right now. This is it right now. Every mode is fully it. Every mode is fully valid. What you're looking for is just this right here. It's already here. It's already right here. This is it. And burn down whatever doesn't resonate from Jed McKenna. Kill the Buddha, cut down the pedestal. Burn that down. If it's not resonating in your heart and bones and mind, soul, your psyche, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. Only you know your natural flow, your natural center of gravity through these numberless modes, and only your knowingness and your unknowingness are going to be truly precious for you, truly valuable for you. So, yeah. This is it. We've been born into a boundless treasure chest, and all we need to do, we don't need to do anything. But the invitation is just to notice we've been born into a boundless treasure chest by exploring a fuller range of modes, exploring the ever-shifting artistry, letting it seduce you, letting it show you that it is continuous voluptuousness, continuous richness, continuous fullness, continuous effulgence, continuous innovation, continuous generativity, continuous creativity, continuous wholeness, continuous love, and fully inclusive of everything, fully inclusive of the tragedy and the pain and the heartbreakingness. That's all there too. And can you see that in a profound sense, the tapestry, the painting is richer because of this dynamic contrast of the darkness and the light, the seemingly dark and the seemingly light, the many flavors, the many shades. This human life is heart-cracking, sacramental poetry. Pain is sacred. Grief is sacred. It's all reality. It's all textures of reality that are worth sitting with and noticing and feeling as they are, as they are. It can be valuable for a while to spend time just letting go of the descriptions, letting go of the stories, and just feeling the naked textures of reality sensitively, holding, cradling every part, every texture as if it is your own newborn baby, and just holding it in that motherly, fatherly tenderness, that love. Loving presence, in my experience, is what allows any part, any flavor to set down its burdens, to be seen, and to return toward wholeness and return toward natural harmony and synergy with the whole, with the wholeness, return to its original luminous template. So, anywho, I think I've rambled enough for today. Once again, don't just take my word for it. Don't just turn this into a new belief system. Don't put me on a pedestal. I'm just another dude out here. I'm literally just another dude, like you. You know, I'm just a silly monkey wandering around. There's nothing special about me. Reality is fully reality for all of us right now, and we have an opportunity to notice that and to appreciate that underappreciated fact that this is all actually here, and that it happens to look like this, and that it can look like anything, and that every way that it looks, every mode is fully it and fully included. So thank you for listening, family. Thank you. I love you. Thank you, God. Thank you, life. Thank you, truth. Thank you, earth. Thank you, love. Thank you, family, ancestors. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Peter Brown. Thank you, Kuman Kaya, ayahuasca, Bufo, brothers of the ever innocent heart. Thank you. Thank you, Lionheart. Thank you, high existence, apotheosis, Shambhala warrior. Thank you to so many beautiful beings who played a role on my path. Thank you to the whole of life. Thank you for this moment, this life, this opportunity to breathe. Thank you for this aliveness. Thank you for this wholeness. Thank you for this artistry. May this energy ripple forth for the highest good, the highest benefit, the highest joy, highest medicine, highest peace for all beings in all worlds. May all beings know peace, sending love in all directions, love to all that is, love in every direction. May we carry this energy forward in a good way for the love and the highest good of all beings and all that is. Amen. 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 Hallelujah. Hallelujah, family. We're alive. This is it. Nothing to do but be you, baby. Nothing to do but be you. I love you. Take care. Best wishes. Peace. Bentino! Family, today I want to talk a bit about the teaching of Bentino Masaro. First of all, I want to start by saying that my life was greatly impacted by Ben and his work. I've been to one of his retreats in Costa Rica. I spent about 6 months in his No Limits Society container, which in many ways was one of the most beautiful online containers I've ever experienced, really pristinely created in many respects. Many times Ben has activated me, motivated me, inspired me, and yeah, I just generally want to say thank you, Ben, for all that you've done and all that you are. I think Bentino is an incredible human being, brilliant communicator, and in many ways, an extremely eloquent articulator of many subtle spiritual principles that can be very valuable. So, yeah, shout out to Ben. I wanted to start there and just really express genuine appreciation. And at the same time, I felt for a while a calling to express publicly some potential shadows or traps that I feel seekers can fall into when they engage with Ben's teaching. And so I'm gonna discuss a few of those. And first and foremost among those is that I feel in my experience that Ben's teaching places the absolute, the quote unquote absolute, somewhere else. I remember the one time I attended a retreat with Ben, I actually raised my hand and asked, hey, Ben, is this right now the absolute, absolute, absolute? Is the absolute, absolute, absolute this right here, right now? And he said no. He said no to a room of about 100 people. He denied that this right here, right now is the absolute. And his teaching tends to suggest to people that they need to, quote unquote, penetrate the absolute, that they need to have some kind of rarefied, special, dissolution-y pop out type of experience where they completely pop out of the grand illusion of God nature, and they penetrate into the space beyond the I am, the space beyond awareness, the space beyond God, which Ben deems the absolute. And the interesting thing is that I've had these types of pop out experiences, both sober and most notably with 5-MeO DMT. 5-MeO DMT reliably occasions these types of pop out experiences, full dissolution experiences. You know, I've visited spaces of pre-vibratory stillness beyond all description, peace beyond description. I've melted into pure formless God nature, God energy. And I'm here to tell you today that that is no more absolute than this right here. That is no more absolute than you eating a burrito, you being with your kids. The personal is absolute. Or in another sense, you could say there is no absolute, or everything is absolute. There's nothing more absolute than your present experience just as it is. Your present experience just as it is it, is it. This is it. And the great genius of Peter Brown, my late friend and one of my great teachers, was that he really clarified this for me. I remember asking him about this point specifically and saying, you know, some teachers make it sound like the absolute is somewhere else. We need to penetrate it. We need to move through all these stages, or in Buddhism, they talk about all these jhanas we need to go through before we can reach, you know, para Brahman. And Peter's response was, that's all hogwash. Throw it away. This is it right now. There is nothing more absolute than this right now. This is it. And I remember when Peter delivered that profound message, I just was, it was like a moment of pure transmission and lightness and pure giddiness just swept through my body. And I just had to laugh because it was like, of course, where else would it be? Where else have we ever been? What else have we ever known? This right here, present experiencing, is all we've ever known. Any rarefied meditative pop-out experience that seems to occurs right here, right now, in this field of present experiencing. This is pure awareness, and this is that which is beyond awareness right here, right now. Right here, right now. No other time, no other place, no other space. And I really feel it's crucial to clarify this point, because this is like the ultimate treasure of spirituality. You know, we've been born into this treasure chest of absolute sparkling divinity right here, right now, absolute God nature. And I just personally feel I gotta attempt to get the message out there to more people to look nowhere else than their own immediate experience. You know, call off the search. This is it right now. And when we place the absolute somewhere else, we do this immense disservice. You know, we create yet another spiritual carrot on a stick that makes people feel like the absolute is this special, rarefied somewhere elseness, and maybe after 100 lifetimes of meditating or diligent spiritual seeking, I'll somehow someday penetrate the absolute, and then I can become this special thing called enlightened. And it's just not fucking like that. It's just not like that. Like, you know, peace to Ben, much love to Ben. You know, I think that type of teaching may be valuable in certain contexts for certain seekers. Everybody needs to find their own flavors. But for me, that was misleading. That was an obstacle. I needed to totally disband this notion of penetrating the absolute somewhere else. My most rarefied meditative absorption and pop-out experiences were no more special than me eating a goddamn slice of pizza right now. No. There is no specialness. There's just this evenness, this equalness. As Ben sometimes says, he talks about the equalness and evenness, and yet his teaching can create this subtle sense of the absolute being in some other special place that needs to be penetrated, when really it's just this right here. So that's the biggest thing I wanted to communicate. Next thing I wanted to touch on is that Ben repeatedly refers to all form as an illusion, the grand illusion, the illusion. You know, he says it in this kind of in this kind of tone. Like he's such a trickster, right? Like I love this about Ben. He's truly a trickster. He kind of reminds me of like an Osho type character, really a trickster. He's a lot of fun. He has a great sense of humor, and he, often talks about the illusion. And yeah, I remember Peter Brown one time saying, there is no illusion. I don't see any illusion anywhere. All I see is reality. All there is reality. There is no illusion. There's just this right here expressing itself in all the ways it expresses itself, dancing itself forth in all the ways that it dances itself. And it's absolutely all inclusive. It's absolutely all inclusive. It includes absolutely everything. Ultimately, nothing is negated. Nothing is dismissed. Nothing is an illusion. Yeah, it's all like a magic show. It's all enchanted. Sure, this radiant presence here now, which is somehow on one hand just this insubstantial dreamlike vapor that, is only this razor's edge of pure nowness. The beginning of this sentence is totally gone. The end of this sentence can't be found until right now, and then it's gone. The past and future are nowhere to be found. In a profound sense, just this simple flash of instantaneous apparition is all that there is, and yet that flash of apparition is all inclusive. It includes everything, and it presents as everything, and it fully includes all this juicy, luscious formfulness, and it fully includes the appearance of selfing and, getting to have an experience of being somebody, and these sacramental, poetic human journeys that we're on. All of that is fully included. It's just that all of it is increasingly seen to be nothing other than this instantaneous flash of radiant presence here now, which is the most absolute thing that can ever be found, just right here, right now. Because have you ever stepped outside of experience? It's just experience itself, or if you prefer the word awareness. Peter liked the word experience because experience feels more all-inclusive. It embraces and includes and suggests the inclusion of the formfulness rather than just this kind of abstract notion of an awareness or consciousness that is somehow separate from the formfulness. There's no dichotomy whatsoever. There's no actual dichotomy whatsoever. So you've never stepped outside of experience. Experience is all, present experiencing is all we ever know, and it's totally all-inclusive. It includes everything, and there is no illusion. There is no illusion, ultimately. There's just this. There's just this right here, and it's all-inclusive. So that's another point I wanted to touch on. Another one here, a third one, is that Ben has a penchant for kind of creating or enjoying elaborate systems with stages. He's a big appreciator of the law of one, with this kind of map of 8 densities that the soul travels through on its spiritual evolution process. He also created this system with this notion of shepherd beings and mirror beings, and then I think there's something beyond mirror beings as well. And again, the tricky thing with any type of system of stages like this, any type of like levels of consciousness or any type of apparent hierarchy or progression, is that, again, it can create this another spiritual carrot on a stick, like a really elaborate system of carrots on a stick that are ever receding on the horizon, and the seeker is made to always feel like, oh, okay, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? When I graduate from this stage, what's the next stage? What's the next stage? And, similar to point number 1 with placing the absolute somewhere else, this keeps the seeker locked into the chase. Ben sometimes says, never lose your seeking impulse, but this can be also kind of a misleading statement, because oftentimes it's actually the seeking impulse that is the source of tremendous suffering. The seeking impulse that says happiness is somewhere else, enlightenment is somewhere else, finality is somewhere else. I just need to keep checking these boxes and jumping through more hoops and moving through more stages. Then maybe someday I'll reach the rarefied, enlightened absolute. This is a source of spiritual suffering. So actually, the seeking mechanism gradually is seen through and gradually drops away as one notices that this right here, right now, is already liberation. This is already unconditional freedom. If unconditional freedom required any condition whatsoever, such as zero selfing or penetrating the absolute or graduating through all these stages, if it required any condition whatsoever to be unconditional freedom, it would not be unconditionally free. You see, it's already unconditional freedom. And so you can start from the finish line. This is another great message of Peter Brown's. Just start from the finish line. Go to radiant nowness right here, right now, and see that it's already free of any condition. See that it could not ever be pinned down as this or that. It could not be boxed in. It could not be caged within any condition, any concept, any structure, any system. It's already the utterly uncaged, the utterly slippery, the utterly non-finite right here, right now. So no need for systems and stages. Just start from the finish line and just start to be seduced by the sheer lusciousness, the sheer unpindownable juiciness of this effulgence that is erupting forth from every nook and cranny of this utter fullness, this utter fullness. The sense fields are utterly full of this sparkling buzzingness. Just let yourself feel that. That was Peter's entire yoga. His entire suggestion was just find ways to snap yourself out of normalcy and just go to the bottomless richness all around. Be with the buzzingness, the aliveness, the sheer infinite detail and artistry without any concepts, without words, without descriptions, without labels. Just stay with that infinitude. You know, if you close your eyes and you look at the sparkling infinite pixelation of dancing light in the space you'd usually think of as behind your eyes, it can become quickly and immediately clear that you could write a billion treatises about what that sparkling dancing light is, and you would never be able to pin down or say what it is. Not even one instant of experience could ever be pinned down in any type of system, any type of structure, any type of condition, or any type of concept. And, you know, this is what Nagarjuna meant hundreds of years ago, the great Buddhist master, when he said, all philosophies are mental fabrications. There has never been a doctrine by which one could enter the essence of things. So, you know, gradually on the path, you see that all philosophies, all systems, all maps need to be discarded. And, you know, you see that at the point that you see that, but a lot of seekers, I think, are ready to see that. And so that's why I'm sharing this message right now, that you can burn all of that down and you can just start from the finish line. You can stay with the non-finite, ever dancing, ever morphing pixelation that presents as this fullness of all the sense fields. You can just realize you don't know what that is and stay with that unknown enchantment, that unknown majesty that is dancing itself forth through all the sense fields, and simply staying with that positivity of infinity here and now, non-finite radiance here and now. That will begin to show you what it is. It will just begin to directly reveal to you that it is the finish line. It is instantaneous completeness here and now. It is unconditional freedom, unconditional love here and now. It will reveal itself if you just stay with it. It will do the heavy lifting, as Peter will say, and it will show you that all we ever know is present experiencing. We can't say anything about it, and it's all we ever have to deal with. All we ever have to deal with is this now moment, and it's already done. It's a done deal. It's dancing itself. It's doing itself. So this is really the good news. You know, effortless intelligence, no maintenance required. This is it, and it's doing itself. So, yeah. Point number 4 that I want to touch on here is that, you know, a characteristic of Ben's human personality seems to be a real love for putting forth an image of almost being some kind of like enlightened Superman or superhero. You know, Ben has stated that he, as a child, he loved the character Superman, and he kind of tries to emulate like a Superman. And in many ways, this is really inspiring. You know, it's really inspiring to see like Ubermensch type figures who seem to have transcended the human condition. This can be really activating. However, there can also be a shadow of this, because in this putting forth of this kind of image of impeccable super heroicness, there can be a not showing the vulnerable humanity. The vulnerable humanity can remain hidden. The wounded inner child that we all carry on some level can remain hidden, or at least the soft underbelly of the soft-hearted inner child, and the pain that we all carry, the pain that we all experience. There's just inevitably a certain amount of pain in the human experience, and no amount of enlightenment is going to entirely make that go away. It's just not the case. At least I never met someone for whom that was the case. It's just there's an inherent pain in the human experience, and I don't think we'd really want it any other way, because it keeps us humble, it keeps us grounded, it cracks us open, it deepens us, it keeps us connected to what people experience here on earth. It allows us to grieve the loss of loved ones and participate in that type of sacred honoring of what people meant to us. So pain can be a beautiful texture. And, this image of the kind of bulletproof, unfuckwittable Superman can kind of obscure vulnerable humanity. It can make it easy for people to put someone like Ben on a pedestal and to subtly devalue their own humanness. And it can make enlightenment seem like this special, out of reach, superhuman thing. And it can also create some kind of weird power dynamics sometimes. When figures put forth a superhuman image, there can be, interesting and sometimes sticky power dynamics that can arise. And, there have been other people that have explored some of those dynamics with respect to Ben's ecosystem, Ben's vortex. I'm not gonna dive deeper into that here, because I don't really want to speculate. That's not my main purpose here. My main purpose is to just primarily look at the teachings themselves and how they're presented. But I do think it's also important to, just notice the image that Ben presents and how that does lend itself to a certain placing of enlightenment as this special thing on a pedestal represented by Ben, that, then anyone engaging with his teachings is sort of, trying to become that, or idolizing that in a way, or making that something special, which can be a block to noticing that just you as you are right now, the messy, idiosyncratic, ragtag, patchwork human character who you are, and with all your scars, with all your wounds, with all your warts, with all your foibles, with all your deepest fears, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. And that's already it. That's already it, you see. That's already it. And none of that needs to change one iota for that to be unconditional freedom. That's unconditional freedom already. That's unconditional freedom presenting as the patchwork tapestry of you-ness that doesn't need to change one iota. You don't need to change a hair on your head. You don't need to become anything else or become special. You're it already, just as you are. Just as you are. As Peter Brown once said, a bum pissing is a holy man. Can you feel the liberation of that? Nothing to heal, nothing to improve, nothing to change, nothing to achieve. This is it now. This is unconditional freedom. And that's not to say that many of our human characters won't have aspirations to grow and heal and create things and accomplish things. Sure, that's all fully included too. That's super fun. It's really fun to play the game of being human and blossoming and flowering and growing and developing. But that's not what unconditional freedom is about. Unconditional freedom is about what this is right now, inexhaustibly, inextricably, unchangeably, stainlessly, free right now, just as you are. Nothing wrong, without needing to change anything, without needing to lift a finger or change a hair on your head. You're perfect. You are the inherent perfection of imperfection, the inherent completeness of incompletion. You are that. And the last point I wanted to touch on here is that Ben can sometimes seem to assume that his mission should be everyone's mission, or already is everyone's true mission. You know, Ben's organization's stated mission is igniting global awakening. And they sometimes put forth the idea that this is already kind of the secret mission that's just in the field of the collective. And if everyone began to awaken, everyone would realize that that is everyone's true mission, and everyone would just align with this mission. And I remember on a retreat of Ben's one time, we were all asked to say in unison, "I promise to fulfill the mission." And most everybody said these words in unison. And I raised my hand and said, "Hey, yeah, I just want to make a note that I found myself unable to say those words right there because it felt like something was being kind of imposed on me from the outside, and it didn't feel true to my organic nature." And without going into too much detail, I'll just say that that created a bit of a stir on that retreat. Ben and one of his facilitators seemed to it seemed to ruffle their feathers a little bit. Ben went on a bit of a loud rant about how we just don't care enough. It was something like that. I don't remember exactly. It was something like, "You don't care," and you know, his facilitator was trying to make me promise to fulfill my calling, which was another part of what we'd been working on, defining our calling. And I just said to the guy, "Look, man, I promise to be what I am. That's what I'll promise you in this moment. I promise to be what I am. Promise to be what I am." And you know, that was a defining moment on my path. And you know, that's a great example of how being on a retreat and being exposed to something like that potentially has a shadowy element of, you know, our mission must be your mission, that created the conditions for me to really affirm to myself, like, no, nothing apparently outside of myself tells me what my mission is. You know, as Peter Brown would say, you are the ultimate authority of your own experience. You are the ultimate authority of your own experience. And this requires ruthless honesty, of course, ruthless honesty, and hopefully people around you who can give it to you straight, because it's very easy to get deluded if you start telling yourself, "I'm the ultimate authority." But ultimately you are the ultimate authority of your own experience. And it was very empowering for me in that moment to put my foot down and say, no, somebody, nothing, you know, of course, in a profound sense, there is no outside or inside. This is all that. And yet at the same time, there can come moments on your path where something that is apparently outside of you can seem to try to impose something on you, or tell you that their map should be your map, or their way should be your way. And those are opportunities, those are profound moments to potentially put your foot down and say, no, I source what I am from within. And I promise to be me, and that's all I ever have to do. Or, you know, whatever expression comes up for you. You don't got to promise to be you. You don't got to promise anything. You don't got to promise anything to anyone. But for me, that's what resonated with me in that moment, was just, look, I promise to be what I am. And, you know, there's a certain paradox there, because it's like, oh, so you just promise to do what everybody's always doing. We're all just always being ourselves. We're all just always being what we are, and we can't be anything else. We just are what we are. You are you. Nothing to do but be you, baby. Nothing to do but be you. And so, you know, that was an important moment for me, an important moment of kind of organic recognition of my own intrinsic authority, And so, yeah, I just want to also just put it out there that no one else's mission needs to be your mission. What awakening looks like will be different for every single one. There are as many paths home to God, to now, as there are individual beings, and your path won't look like anyone else's. It will look like you. It will look like you being you. It will look like you being you. So whatever that looks like, you know, it could look like anything. It could look like bagging groceries. It could look like living on the fringes of society. It could look like You know, living in a castle, it could look like just an ordinary, solid job, solid home, solid family. It could look like becoming a monk. It could look like anything. It doesn't have to look like anything in particular. It doesn't have to look like anything special. So that's pretty much what I had to say today. Once more, huge appreciation to Bentino Masaro. Ben, I really appreciate you. If you ever see this video, I love you, man. Yeah, huge love. Thank you. I respect the hell out of you. You are in so many ways an inspiring catalyst on my path, and a brilliant and radiant man. So thank you for being you. And yeah, I received a lot of benefit from your work, and at the same time, just felt an increasingly strong heart calling over the years to share these messages publicly for whoever might find value in them, in whatever way they might find value in them. So I hope this was beneficial to somebody. Yeah, much love, much peace, much joy, much rest. Wish to you right here and now. Thank you, everybody. I love you. Take good care. Take good care. Take good care. Be well. Be well. Nothing to do but be you, baby. Nothing to do but be you. Peace and love. Yo, yo, family, familia. What up, what up? Sending love. Today, want to record this to share a message that fans of Jim Newman, the non-dual communicator, I invite you and I recommend to listen to Peter Brown, because I think he counterbalances Jim in a really beautiful way. I want to start by reading a short quote from Peter here from his latest posthumous book, Liberation Beyond Imagination. He says, in truth, this quote unquote void is not an absence, but a fullness. Describing it as nothingness is sloppy and misleading, as it implies a lack rather than the rich, ineffable nature of what is. So I just read that quote this evening, and I found it really fascinating. And I feel like that quote encapsulates the difference between Peter and Jim's teaching. And Jim wouldn't call his message a teaching. Jim has a very unique vocabulary, and don't get me wrong, I love Jim's vocabulary. I love Jim's way of speaking about this that is, this mystery, this nothing, this absence as he calls it, this nothing that is happening. Because Jim's pointers have a lot of potency. They can really, he's kind of like a non-dual butcher, He can really slice through a lot of conceptual fabrication and really blast some holes in the sense of solidity. His pointers have a lot of potency, and I've received a lot from Jim. And yeah, they can really snap you out of many layers of hypnosis, conceptual overlay. And the strength of his message is that it's so simple, it's so direct, it's not elaborate. He uses very few words in his responses to people, and his approach is basically to suffocate the sense of a solid, separate me. He tries to give absolutely nothing to that sense of a solid, separate, continuous, coherent, objectifiable, identifiable me. that we all typically assume ourselves to be. Jim has identified that as, you could say, the root concretization or solidification that the rest of our solidifications hinge upon. And he's basically taking an approach of trying to suffocate that separate me sense, which, as he says, isn't really there as a solid, definable entity. If you look closely, what you call the me is revealed to be, like the rest of reality, an unresolvable, unpinned downable gestalt of many different sensations, images, colors, textures, impressions. And of course, these words I'm using are also unresolvable, unfindable, as anything solid, as anything identifiable. So, anywho, Jim's approach is really to address that root solidification and attempt to reveal in one fell swoop that it doesn't exist in the way that we assume it to be. It's not solid in the way that we assume it to be. Yeah, so that's the strength of Jim's teaching. He's fantastic in many ways. He's hilarious. Both Peter and Jim are hilarious. And at the same time, there can be, as Peter pointed out there can be a shadow to Jim's teaching. And I've identified this before myself. And Peter kind of put his finger on it there. When you constantly speak about reality in negative terms as an absence or a nothing, the strength of that is that it doesn't give the mind, it doesn't give the me, the separate individual, anything to grab onto, really. It's like, what is a nothing? What is an absence? So it's hard to concretize or solidify a nothing or an absence or project something onto it. So that's the strength of that type of language. The downside of that type of language, as Peter pointed to, is that it can give an impression of a sense of lack. And the me will tend to turn that type of language into an image of some kind of empty void, some kind of abyss, some kind of dark, black, scary nothingness. And it will start to solidify that mental image. And it can quickly lead to quite a actually dreary and nihilistic space. It can lead to a very depressive, disorienting, nihilistic type of space, which, yeah, that can be a natural part of the spiritual path. I've heard people, at least one guy comes to mind who I've heard saying to Jim, yeah, I went to your retreat and now I'm on your Zoom call and just letting you know I'm in a space of extremely acute despair and really struggling over here. And I don't think I ever heard anyone say anything like that to Peter, even though, yeah, I've listened to more and attended more of Peter's meetings. So maybe there's something to look at there, because I do think that Jim's style can blast a big hole in people's current belief system and kind of pull the rug out from under them. But then what it gives them, what ends up happening is that they take his description of this nothing or this absence and they create a mental image of what that is, and they concretize it, and they take his descriptions of meaninglessness and purposelessness and pointlessness and worthlessness, and no one could possibly want this, and it's valueless. And these statements can be good pointers in the right moment, but they can also be completely misapprehended and uh, and distorted and concretized and turned into quite a dreary and nihilistic, solipsistic, really a downer worldview an individual, by an individual. So that is the shadow of Jim's teaching. And as well, because Jim focuses so much on the supposed me, on the fact that there is actually no solid me, and that at a certain point the sense of solidity of the solid me can just kind of fall away, or one can notice that it was never there, that that solidity was never there. Because he focuses so much on that, you end up hearing about that constantly. People are constantly asking him about it. He's constantly bringing it up. And so it can also create this ambient sense of none of us are there yet. Jim is the only one for whom the me has dropped away. I want to be like Jim. I wish I could be like Jim. I wish my me could drop away and I could be free like Jim. It can create, similar to what Peter said, this sense of lack, or this sense of something hasn't happened yet. Jim has something that I don't. And of course, a lot of his other language completely goes against this. Jim often very clearly states, this is it already. This is what is longed for already. This is unconditional love. This is unconditional freedom. Nothing is a problem. This is it. However, because there is this constant discussion of the supposed dropping away of the me, which, as Jim also points out, isn't even a real thing, because there was never a solid me to begin with. It's just simply noticed at some point that that's the case, and perhaps noticed with increasing clarity that that's the case. Yeah, because that is such a fixation and a common topic in his meetings, it can create that ambient sense that something, it can fuel it can fuel the sense of neediness, that something needs to happen, something hasn't happened yet, something happened for Jim that hasn't happened for me. I need to get what he's talking about. So anywho, especially if you're someone who's a fan of Jim and you've listened to a lot of his stuff, and if anything I've said about the shadows of Jim's message resonates at all, then this is especially relevant for you, I would say. And the relevance is, check out Peter Brown. That's the invitation. Check out the teaching of Peter Brown. Peter has about 80, well, far more than 80. There's a tremendous treasure trove of audio on his website, theopendoorway.org. But specifically, the Non-Duality podcast has put out about 80 hours of his talks on YouTube and Spotify, and I can link those beneath this video. Peter's books are also incredible. This new posthumous book, it's ironically like 800 pages, and yet, of course, every page is just relentlessly pointing at the same thing, the one wholeness, the one completion that we are. But Peter's truly a master of language, truly an artist with language, and comes at it from so many different angles. He's really incredible. And Peter's emphasis is entirely different from Jim's, actually, in a really beautiful way. Peter's entire teaching is called the yoga of radiant presence. So his term for the absolute, for what reality is radiant presence. He points out that, undeniably, there is this presence here, this fullness, life is, nature is, experience is, and it's absolutely full of this radiance. It's full of these radiating qualities and textures and shapes that we typically take to be these solid definable objects. But if you look closely at anything, if you go into anything, Peter points out with resounding clarity that anything that you look at closely opens up into a bottomless infinity of detail. It opens up into total indeterminacy, total unresolvability, total, slipperiness. Everything is slippery. Everything is constantly morphing and shifting and slipping away. And yet, above all, Peter instructs us to look at this absolute juiciness, this vitality, this aliveness, this positivity, this explosive fullness that is just, spontaneously generating itself from nowhere, from pure presence, from this, immovable, rock solid, unstainable, unstoppable fact of pure infinity here and now. He just relentlessly directs our attention toward the presence of this and toward the absolutely unstoppable, radiant juiciness of this, the lusciousness, the richness, the astonishment, the meaningfulness, the purposefulness. Yes, unresolvable meaningfulness, unresolvable purposefulness. You cannot resolve anything precisely. You cannot resolve precisely what the meanings are or what the purposes are. And yet Peter points out that this juiciness, this suggestiveness, this artistry, this, purposefulness is woven into every detail. Everything is precisely as it is, even though what it precisely is cannot be defined. So Peter was really a master of directing our attention toward what Jim calls the appearance. Jim kind of dismisses this as the appearance. Oh, yeah, that's the appearance. And there can be a bit of almost a sense of a duality I sometimes find with Jim's teaching, where there's a feeling of like, okay, so there's the appearance, and then there's the nothing, which can never appear, the nothing, which can never be perceived, yet can only be realized when the me drops away. And I find some of this, I feel some of this languaging is a bit sloppy. So much of Jim's languaging is incredibly brilliant, incredibly genius. Like I love some of his phrasings, like a release into unknowing, so many gorgeous phrasings Jim has, and yet there can be this subtle sense of a duality created between the appearance and the nothing. And Peter was an absolute master of demonstrating the complete and total seamlessness of this one completion, this one wholeness, this one presence. And Peter demonstrated the astonishing nature of this presence through inviting us to go deeply into the artistry and the magicalness, the miraculousness of what is appearing, of the radiance, of any detail. Any detail opens up again into bottomless infinity of information, of sparklingness, of radiant rainbow hyperdimensionality. Reality is revealed to be this omnipresent hyper tapestry that is just utterly effulgent, utterly overflowing with this juiciness, this vividness, this lusciousness. And in that, you can really feel the Vajrayana, the Dzogchen influence on Peter's teaching. The sense of that tantric juiciness, that tantric vividness. Peter would invite us into that and invite us to discover the absolute therein, right here and now, as this unstoppable, overflowing buzzingness, sparklingness, shimmeringness, that which cannot be said, yet he was really a master of going about as close as you can get with language to putting a finger on this and then repeatedly showing that you can't actually pin it down, that it is truly unresolvable. And as you go deeper and deeper into unresolvability, it's revealed that all things are completely unresolvable, including what you call yourself. And yet here you are, and here we are, and we are this miraculous, astonishing, undeniable wholeness that is here. We are that. It can't be resolved, and yet here it is, and here we are, and we are that. And Peter was remarkably, remarkably clear about that fact, and his style, I feel, is really a fantastic antidote for anyone who might have received a lot from Jim, but found themselves grappling with some of the shadows that I've outlined here. So thank you for listening. Much, much love to both Jim and Peter. Deeply, deeply grateful for both of you gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for all you've done. Thank you. Much love, much peace, everybody. Thank you for listening. Take good care. Take good care. Peace. Duality or non-duality? Well, both, neither, far beyond either. Both, neither, far beyond either. This infinity that is here, this boundless infinity, is all inclusive. It's all inclusive. Any way that it seems to be, whether that seems dualistic, whether that seems non-dual, these are all valid, heartbreakingly poetic ways for infinity to be with infinity, or not. It could be framed as many other things too. You can't pin down what anything is precisely, and yet it's all included. It's all included. You being a human being, you eating a slice of pizza, you being with your family, you doing your thing, being what you are, exploring the world. That's all real. That's all true. That's all nothing other than this same infinity that is here, this same infinity that cannot be pinned down as being this or that. And when you see that it can't be pinned down as being this or that, you can see that that's what really allows it to have space for everything, allows it to have the space to include everything. Because if it could just be said, oh yeah, absolute infinity is just that transcendent silence where you basically feel like you're popping out of existence, getting sucked out of existence into this space of pre-vibratory silence and stillness and just unsayable godness, resting as unsayable godness. That's one way that the quote unquote absolute can seem to be. And yet to try to pin that down and concretize that and say, oh no, that is the absolute. That was definitely the absolute. Now I'm going to make a whole system about how that transcendent possibility, which is dependent on a particular rarefied state, is the absolute, and our whole purpose should be to just realize that. That's another valid story that you can tell. That's another valid way for God to be with God in the form of a spiritual system of that nature. And yet, God, infinity, silence, what is, the ever-loving heart of hearts, it's not limited to any one story. Can't be pinned down to any one story. If you can see how that would be a limitation, a limitation. It includes all these numberless modes, all these never-ending ways that it can be with itself. There's a beautiful quote from Peter Brown. He said something like, "The everything is just as true as the nothing. The world is just as true as a sea of infinity. Realization is becoming aware of the full range of modes of how this can be with this, or a fuller range of modes, and then finding your own center of gravity, settling into your own center of gravity." So a lot of what non-duality is basically just training our sensitivity, becoming more sensitive so that we can actually see and sense and feel and be with and melt into infinity in numberless ways that transcend what we usually consider the human condition, the human perspective, the human experience. There are numberless realms and dimensions and ways that infinity can be with infinity that are supra-personal in nature, transcendent and inclusive of the personal. They can go vastly beyond what we typically consider human. I mean, even when we sleep at night, most of us don't pay attention to this, but even when we sleep at night, we usually experience periods of deep, dreamless sleep where everything melts away. Everything recognizably human and earthly melts away, and we just completely dissolve into, pure consciousness or silence. What is that? That happens every night, and we typically just don't pay attention to it. But non-duality is a lot about paying more attention to these more subtle and rarefied aspects of our experience that are already there. It's not contriving anything. It's not creating a state that's not already there. It's just noticing what is here more and more sensitively, which can open up, what can seem to be different states or new states, like what I talked about earlier, this rarefied state of popping out or being slurped through the pointless point of pure silence and just feeling yourself as pure absolute consciousness. That could be seen as some kind of special state, but I'd say it's more accurately described as just more sensitively noticing what has always been here. That space of pure silence about which nothing can be said is always here. It's always right here. We just don't usually notice it. And similarly, again, there are infinite aspects, angles, poetries, dimensionalities, musicalities, strangenesses of what this is and how this is being with itself that we don't typically notice. And so, yoga or non-duality in large part is about snapping out of our current normalcy, snapping out of our usual definitions, so that we can start to taste and be with experience in numberless different ways that transcend what we usually think of as our functionality or as our human condition. And one of the best ways to do that is to just practice dropping definitions as much as possible. Because what you come to see through yoga is that solidified definitions are really a form of magic. And this is how we, to a profound extent, create the reality tunnels that we live in. The world that any individual seems to live in, the universe that any individual seems to live in, is largely a product of deeply solidified agreements, beliefs, and definitions. Fundamentally, these agreements and beliefs consist of symbolic definitions or vibratory definitions that have been concretized and solidified. And that's probably how this entire earthly realm even appears. It seems that there are, very deeply concretized definitions somewhere within the God mind that at a certain point emanated forth as this apparently collectively shared realm of consciousness, where there's this kind of experience of a consensus reality that has a lot of overlap with the apparently billions of different universes that are all coinciding here in this earth realm, which from a certain perspective are all the one God mind looking at itself from numberless angles, looking at itself through billions of angles in this earth realm. And that's just one realm of consciousness. There are potentially infinite or really infinite other realms of consciousness. And in a profound sense, again, they're all right here, right now. They're all right here, right now. They can all be accessed right here, right now. The substrate of all of them is right here, right now. And yet, even to say things like that, to say, oh, it's the God mind looking at itself from infinite angles, or the totality is here right now, all possibilities are here right now. These might be good pointers at certain moments, but if you latch on to anything like that and start to solidify that and turn that into a new concretization, you start to miss the mark in another direction. Any solidification just begins to lock you into a partial reality, a partialization, where you're then less able to see, experience, and be with the full infinitude. And it seems like the more skillfully we can learn to cease to solidify our definitions, the more freely we can just float through this full range of modes and just find our own natural center of gravity, as Peter said, which I think is a really beautiful notion. So it's like in yoga, in non-duality, we train to see a much fuller range of modes of how this infinity can express, can present, can be with itself. We discover this range of modes that reveals miraculousness. I mean, the more of these subtle modes you discover, the more you notice that it's just the ultimate achievement has already been achieved. That whatever this is, it is infinite beyond all reckoning. It is miraculous beyond all reckoning. It is utterly astonishing that it happens to be here at all, that it happens to look like this at all. It's just like, what is this? What is even what is even going on here? How is this even possible right now? And yet again, every single thing I'm saying, if you concretize it and you say, oh, okay, I got it now. This is miraculousness. This is miraculousness. I got it. Then you start to miss the mark and you just get absorbed in that partialization. And that too is completely valid. Again, that's completely real and true way for God to be with God. It's just that it's a partialization, and through yoga, we just learn to more skillfully recognize these partializations, and we start to just more deeply see the mechanism by which solidification of any definition, of any belief, creates our reality tunnel. We then start to live in that immersive perspective. And so we become more skilled at not solidifying, so that again, we can just kind of float through these different modes and find our own center of gravity in every moment. This center of gravity is not going to be a static thing. It's continuously, artfully dancing and updating. And that's really, I would say that's really why the apparent yogi becomes more artful as the pathless path progresses, because she becomes much more available. Because in the absence of being locked into one solidified mode or one partialized perspective, there's just this availability to float through an infinity of potential perspectives, potential modes, potential ways for this to be with this. And she's able to just let her organic center of gravity arise and flow to where it needs to flow moment to moment. Things become very fluid, and the context that one is in is just able to call forth spontaneously the natural poetry of one's heart that is most well suited to that particular instance. Whereas if you're locked into a really intensely solidified network of beliefs, then your range of responses and reactions is vastly more limited than a yogi who has dropped solidification to a great degree and is therefore fluidly able to dance. It's just kind of like you have your range of dance moves opens up vastly. It opens up vastly because you have fewer appliances, you have fewer hang-ups that seem to arbitrarily dictate how God needs to be with God through the aperture of you-ness in any given instant. So that's something really cool. That's something really cool. Just finding your own center of gravity. It's very liberating. It's very freeing to realize you don't need to become like Jesus Christ. You don't need to become like Mother Teresa. There's nothing to do but be you. Nothing to do but be you, baby. You have your own center of gravity, your own truth, your own natural dancingness that can flow and move and harmoniously be with life in the way that feels right for you, moment by moment, the way that organically blossoms through you, moment to moment. That's available for you. And that really feels very freeing. It just feels very freeing to be with this infinity as infinity, where we cease to solidify it or pin it down as either duality or non-duality or emptiness or form or absolute or politics or Donald Trump or Buddha or whatever it is. We just, it's kind of like increasingly hollowing out all these solidifications. And it's not like the definitions have to completely go away. You can still see that you're floating through this explosive range of potential definitions. There's this just meaningfulness and juiciness and suggestiveness, and there's all these stories and poetries and perspectives floating around. It's just that when you just cease to grasp them, you cease to cling so tightly to any one of them, there's just this inherent flavor of freedom. It feels like, oh wow, this is much more relaxing. This is much more relaxing than gripping so tight to one partialized frame and trying to shove infinite reality into like one film canister of a partialized frame and be like, it has to all fit in here. It has to all fit in this one frame. And it's just like it's never gonna all fit in that one frame. That frame is valid, it's real and true. It's, in its own context, it's true as far as it goes, but you're never gonna be able to fit infinity into a single frame. And so there's just a lot of freedom in allowing yourself to discover a more frameless frame where frames themselves cease to be solidified and there can just be this fluidity, there can be this availability, there can be this floatingness, and you can find your own center of gravity moment by moment, whether that looks more dualistic in some moments, more non-dualistic in some moments. Duality and non-duality can be seen as two sides of the same coin, like form and emptiness, that are completely inseparable, and they can be seen as two sides of this intimacy of yin and yang that are dancing, that are endlessly engaged in this intimate dance, and that are actually mirroring and revealing each other through each other and liberating each other into ever greater echelons of God realization, infinity recognition, recognizing what is completely beyond all categories, including duality or non-duality, recognizing how that infinity is truly all-inclusive, truly all-inclusive. In Zen they say, not two and not one. So this is what they're pointing at. They're pointing at the infinity of that is already here, this infinity of full God realization that is already here, that apparently gets to experience this pathway of actually rediscovering its own already full God realization, its already full infinity realization. And when we start to see that neither duality nor non-duality can fully contain or fully express what is here, we just can again learn to cease solidifying dualistic or non-dualistic frames, and we can just become even freer to let this driftingness, this floatingness, this morphingness of here nowness, which on one hand is seamless, bottomless, non-dual infinity. On another hand is just me, JB, hanging out in this room, just being a dad, being a bro, chilling. And both, neither far beyond either, it's this infinity of modes and flavors. And as we learn to cease solidifying, we allow ourselves to be with a fuller range of the textures and flavors, and just to see clearly why solidifying any one of them is always going to be a partialization that can't fully contain what this is. And so then we just see that mechanism more clearly, we float more freely, become more available to the full range of modes, and we let our own center of gravity artfully and availably blossom and find its rhythm, find its music, find its poetry, find its flow, moment to moment. Thank you for listening. One love, namaste, peace, juiciness. Don't forget to notice the juiciness, notice the poetry, notice the miraculousness. One love, peace, infinity. Take care, family. I love you. Take care. Yo, I'm feeling some fucking fire today, and I'm coming here to say the biggest trap of spirituality is that it can lull you the fuck to sleep. That's the irony. You know, everybody talks about awakening. Ooh, I awaken to the now, and ooh, I'm enlightened now because I'm so content with the now, and I just sit here in meditation and I don't want to do anything but stare at this leaf and and that can be extremely liberating. That can be beautiful. I've spent a lot of time there, but I periodically realize that when I go too much into that mode, I start suppressing parts of myself that don't just want to sit around doing nothing, motherfucker. I start suppressing parts of myself that are like this fucking fire-breathing dragon back here, that are just like ready to fucking go, ready to fucking erupt like a fucking volcano, ready to fucking charge up, ready to fucking charge up, you know, with the fucking armpit stains and everything, motherfucker, like ready to fucking go, ready to charge up. There are parts of us that are ready to erupt from the soil like a mighty fucking sequoia and break through all fucking limitations and bust out of this chrysalis and spread our fucking wings. Giant fucking pterodactyl wings erupting from the shoulder blades and just fucking getting it, fucking flying, fucking surging forth like pure electricity, fucking claiming what is ours in this world, fucking claiming what is ours, fucking fertilizing these soils to grow super abundant, vast fruit forests for our grandchildren's grandchildren, feed the next 80,000 generations. There is an impulse in us that wants to expand, that wants to impregnate this fucking world with pure life force. An impulse that wants to create beauty and epicness and awesomeness. An impulse that knows that we can do so much more on this planet. Like, what in the fuck? In so many ways, this planet is a wasteland. Like there's so many people out here who are just fucking depressed and lonely and anxious, and there's children just fucking dying and getting kidnapped and raped, and there's all this war, and there's all this ugly ass architecture, and there's all these things that we could make so much more epic and so much more beautiful. We could transform the face of this planet into an epic fucking art sanctuary. We could unleash, literally remove the leash, remove the chains from all of ourselves, and we could just fucking erupt forth. We could just fucking erupt forth and shatter old structures, shatter obsolete paradigms, and create something more beautiful than any of us could ever imagine. And you just have to be careful with spirituality that you're not suppressing and numbing that part of you through the endless fixation on beingness and just being here now and just being so gentle and so heart-centered and so content with the now. Oh, I'm so enlightened, and that means that I don't need to do anything and be anything, and I'm just no one now, and there's no one here, and this is nothing, and that's happiness for me. You know, like that's, you can explore that mode, and that may be very liberating for many people. Sure, go for it. That's valid. But if you're using that, you got to be careful that you're not using that to hide out from the shit you're scared of, the parts of you that are straight motherfucking gangsters that just want to erupt forth like a band of fucking ninjas and come forth and assassinate obsolete paradigms on this planet, assassinate stagnation and boredom and fixity and fixedness, and just slash through all that like a straight fucking katana blade, just slash through all that and make shit happen. Make shit happen. Fucking, again, impregnate this world, this life with your visions and bring them into fruition. Just be careful that you're not suppressing that with whatever your enlightened spirituality claims to be. I don't care what the fucking mode is. I don't care if you believe you're fully enlightened. There is no full enlightenment. There is no enlightenment. Life is a never-ending awakening. Life is a never-ending enlightening. Every moment is a revelation. Every moment is a total immersion in freshness, a totally new, never before seen way that the infinite artistry of what is being with itself and playing with itself and dancing with itself and erupting forth through itself orgasmically. It's a never ending revelation. It's like a geyser or a waterfall. It just keeps erupting and cascading through itself. So if you're telling yourself, oh yeah, I'm fully enlightened, I'm done, there's nothing else for me to do here, then you're fucking bullshitting yourself. You're bullshitting yourself because this is newness. This is freshness. There's always more to open into. There's always more to unfold into. And any single mode is going to have its blind spots. Any single mode is going to create blindness in other areas. So if you go too deep into supposedly enlightenment spiritualities and be here now pacification, that might be liberating for you, but just be careful. You might want to just kick that to the side for a while and just see what happens when you just be you and you put down all the non-duality books and the Eckhart Tolle and you just fucking let yourself roar like a lion and see what kind of musicalities want to erupt forth from your channel when you just let yourself be unimpeded fire, unimpeded electricity, unimpeded force of nature. You are a force of nature. Just be sure that your enlightened spirituality is not pacifying and numbing you to the force of natureness that is wanting to erupt forth from your beingness and fucking set this world on fire, activate a wildfire that can save us from ourselves, that can fucking consume this world in a blaze of loving glory, of divinity, of God, and set our hearts on fire to fucking build dope shit. Build dope shit. Make this world the sanctuary we know in our hearts that it is and that it can be. Return Gaia to her native frequency. This earth is screaming out for assistance, screaming out for people to truly care about her. Care about her. Stop telling yourself that this world is an illusion. It's not an illusion. It's right fucking here. It's solid. It's made of bones and cartilage and sinew and heart. You are a living, breathing organism on this planet, and you can care about her and you can make shit happen. You can do epic shit on this planet. Never forget that. Never forget that. Never let anything kill your natural impulse to blossom and expand, your natural impulse to erupt like a geyser in whatever way you do, your natural impulse to go supernova like a star, like a sun, and just fucking omnidirectionally consume this cosmos in a blaze of supernova loving glory of pure divinity. If that's in you, don't suppress that. Don't suppress that through pacifying spiritualities. Let your channel erupt freely. Give us your pure raw you-ness. We're hungry for it. We're dying for it. We're dying for that raw, blazing fire of pure you. You. We need you. Rise, motherfucker. Talking to myself as much as you. Rise, motherfucker. It's time to shatter these glass ceilings. 2025. Let's fucking go. Time to shatter fucking glass ceilings this year. Let's fucking go. Shatter glass ceilings. Destroy obsolete paradigms. Let's fucking break through. Let's fucking get this money, boys and girls. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking get these dead presidents, son. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Admit to yourself what you actually desire and fucking go toward it. Go directly toward it. Stop telling yourself spiritualized lies that say, oh, I don't really want what I think that I want. No, those aren't good desires. Those aren't good spiritual desires. Those are your fucking desires for a reason. Be authentic. Be honest with yourself. What do you want? Go get it. Go get it. It's right there. We live in a time of unbelievable opportunity. Millions upon millions of opportunities right at our fingertips. We live in the time of AI explosion, the time of the internet, access to billions of people. We live in the time of paid advertising, enormous leverage, AI bots, cryptocurrency, meme coins. There's literally a billion opportunities that people haven't noticed yet to become a millionaire and actualize epic impact, and they're just sitting all around. They're just strewn all around us. We can fucking seize those. We can tune into the zeitgeist, and we can look at this chess game of civilization, and we can see opportunity to think 12 steps ahead of everybody else and fucking plant some seeds of epicness that can impact and uplift a whole fuck ton of people. And we can make this fucking paper, bro. We can fucking get rich from that. There's nothing non-spiritual about fucking getting rich by serving people and impacting people and uplifting people in a positive fucking epic way. Stop telling yourself that you can only be spiritual if you're broke and fucking ascetic and humble and you live in a fucking loincloth in a fucking shanty. That's fucking old news. That's boring. That's fucking outdated paradigm from fucking ancient impoverished villages in fucking the Orient. Get that shit out of here. It's fucking fully okay to admit that you want money, that you want resources, that you want to feel prosperous and abundant, that you want to be properly rewarded and compensated for the God-given natural talent and fire and blazing glory that you have. God damn. Fucking A. Fully fucking valid. Admit what you want. Just admit who you are. Admit if you're suppressing your fucking inner gangster, your inner fucking empress, or your inner dragon, or your inner fucking warrior, or creator, or wizard, or enchantress who wants to fucking make some magic on this planet, who wants to fucking beam some fucking rainbow galaxy, starlight, fucking magical elixirs onto this planet and make some fucking cool shit happen. Just be honest to yourself about who you are. It's the hardest fucking thing to do. I've been trying to do it for so fucking long, and I continue to turn over new stones and discover new ways that I'm fucking hiding from myself, new ways that I've been numbing and suppressing parts of myself, and I'm on a mission to fucking be all of me. I want to be the fullness of what I am. I want to be the full spectrum incarnation of what I fucking am. I want to be the full spectrum, integrated, angelic, demonic, insect, God, man, and Superman, suprapersonal and personal, emptiness and form. You know, I want to own all parts of myself and bring them all into the fires of the heart so they can all be alchemized and transfigured into a harmonized omnidirectional supernova of uplifting God energy, God power, God love, God grace in all directions. That's what I want. And I want to be rewarded for it. I want to be fucking rewarded for it. I want to get what I deserve too. I want to uplift the whole, and the whole includes me, motherfucker. The whole includes JB. I want to be uplifted too. I want to have fun too. I want to play higher level games. I want to be able to not think twice about flying across the world to go to a friend's wedding. I don't want to be checking my bank account and seeing if I have enough to do that. I want it to be a no fucking brainer. I don't want to have to think about, can I send my daughter to a better school? Do we have the money for that? I don't want to think about that. I want to fucking know. She's going to whatever fucking school is best for her. Or she ain't going to school if that's better for her. Then we'll cross that bridge when it comes. I don't want to have to doubt these things. I want to activate. I'm fucking ready. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Thank you for listening. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you to this earth. Thank you, Dragon. gods. Thank you to the inner gangster. Can't spell God without OG. Original gangsta, motherfucker. Let's fucking go. Pure love in all directions. Pure love in all directions. Let's fucking activate. Let's fucking activate. Source energy. Source energy ain't fucking timid, G. This is pure chaos. This is pure eruption of cosmic volcano in every fucking direction, orgasmically activating itself to new echelons in every fucking nanosecond. Let's fucking do that shit. That's fun. That's fun for me, at least. Do your thing. Find your mode. Find your flow. Find your natural center of gravity. It ain't gonna look like mine, but I get the feeling that what I'm spouting forth today has relevance for many of us out there. I think many of us spiritual motherfuckers have been pacifying so many parts of ourselves. We've been pacifying the inner gangster who wants to fucking get it. We've been pacifying the inner Navy SEAL who's ready to fucking complete the mission. We've been pacifying the inner fucking scientist and entrepreneur and strategist who knows how to bring structure and organization and discipline and logic and reason and systematic thinking into our projects and into our efforts so that we can actually utilize leverage to amplify what we're doing to entirely new heights. You know, it's a sad story that many of the most pure-hearted people on this earth refuse to engage in strategic, systematic thinking of how we can actually leverage the technologies and capacities available to us at this moment on the planet to amplify the most epic and beautiful and glorious shit. We need to fucking level up because the fucking sociopaths and narcissists and psychopaths are sure as shit using everything that's at their disposal, and they're not separate from us either. Love your inner narcissist, love your inner sociopath, love your inner psychopath, love your inner Donald Trump, your inner Jeff Dahmer. I don't find anything in existence that is apart from me on the deepest level. I find all potentialities within myself, and it's only through loving all parts of myself, all parts of creation, that I can truly and fully remember the wholeness that I am, that I can truly remember the wholeness, and that I can truly heal that wholeness and fullness of what I am, heal and integrate and be the fullness of what I am, and allow even the least among us, even the most contorted, distorted, violent, sick parts to be held in the fires of God's unconditional love and to set down their burdens and return to their original luminous template and harmonize with the whole. That's the next level fucking deep ass shadow work that motherfuckers are not ready for. God damn. God damn. I've been at this shit for years, and it's just, the layers just keep peeling back. You wouldn't believe how deep the rabbit hole goes. And this is another fresh wave. This fucking, we're doing Gangster Month in the Brotherhood this month, and goddamn, the gangster archetype is fucking crazy activating. I didn't realize how much I had suppressed my inner gangster and how much I need to integrate my inner gangster in a wholesome way, harmonized with the whole of my being, aligned with my North Star. I need my inner gangster. I need my inner dragon, my inner fire-breathing fucking rainbow dragon, pterodactyl ass, tear this shit down, Shiva the Destroyer, motherfucker. Yeah, I need that shit too. I welcome all parts. I welcome all parts of myself to be held in this light and held in this love and integrated with the whole, that I may embody the truth of what I am, the full spectrum, for the highest good, the highest empowerment, the highest upliftment, the highest love of all. May all beings know the true meaning of funkalicious, bodacious, tubular jazz, hip-hop epicness out here, motherfucker. May all beings know the true meaning of cowabunga, motherfucker. Cowabunga, dude! Surf's up, dude! Yes, motherfucker, yes. Don't ignore this shit. So easy to just tell yourself, "Oh, this guy's crazy. I don't know what this guy's talking about. This guy's just crazy. He's another insane guy on the internet. You know, yeah. I don't know why I wasted my time on this video. If you're still watching this fucking video, something here is relevant for you, motherfucker. Something here is relevant for you. You better find out what that fucking is, boys and girls. Better ask yourself, what is being reflected in me here? This is a mirror that you don't stumble upon every day. There ain't many videos like this out there on YouTube. In fact, this is the only video like this out there on YouTube because I'm the only fucking me that's out there. I'm the only one that could make this shit. And you're the only one that can make the shit that you're meant to make. And we need that shit, motherfucker. So make it. Make it. Give it to us. Give it to us. Penetrate us with that long dick of your creative impulse. We need your fucking ejaculatory you-ness to fucking splatter our faces with rainbow awesomeness. We need you, motherfucker. We need you. Gaia needs you. This cosmos needs you. Your life is the knife's edge of billions of years of evolution, flowering toward explosion of pure God energy. We need you to surf that knife's edge, that wave. And yes, it's all perfect. And yes, none of it's a requirement. And yes, fuck self-improvement. And yes, let yourself rest as this now, this wholeness of perfection that is always right here, right now. And don't let that become a trap, motherfucker. Don't let that become a trap. Don't let that cause you to numb and suppress your God-given impulse to erupt like a fucking volcano, a fucking geyser. Motherfucker. Don't suppress that impulse. You are a volcano. You are a fucking geyser. You are Mount Olympus about to fucking crack open and gurgitate fucking lava all over the landscape. Let that shit flow forth. If that's what's in you, let it out. Whatever is in you must come out or else it will destroy you from within. To paraphrase Jesus Christ. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being you. I love you. I love you. I do. Have fun, man. It's life. Take it easy. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Have fun. Peace. Family, familia, what's up? What is good? Felt inspired to make a video riffing about non-dual Christianity. Non-dual Christianity. Yeah, I've seen some people assert that Christianity cannot be synthesized with Buddhism, for example, that the two are just completely at odds, or at least that they have irreconcilable differences. And I've come to feel that this is a limiting view. It's a limiting view. If you look at Dzogchen Buddhism, widely considered the highest teaching of Tibetan Buddhism, I believe, or Tantric Buddhism, the highest expression of the Vajrayana, Dzogchen actually asserts a trinity. A friend pointed this out to me recently, peace to Max. And I had known about the Trinity within Dzogchen, but I hadn't made the leap for some reason. I hadn't connected it to the Trinity in Christianity, but he kind of spelled that out for me. And so in Dzogchen, you've got the Dharma Kaya, the truth body, which represents ultimate reality. You've got the Sambhoga Kaya, the energy body, which represents the radiant expression of the truth body as radiant energy. And you've got the Nirmana Kaya, which represents the physical manifestation of sentient life. So it's kind of like Dharmakaya is pure emptiness, Sambhogakaya is the effortless radiance or self-luminosity of this emptiness, And the Nirmanakaya is the miraculous way in which the Sambhogakaya can present as a physical world of physical beings and manifestations. And so it's really fascinating to notice that these actually map beautifully onto the Trinity of Christianity. God the Father, in this conception, would represent the innermost essence, the pure formless awareness, the pure emptiness, pure consciousness. The Holy Spirit would map onto Sambhogakaya as kind of the dancing Shakti, the luminous life force that emanates forth from this pure stainless awareness. And Jesus Christ, the Son, would represent and map onto the Nirmanakaya, which is the physical human manifestation of divinity, the way in which the Dharmakaya and Sambhogakaya miraculously present as and shapeshift into and poetically express as these sacramental human journeys that we are all living. So there's actually this incredibly parsimonious symmetry. Parsimonious, I believe I'm using that word correctly. This incredible symmetry, this incredible harmony between these two systems. And yeah, I don't really strongly identify as a Buddhist or a Christian at this moment. And yet both of these traditions are really dear to my heart. Both these traditions have deeply impacted me. And I was raised Christian, I was raised Catholic, and I the last couple years I went through this profoundly deep reintegration of Christianity. It was very like cellular, it was very visceral. There were these vivid, tangible experiences of Jesus Christ, presence of pure love coming to my heart, opening my heart. Sometimes it felt like open heart surgery. It was incredibly tender, incredibly luminous, incredibly beautiful, sacred experiences. And I reintegrated various Christian approaches into my daily life, into my spiritual practice. It's very common for me to make the sign of the cross. I usually do this several times per day. I make the sign of the cross. I say, thank you, God. I say different types of prayers. I listen to a lot of Christian music. I feel the Christian operating system that was handed down to me is especially valuable within family life. I became a father and a husband in the last few years. And in a way, I think I needed to reintegrate a lot of the Christian operating system of my ancestry and root myself there in order to stay put within the pressure cooker of family life and transfigure into the more rooted, fatherly, mature, masculine version of me who could actually hold that new phase of life and stay put and stand strong in that new phase of life. So I'm extremely grateful for Christianity. I mean, right over there on my little kind of mini altar over there, I've got a statue of the Virgin Mary with baby Jesus from Mexico. I've got a beautiful kind of silver encrusted, I don't think it's real silver, but it's a beautiful silver encrusted kind of image of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus that I got in Vatican City. I went to Vatican City last year, I believe. And I've also got a Buddha over there. I've got a crucifix. I've got some different types of iconography. So yeah, that can just show you that I have deeply reintegrated the Christianity of my youth. I go to church as well sometimes. I don't feel a need to strongly identify as Christian at the moment, yet I feel deeply connected to my ancestry, deeply connected to the church, deeply connected to this beautiful tradition of devotion and sanctification, humility. I find Christianity contains tremendously powerful psycho-spiritual technologies for humility, which is very valuable for me as my psychedelic use for many years had a tendency to make me kind of ungrounded, inflated, grandiose, develop a bit of a guru complex, a bit of a God complex. So the Christian view of kind of humbling oneself, bowing down as a child of God, bowing down before divinity, and saying things like, you know, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, or Lord, I am not worthy to receive you, but only say the word and I shall be healed. These types of prayers are incredible psychotechnologies for humility medicine. And they wouldn't necessarily be optimal for people who are really deep in a space of guilt or shame. And this is where I think this is a shadow of Christianity, that a lot of modern Christianity does drive people into a space of intense guilt or shame or self-loathing. And then if people repeatedly continue to say the prayers of Christianity, like, I'm not worthy to receive you, only say the word and I shall be healed, or calling themselves a sinner, it could create just a feedback loop that drives them further into a shame hole. And yet for me, that medicine was really needed. That medicine was really needed. And like I said, the family values of the Christian operating system were really needed. I had been living kind of a Peter Pan, vagabond, wildly free lifestyle for many years, kind of wandering the earth prior to family life. And my operating system basically consisted of a smorgasbord of kind of non-dual and new age perspectives that I had pieced together through my explorations. And I still integrate a great deal of that smorgasbord. And yet it was really the reintegration of Christianity that felt very, very important. You could say I'd been living kind of a left-hand pathy lifestyle for many years, and I needed to reintegrate the right-hand path, the path of more so devotion, selfless service, dignity, humility. Not that the left-hand path can't also be dignified, but generally the right-hand path more so signifies devotion, service, humility, which are some of the biggest things I needed to reintegrate. So I've been experiencing this synthesis of right-hand and left-hand path. Generally, the left-hand path of spirituality more so signifies the iconoclastic strains of burn it all down, no tradition, no system, direct non-dual truth, individuation, tantric sensual exploration of all of life, inclusion of all of life's most adventurous and unorthodox pathways. So yeah, I was pretty left-hand pathy, and the reintegration of the right-hand path has been valuable for me. And yeah, another point I wanted to make, many people would probably assume that that non-duality, if somebody goes deep into non-duality, that would cause them to abandon and disavow any religious system or ideology that they had integrated. At least I think some kind of Neo-Advaita radical non-duality people assume this, kind of the Jed McKenna crowd, this type of person. I don't think this is the case at all, because I've also been on this trajectory of deeply exploring the world's non-dual traditions for many years. I had my first openings to non-duality about 14 years ago or something like this at this point. And I deeply explored, Taoism, Zen, other forms of Buddhism, Dzogchen, Vajrayana. Very notably, I've spent a ton of time with Peter Brown's Yoga of Radiant Presence, which is kind of like a modern distillation of Dzogchen and Kashmir Shaivism and Zen that strips away a lot of the kind of more decorative trappings of those traditions, the outer kind of decorative aspects, and it just goes straight to the heart of things. The yoga of radiant presence is just all about going directly to what is true here and now, abiding with this non-conceptual positivity of pure radiant truth that is our experience right now and always is our experience right now, abiding with that, bathing in that, letting that seduce you, getting a bit drunk on the sheer miraculous, unpindownable, indefinable texture and lusciousness of this gorgeous living poetry all around us, and doing that kind of in the absence of words, in the absence of concepts. And Peter's assertion is that you don't need to deconstruct what is false. You just need to spend a bunch of time, whenever you feel like it, tasting and abiding with that positivity of what is true, and that will do the heavy lifting. Simply being with what is true will increasingly reveal itself to you as the only thing you've ever been experiencing, which is just this instantaneous flash of pure intelligence right now, flash of pure intelligence right now. That will increasingly be revealed, and that will become sort of a more primary perspective in your mode of being, superseding, transcending, and including the prior default human view of, whatever your human view might have been. And maybe a lot of your human beliefs will just evaporate in that process. But in my experience, a lot of the human perspectives still remain even after emptiness, which the word emptiness can be a bit misleading, but emptiness points at the same thing as infinity, non-finitude, unresolvability, unpindownability, nebulosity, ambiguity. There's this fundamental indefiniteness in the field of experience that turns out to be an incredibly liberating quality when you see it. It occasions a gradual collapse or a seeing through of all fixed views, as you see that no fixed view could actually contain what this is. No fixed view could ever contain this infinity, because even a single instant of your experience, if you froze this instant, and you wrote a billion treatises about what this instant is, you would still not be able to capture what this just a single instant of experience is. So this kind of reveals the bottomlessness. Emptiness points at the bottomlessness, the literally infinite artistry that is completely unsayable and just forever opens into more of itself. So even after emptiness has been tasted to a profound extent, in recent months I went through quite a profound, as I said, I had my first glimpses and openings about 14 years ago. That began to really intensify about 5 years ago after a big heartbreak, and when I started working a lot with ayahuasca and 5-MeO DMT, Bufo alvarius, that seemed to accelerate. That's kind of a fun mashup, but accelerate this non-dual recognition. Especially 5-MeO is incredibly non-dual, and probably one of the only potential traps of 5-MeO is just that it tends to occasion such unfathomably massive experiences. I mean, we're talking like universe death of total dissolution into pure formless godlight, peace beyond description, pre-vibratory stillness of an unfathomable serenity. And when you have those types of pop-out experiences or cessation experiences, or such all-encompassingly formless experiences. The one kind of stumbling block there is that you can get the idea that that's the goal, or that's what you're looking for, or that is more special somehow than this right here, right now, which turns out to not be the case, because there's no hierarchy, there's no dichotomy whatsoever. There's no dichotomy whatsoever, no hierarchy whatsoever, because ultimately there's only one thing, and not even that, there's only one thing. So any special pop-out 5-MeO dissolution cessation type experience, where does that occur? That occurs right here in this same radiant field of presence as you're experiencing right now. You've never left this radiant field of present experiencing. And Peter Brown's yoga is really, really extraordinary for revealing that, really extraordinary for bringing the absolute, the most immaculate, formless God nature, bringing it down into and as the substrate of everyday experience. And so, anywho, I had a lot of, again, openings to this, deepenings of this over the last years. And then in recent months, there was another quite profound wave where I was practicing the yoga of radiant presence, which, by the way, hardly feels like a practice in any kind of like rigorous or difficult sense. It's not like sitting in intense meditation through an act of massive discipline for hours. The yoga of radiant presence is just so fun to me. That's why I feel it's the most genius spiritual practice. At least for me, it is incredible because you really just let yourself be seduced. At any moment in life, you can practice this. It's really just a bag of tricks for snapping yourself out of normalcy, snapping out of your typical human story, and just getting very kind of phenomenologically, existentially intimate with the actual unsayable texture, lusciousness, detail, juiciness of this radiant presence that is here right now. You just spend a lot of time with that. So anywho, I was practicing that for a few hours per day, and then at a certain point it felt like the yoga just started practicing me for several days there, and it was like everything was just being seen through, in a way being hollowed out. Everything was being revealed as incredibly transparent, insubstantial, dreamlike, weightless. It was incredibly liberating, and this went on for several days. And yeah, I mean, there were other wild things that happened during those days. I almost don't want to talk about some of the more seemingly special aspects, because it's easy for the mind to then latch onto that and say, oh, that needs to happen to me. My experience needs to look like that, before I discover that this is already wholeness. This is already what is longed for. But I don't think that's the case. It'll look different for everyone. But yeah, in my case, I mean, like I say, everything was being hollowed out for a few days. There was one kind of like sober, samadhi-like experience, or almost like a pop-out experience of just everything being devoured by this loving silence, just pure silence. Yeah, I was laying down while that happened, and had some visions of, I believe, Yogananda and Christ. There have been different visions of different avatars and sages that come to me at different times too. But again, don't latch onto the there's a trap of this video, and maybe this is a trap of the way that my ego works. I have a mythologizing tendency. I like to tell stories and talk about these, to me, very fascinating aspects of experience, but it can be easy to latch onto those and be like, oh, wow, that's so special. My experience needs to look like that, or else I won't be free. But, we're all free right now is the thing. You're free right now. This is it. This is it. This is the finish line. You drinking a cup of coffee is just as special as you hugging Jesus Christ in heaven. It is. Literally the same thing. It's this radiant presence here now. And it's miraculous that this radiant presence can kind of uh, pull the wool over its own eyes and make itself feel like it's just having a mundane, boring, everyday human experience. I mean, look at the astonishing miracle of that, that this field of infinitely imaginative, pure intelligence and radiance can uh, hoodwink itself into just feeling like, oh yeah, it's just my humdrum everyday human life. I guess it's 7 a.m. right now. I have time to go to the office, and this is all just normal life. Like that is miraculous. That is totally astonishing, astounding that it can do that. So, anywho, um, anywho, I had this fresh wave of recognition. This, it was a heavy. I would say it was my clearest seeing of emptiness. Emptiness really dawned, and I was really bowled over by the simplicity that was revealed, the simplicity and the all-inclusiveness. It was just like, wow, life has always been so damn simple, so damn simple. All we've ever had to deal with is this moment right here now. That's all we've ever known, and this moment is dancing itself. It's literally done. It shines forth as a pure completion instantaneously. In this instantaneous flash, it's already done. You don't even have to do anything. It's just doing itself. And it includes everything. The all-inclusivity really bowled me over, the way that it embraces all of formfulness, all of form. All of our sacramental human journeys are just fully embraced in this cozy bear hug, this cozy, radiant bear hug. So it just all inclusive, nothing negated whatsoever. You know, Peter Brown would sometimes say there is no illusion. It's just all reality. It's all real. And yeah, that was the feeling for me. No dichotomy whatsoever, no hierarchy, nothing more real than anything else. Just this right now is as real as it gets. This is reality. How could we ever know something other than experience itself? If something were to appear to us, where would it appear other than in experience, awareness, consciousness, whatever you want to call this radiant field of seamless apparition where we always reside? So, anywho, I think again that some of like the Jed McKenna type crowd might think that after this depth of opening or recognition, that there would just be a natural relinquishment of any human religion or wisdom tradition. And to me, this is not not the case, because for me, what again is revealed through non-dual opening is just life itself. It just reveals that life itself has always been this all-inclusive, simple wholeness, this all-inclusive, simple rest and freedom that is right here, right now, just this instantaneous flash that is prior to any of our stories or definitions about it, and yet fully inclusive of all our human perspectives, philosophies, wisdom traditions. It's just that as emptiness really dawns, you just see that none of these perspectives, philosophies, wisdom traditions need to be held as solid, final, all-encompassing objective truths. You don't have to make them into solid, final, all-encompassing objective truths. You can see them as one beautiful poetic perspective of how this can seem to be and how this can relate to itself and interact with itself. So in that sense, to me, there's absolutely no contradiction whatsoever between noticing Dzogchen. The word Dzogchen means great perfection, great completion. Just noticing that life itself has always been this great completion, this great perfection, and continuing to allow this beautiful integration of the heart sanctifying, heart opening, heart purifying, devotional path of Christic mysticism. Christic mysticism, which doesn't even require me to identify as Christian. Again, like I don't feel a strong need either way. I'd be happy to go to mass, and yeah, I don't really feel a need to identify with it, and yet I'm deeply connected to it. I'm deeply connected to it. I don't feel a need to solidify it as like a rigid identity or belief system that says this is objectively absolute truth. Yet I see Christianity and Christ-centered mysticism as this incredibly vivid, incredibly heart-touching, incredibly human, incredibly divine, children embracing devotional path, incredibly beautiful path. And I find a tremendous amount of medicine in this path. And so for me, there's no contradiction whatsoever between non-duality and any practice, path, wisdom, tradition, theology, ideology, any approach to human life, because it's all always been included. It's all always been nothing other than the shining forth of and the play of and the dancing of the Sambhoga Kaya, the radiant energy that shines forth from this field of pure awareness right here, right now. Pure awareness is not somewhere else. It's this right here, right now. This is the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya all at once. This is the Father, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus Christ all at once right here. We are resurrected in every moment. Every moment. Everything appears and everything vanishes simultaneously. If you look closely at experience, you notice this, the total impermanence, the total instability, the total simultaneous crucifixion, resurrection of all appearances. This is why Dzogchen says all phenomena self-liberate upon arising, because if you look closely, everything is so infinitely detailed, so infinitely pixelated, so permeated, all the sense fields permeated by this quality of pure dancingness, pure buzzing aliveness that never actually crystallizes or solidifies or concretizes into an objectifiable, graspable, pin-downable form. Before you could say what it is, it's already something else. It's just this continual morphingness, this continual self-liberation. So because nothing ever becomes anything in a profound sense, this is why nothing can trap you. This is why all phenomena self-liberate upon arising, because they never even become what you think they are. Before you could think of what anything is, it's already something different. So if you learn how to be with experience as this ever-morphing field of infinitely unpin-downable artistry and dancingness that is just perpetually shifting as this field of pure buzzing aliveness, if you notice, you begin to notice more deeply that your experience has always been that, you will discover that simple liberation, that simple freedom that is ever present, that nothing can trap you because nothing ever becomes anything solid in a profound sense, Nothing can trap you, because to be trapped, you'd have to know what a situation is. You'd have to know what trapped means. And we don't know what anything is in a profound sense, because before the mind can pin it down and say, this is that, it's already become something else. You see, it's already become something else. And this is what you notice when you become really sensitive to more like the Sambhoga Kaya dimension of radiant energy that all appearances are made of. And again, what I'm saying, I know that at the more like Nirmanakaya level of, what appear to be solid physical beings and entities, what I'm saying would seem to make no sense at all. But that's why the yoga of radiant presence sensitizes us to the Sambhoga Kaya and the Dharmakaya within that Sambhoga Kaya, this radiant energy that evidences this quality of pure, bottomless, self-awake radiance. Pure, bottomless, self-awake radiance is all that we ever come in contact with. So again, that's totally all-inclusive. It's always been all-inclusive. It includes anything that's ever seemed to happen to you, any belief you've ever held, anything you've ever engaged in. It has always been this unpin-downable display and presentation of this pure poetry of the Dharmakaya right here and now. Has always been the very body of God, the body of God. That's the suggestion, that's the invitation. Check it out, see for yourself, just look at experience and just keep asking, what is this? What is experience? And look into Peter Brown's Yoga of Radiant Presence if you like. I've got some other videos on this type of stuff if you feel called to go deeper into this. But it can sound very foreign, very strange from the human perspective, and yet it is incredibly liberating, because instead of feeling locked into this perspective where you are a small, puny, weak being in a vast universe who needs to jump through 8,000 hoops to maybe survive and achieve success and maybe be a good enough boy that you get allowed into heaven someday, or you clear up all your karma 8,000 lifetimes from now and you attain enlightenment. No, you can just, there's another perspective available that's more rooted in a primal engagement with the raw fact of experience itself. Another perspective that doesn't make any assumptions about what this is and says, look, what can I prove beyond doubt is here right now? And if you look closely at that, really it can't be said at all, but you can discover, okay, radiant presence. That's all that I can ever prove is really here. This is a very powerful fact to notice. What's here right now? Well, looks pretty radiant and it's present, and I can't say much more about it than that. There are other qualities of it that can be discovered and that are really beautiful. But just looking at that naked fact of, okay, well, there's this dancing light energy of presence. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. Nothing within this field of radiance can be extricated, can be extracted out from the rest of it and, identified as some separate entity, because it all goes together. It all codependently arises, as they say in Buddhism. It's all this seamless wholeness that shines forth as this pure continuum. And we just don't know what that is. So when you abide with that for a while, when you taste that for a while, it starts to replace your default human perspective, and you realize that a more primal engagement with the raw fact of what we can really know about experience suggests that you are much more like a completely self-luminous, self-dancing field of infinite intelligence, a field of infinite imagination. You are that, and nothing is needed. It's just totally self-sustaining. It's totally self-sufficient. Nothing can really touch it or harm it or scratch it or disturb it in any fundamental sense. It's just dancing itself. It's doing itself. It's just hanging out. It's just abiding in and as its own poetry, its own majesty. And you are that. So that reorientation is available for someone who feels a calling to explore this mystery, to explore the mystery of experience. And it's totally okay if you don't feel that calling. As Jed McKenna says, life is like an amusement park, and why would you want to leave the amusement park? The amusement park is incredible. It's wonderful. It's a lot of fun to be fully absorbed in the perspective of being a human being in this amusement park. However, at a certain point, you might get tired of that. At a certain point, it might start to feel corrosive, You might start to feel like these guys in the background here, this is some art I made with Midjourney of Christ emanating light in hell. You might start to feel like one of these wretched, lost souls, kind of demon souls who've become very forgetful of their true Christ nature. And so they've found themselves in this contorted karmic condition through inauspicious deeds and forgetfulness, ignorance. They found themselves in this contorted, wretched condition. And for them, they're not having fun in the amusement park anymore. They're looking for a remembrance of their true, radiant God nature. They're looking for a remembrance of what Christ said when he said, the kingdom of heaven is within you, and the kingdom of heaven is spread upon the earth, and men do not see it. And when he said, before Abraham was, I am, the eternal presence, the eternal presence. That's what you are, that's what is here. And so at a certain point, people can get tired of the amusement park and want to remember what we are in a more fundamental, primal, very simple sense. Just this simple field of radiance that is right here. It's all we ever have to deal with. So that's available. And actually, I feel Jed doesn't do justice to this when he implies that recognizing radiant presence is akin to leaving the amusement park, or, he says like happiness means you're having a good dream, sadness means you're having a bad dream, enlightenment is getting out of the dream altogether. I can see what he's pointing at, but also no, the amusement park, the dreaming totally continues. It totally continues, It's right here. This radiance is always shining forth as something. And depending on the karmic makeup of your particular character, you can continue to dance and participate as fully as you like within the roller coaster amusement park of Maya, of quote unquote samsara, which, again, no dichotomy between samsara and nirvana. This is samsara, this is nirvana, this is hell, this is heaven. Simultaneously, no actual dichotomy here. It's all a matter of perspective. This is kind of like a Rorschach blot, and if you are projecting very solidified beliefs onto this that say this is hell, this is horrible, then that's how it's going to be experienced. Whereas if you relinquish all solidifications, if you relinquish all fixed views, you discover just this simple radiant field of pure allowingness that is dancing itself in a rather enjoyable fashion. So yeah, basically, as Peter would sometimes say, you can have your cake and eat it too. The dreaming doesn't have to stop. The amusement park doesn't have to stop. It goes on. It's definitely taken less seriously. It's given less primacy. It's no longer turned into something definitively objective and knowable. Nisargadatta said something like, the only thing that happened to me is that I used to create a world and now I don't create a world anymore. Meaning I don't solidify all these projections, all these assumptions, all these stories. I don't solidify them as a knowable, objective world that is definitely out there and that I'm kind of caught up in and that I need to figure out how to navigate somehow, and that I don't claim that I'm this agentic being with full control who needs to somehow save himself and save everyone and save the universe. That's an epic mythology to live inside for a while if you want to, but it can also be pretty damn heavy. That's pretty damn heavy. So, there's a big part of me that loves the lazy man's yoga, as Peter Brown called it, of just going directly to truth now and just noticing, oh, okay, this is already the great completion. This is already whole. This is already perfect in a profound sense. Nothing needs to be done. None to do but be you, baby. None to do but be you. And from that space, you can still fully choose to participate however you are karmically inclined to do so. A cat like me, I'm inclined toward hip hop, jazz, funk, dance. I love to be playful, and I'm inclined toward this path of sanctification, the Christic devotional path of allowing the God nature to touch my heart, to heal my inner child, to bring forth as much pure love as I can generally emanate unto myself and those around me and unto all of our inner children and the children of this world. And I'm inclined to, attempt to bring forth a more beautiful world that our hearts know is possible, a world that we would feel better about having our children live within. And that just seems to be my kind of karmic makeup. And that's a never-ending engagement, a never-ending exploration. There's always deeper levels of sanctification, purification that one can go to. I'm just, in many respects, a child on my hands and knees, a cub on my hands and knees on that path of sanctification, of divinization. And yet, what has now been seen, which is really a load off, is that like nothing, nothing truly hinges upon me needing to go through this hero's journey of endless sanctification and purify my heart. Of course, it's still a sacred invitation to do that. It's still beautiful to do that. And in one sense, you can say, yeah, a lot hinges on that, and that's really important to do. And yet, from another side of the coin, you could say from the viewless view of emptiness, no, nothing hinges on that. This already and always is the Christ body, the Christ nature, the Dharma Kaya, the great perfection, whatever you want to call it. It just is that. And so that takes a lot of pressure off. That takes a lot of pressure off. It's much easier to just simply enjoy the unfoldment, the self-dancingness of this radiant field of aliveness here and now. This radiant field of aliveness here and now. And then, let your character do what your character does, Sometimes I'm on my more right-hand pathy-ish of sanctification and God, please allow me to be loved today and all days toward myself and everyone around me. And other times I'm on my more left-hand pathy trickster antics, and I'm on my Peter Pan. I'm on my just pure funky free flow wild jazz and hip hop, and let's just play our way to heaven on earth. Let's just celebrate our way to heaven on earth. And as I was saying, these two, left hand and right hand, continue to integrate and synthesize and harmonize more and more fully for me, and that feels really good. I was doing some Hakomi the other day, a beautiful one-to-one modality. A friend was guiding me. I can highly recommend Hakomi. It's kind of like somatic IFS therapy. And I was having a beautiful experience of both left hand and right hand being over my heart and feeling this baking both left hand path and right hand path in the fires of love, and allowing those two embodied karmic realities to fuse together and synergize and harmonize more fully within my being. So that was beautiful. So again, this can look like anything. There's any number of ways it can look. It can look like hell and demons. I've had wild experiences on ayahuasca of encountering dark sorcerers and demonic presences, and it's just when emptiness is deeply seen, you stop concretizing these images. This is a big trap that psychonauts tend to fall into. They concretize, they solidify what has been seen on psychedelics. They try to make it a knowable, graspable, objective truth, and this can get you into a lot of trouble, just as much as solidifying and concretizing the 3D typical Gaian material world can get you into trouble. Because when you concretize any belief system and you say, yes, this is how it is, I see how it is, reality will always evade that. Reality is too slippery. It will never fit into those concretizations, those structuralizations. And so it's painful to try to fit reality into these tiny structures that it can't fit into. It's like trying to fit the ocean into a film canister. Just ain't gonna happen. And yet, I still fully honor the visionary and revelatory experiences I've had. I don't need to concretize and solidify them as final objective truths to honor them. I honor the experiences I've had of seeing demons and literally calling upon the light of Christ to intercede, and seeing in the visionary realms, holding out a crucifix and emanating light unto these demonic presences and sending them up to God the Father and saying, go to the Father, go to the Father now, the Father will know what to do with you. And just, for me, the light of Christ is like my truest lineage holder in this life. From a more shamanic view, the light of Christ is what I'm called to work with most notably when it comes to interceding on behalf of sentient beings, calling out for liberation. The light of Christ I've found to be incredibly powerful within the shamanic realms, the subtle astral realms of demons and angels and various types of subtle energetic phenomena. And yet it's just so helpful when you cease to concretize these realms. If you concretize them, you make them like objectively real. That can really get to you. That can really trouble you. That can really weigh on you. Whereas emptiness is just kind of the ultimate liberator, the ultimate lightness, because you just see, oh, okay, all phenomena self-liberate upon arising. The past is completely gone. The future is nowhere to be found. Just this razor's edge of pure nowness, just this instantaneous flash of pure nowness, which I can't really say anything about because it's so infinitely detailed in its artistry that you could write a billion treatises and not be able to say what one instant of it is. And that's its freedom. That's its freedom. How could it be a problem if you don't know what it is? How could it be a problem if you don't know what it is? So that applies too to these visions of demons and Christ and even to your family and the most intimate things. And this doesn't have to be in any way a negation or a reduction. It can be a revelation of the true infinity and mystery of everything. You can still fully have the incredibly sacred experience of Christ or of your family, your children. My daughter, I looked in her eyes and was just weeping the other day. She touched my heart so deeply. I love my daughter Leela so much. And that human love is fully there and fully available. And I can also notice her infinity, notice her bottomless mystery, notice that she is an artwork, a living sculpture sculpted by the hand of the Creator, and that I cannot pin her down or reduce her in any way. I cannot resolve her as being, oh yeah, that's my daughter Leela, and she's limited to being that picture of her that I've created in my mind. No, she's not limited to that. She can't be limited or pinned down. So it's a revelation of the truly infinite, the truly bottomlessly rich texture and radiance of everything around us, That's what emptiness really is, which is why the word emptiness is kind of an unfortunate word. I think many Westerners, and especially Christians, probably can feel allergic to this word because they're like, oh, no, emptiness. Like, no, that's a trap. That's the dark void. They just get this mental image of like a dark, empty void, when really emptiness is the most luminous thing imaginable. It's just pure luminosity that can look like anything because it's so literally free and infinite that it can look like anything. If you look at this light shining from behind Christ up here in this image, that's a great artistic depiction of luminous emptiness, because you see the kind of dancingness, the morphingness, the pixelation, the unpatterned patternness, the completely unsayable geometries within that light. That is that is radiant emptiness, because it is empty of fixed form, because it has no clear form of its own, because it's so impermanent, it's so unstable, it's so dynamic, it's so infinitely detailed, it's so slippery. It can look like anything. It can shine forth as all of creation. It's the ultimate creative principle. It's the ultimate shapeshifter, the ultimate chameleon. This pure radiant light. That's what allows everything to be. That's what allows everything to shine forth, allows everything to present as anything. That's what allows all of us to be living in our own universe that is our own unique artistic creation. And every one of those universes maps onto this radiance and is reflected back by this radiance because it has no intrinsic form of its own. That's what allows it to convincingly seem like anything we are holding it to be. And that's astonishing. And yet the entire time it remains that which is beyond any perspective or any way that it can be held to be. It remains naked radiance, naked Christ light, naked loving luminosity, naked effulgence. It is that inextricably, and that is the fabric of your experience right here and now. That's the fabric of your life right here and now. Your life is already fully enlightened because it is that light. Your life is the light of God. Your life is the light of God, the essence of God, the essenceless essence of naked, shapeless God light, shaping itself into all of these utterly extraordinarily juicy forms. it's it's astonishing, it's truly astonishing. So yeah. All right, family. So I think I've been going for maybe an hour or something here. This is one of the longer ones I've made in a while. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for appreciating. Much, much love to you. Much love, much peace, much joy. Christ be with you. God be with you. Peace be with you. Dharma Kaya be with you. Thank you, Buddha, Christ, Anandamayi Ma, Lao Tzu, Yogananda, Ramana Maharshi. Thank you, Peter Brown, Kuman Kaya, Remy, and Ashley DeLon. Thank you to Leela, Tanya, my daughter, my wife. Thank you to my mom and dad, brother Mike, my sister Anna, all my family, my grandparents, all my ancestors, all my descendants. Thank you to all beings, all sentient beings. Thank you for this life, this moment, this opportunity, this gift, this breath. Thank you for the waters of life which flow so purely and uninhibitedly and are ever available for any being who is truly calling for restoration, for nourishment, for revivification. Thank you for the omnipresent oceanic waters of life that are there to rinse us off. At any moment, we can never go so far away that we can't come back home, family. Can never go so far away that we can't come back home, because home is right here. Home is right here where it's always been. Home is right here where it's always been. And when we pray, when we ask for Christ, God, Dharmakaya to be with us, to intercede, nothing can truly keep God away, because God has never been anywhere else. This is home right now. This is God right now. God is with you. God be with you. God bless you, family. Thank you for listening. You can fully trust God. God loves you. I love you. Trust the path, trust the flow. Ain't nothing to do but be you, baby. Nothing to do but be you. One love, peace, namaste, peace, infinity. I love you. Thank you for listening. Take care, family. Peace. I love you. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm here today with Jessica Eve. Jessica is a spiritual emergency coach, writer, and video creator who sheds light on the potentially dangerous shadows and blind spots of self-negating, non-duality, and Neo-Advaita. So, Jessica, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Yeah, great to be here with you.
Too.
Yeah, so you've been on a fascinating journey of diving deep into non-duality, discovering its shadows firsthand, and then finding your way to something more life-affirming. I'd love to start by asking, could you share a concise version of your non-duality story with us?
Yay, I'll do my best on that one. It's never easy to put it all into a nutshell, but I will do my best. And I guess I will say, just for anyone listening who would maybe want to get like a more full picture of it, maybe you can put a link somewhere to the interview I did on Buddha at the Gas Pump, because I think that's the conversation where I talk the most about my actual personal experience. So that would be like a deep dive into it.
Yeah, that was a great interview. Can definitely link to that. Yeah.
I'm glad that you got a chance to see it. So okay, let's try the nutshell version. So let's see, I'm 38 now. So about 14 years ago, it's crazy to think it's that long ago, is when I started kind of getting into, um, what I now consider to be something I would call Neo-Advaita, but also fine to just say, non-duality, if you will. We'll unpack more of that later, I'm sure, what we mean by that. starts with, just simply books like Michael Singer's The Untethered Soul, The Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle. Then from there, it kind of goes into folks like Adyashanti, Jeff Foster, Rupert Spira, etc. Um, but really, I would just say that when I came to these teachings, I wasn't looking for something called enlightenment, or hadn't even really thought about, the notion of spirituality, but I was looking to reduce my suffering from, everything from a very obsessive mind to kind of extreme rumination, and definitely on the extreme end of uh chaotic thinking, if you will. And then also some other things like really having like this deep sense of always trying to get somewhere else that I'm not, and always wanting things to be better, and then getting to that place and it's never what I thought it was. And that the fulfillment of desire always seemed to sort of not live up to the expectation of it, and all of these sort of conundrums that these voices were kind of affirming as sources of suffering, and then giving me this very kind of surprising and mysterious solution, which was something to the extent of like, that no self, no suffering. Or you need to on one hand you have like the self-negation stuff, which is, the source of all the suffering is you. And that really resonated, of course. Like, I'm already like pretty uh cynical about my mind at this point in time, and blaming myself for everything, if only I could be different and that kind of thing. So it really resonated with me that, like, of course, you're the problem. You have to get out of the way. So if you get rid of the one who blank, that's the solution. The one who's suffering, the one who wants, the one who's thinking this, that, and the other. And of course, the whole kind of new paradigm of like, you're not a person, you don't really exist, there it's all just this story. And, once you can see that, then you're free. And that notion of freedom from, all of my kind of mental chains was, kind of irresistible to me at that point. And I just went in with it. There was really no hesitation, or really, I would say, any like big fears around it. It just felt really natural. Like, okay, yeah, this is it, and it's happening, and I'm seeing through all these illusions, and Jessica never existed, and how utterly hilarious, but how utterly hilarious and freeing, and how did I not know this sooner, kind of thing. So sorry, I'm already like, oh my God, I'm missing so many things. But let's just say, okay, so there's that. And then the other part of it, which you and I kind of started talking a little bit about on Substack, was then there's the whole sort of like renunciation piece, which at the time I wouldn't have necessarily recognized was something, as something renunciate, like renunciate values, if you will, which was like, stop wanting, stop desiring, not just, get rid of the one who desires, but if you're suffering because you desire, just stop desiring. Like, stop seeking anything. You're suffering from seeking. It wasn't like seek differently or seek in a healthier way. It was the end of seeking, the end of this, the end of that. No more desire, no more preferences. Stop interpreting, stop telling stories, stop thinking. All of it was sort of like, it all has to go, like all of these things that are very natural to our humanity, but can also cause a great deal of suffering, was kind of like, just abstain from those things. And that also, made a lot of sense. And when I could kind of let go of those things, and follow the teachings and the meditations and the prompts to get to these kind of states of like desirelessness, and what I would have called at some point like kind of radical inner peace and contentment, and not feeling like I need anything outside myself. Because that was a whole nother big piece, was like, this is about not needing anything except for what you can source sort of like from within or from the moment. Like, stop needing, desiring, attaching, clinging, or having anything that you need to source from outside of yourself for happiness, and then you're free. So I would say I experienced something to that extent. And along this path, it just went sort of deeper and deeper into the sort of ego death endeavor, what is called, let's say, ego dissolution, and really kind of, yeah, really dismantling and dissolving like my firsthand personal sense of self. And I got to a point where like I was experiencing myself as, you know, people refer to it in all these different ways. What I was comfortable calling, pure awareness, or this sort of like background to the foreground of like the illusory self, just sort of the open, infinite, boundless space or amorphousness that's prior to everything else, or this ground of being that's before manifestation and all that. Or at some point in the journey I would have said, that I'm nothing and I'm no one, and then it would have been like I'm everything and I'm everyone. Like the language shifted, but it was always this sort of shift from being a person in the world to, in some places in the journey, it was just sort of to like just no longer existing in that firsthand experience of just sort of complete dissolution from sort of the scene in the moment, yet life is still happening. To then, there's some of the, I would say some of the shifts were more of like the self is still there and doing things, but I'm sort of an observer to that, and I'm not that. And I would just say that like over a couple of years, that erosion of my sense of self, which just kind of became stronger and stronger and became more of sort of like my automatic sense of things, that very sort of like impersonalization, if you will, um, had led to all of these extraordinary, positive things like that. Like I said, of course, that feeling of like emancipation from all of these mental chains and all of this. And um, of course, a lot of these ways of experiencing things could involve extreme feelings of like bliss and peace. And some of those things I would say were more in like a meditative context. And sometimes it was just walking down the street kind of thing. Um, but what I started to see over time, because I would say that this whole sort of self negation experience had really, it changed everything, just like people say, like there's a before and an after. And for a while, it felt like this was absolutely like the holy grail. This was, this meant freedom forever and the best possible thing that ever could have happened. But it took time to see the shadow side of what was happening and the ramifications of it that I experienced, and I think a lot of times don't necessarily show up until further down the road. So I started to see things like, everything from like going blank in my mind when I'm trying to have conversations, or finding that I'm just like, everything relational just kind of felt like exhausting. Like, why are we talking? Why are we adding anything to the silence? And what is like, what is the point of any of this? Like, everything's perfect as it is, and talking and thinking and asking questions, it's all just meaningless, ego trip stuff that starts to make pretty much everything that you're doing uh, with other people and in engaging with, especially obviously in conversation, just there's a nihilistic point to it, but that doesn't feel very good, to be feeling like you're pushing yourself to like hold up this illusion or this delusion that isn't real. And it's like, I'm just pretending to be this person that's just like this dead character. Like, this is not comfortable. And that's one thing. I definitely would say that like the biggest shadow side for me, there's more. Like there were some things starting to happen with like, um this was maybe more towards when it led to like the spiritual emergency level. But also, by the way, am I taking up too much time?
No, this is great. Yeah, this is
Okay.
great. Feel welcome to keep going.
Also feel free if you want to like jump in to like in anything. But I think I'm getting towards wrapping up the nutshell. So, um, right. So yeah, things like yeah, these things that I'm saying, like that kind of like nihilism that could set in, that feeling of, and there is an extreme feeling of isolation walking through the world and believing that everyone in the world except for you and like a select few other people, like, the non-dual teachers on YouTube and, the handful of people that are following them, that everyone else is trapped in a delusion. And simply for believing that they are real and that we are real. And so that starts to set in as well. And then it's like, how can I still be around all these people? Like, how can I be in society? How can I have this job? How would I have a family and kids knowing it's all a delusion? Like this kind of stuff that starts to weigh on you, but it's still like, certainly still felt like all worth it. And like, I'm not questioning whether I want to stay in this path. But then it started to hit me in relationship and starting to realize the extent to which I had really damaged my ability for intimacy. Um, Not just intimacy, like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I don't know why that suddenly started playing. So intimacy, I would say physical intimacy was a big one, which I was starting to like, uh, during the time that everything I'm talking about now, I had a few relationships, which is also weird because they didn't know that I didn't experience or believe that I really that Jessica was real or that they were, but it's hard to really unpack like what was going on in that relationship. But um I started to realize the more that like I really sunk into the kind of like disreality and the more sort of like real extreme loss of self, that there was a level that I realized that was like dissociative, because I felt and believed that this body is not what I am. I'm completely other than it. And so when there's physical, contact going on with my body and someone else's body, like I'm not what's being touched and I'm not what's touching. So there was this very scary moment of like, oh my God, like I can't really like fully inhabit intimacy, like physical intimacy, or fully enjoy it or fully savor it, or because I'm not able to be touched. I am unreachable now, literally. And so there was this double-edged sword moment of like, oh, so I'm untouchable by a lot of these ways of suffering and have this sort of invulnerability elixir that has felt amazing in terms of like certain types of suffering, but yet it's turned into something literal where I am beyond touch. And that hit me in a way that was not a bonus, was not something that I had that was great that other people don't. It was a deficit. And it was something that to me started to show me the cracks and to show me the degree to which this had actually been really dehumanizing. And I got to a point where I just started to feel like, and I also realized like a relationship that I'd wanted to be in couldn't go forward. And mainly because I just didn't have there wasn't enough of anyone on my end of things to hold up this relationship. I mean, you can't really I mean, this whole thing really cancels out relationship when you really get down to it. And so that made uh, a relationship just not really possible unless I could just keep sort of pretending all the time that like I care about what we're talking about and all these things. So there's that. Then it starts to get to the point where like I just realized that for all of this, these sort of experiences of like this boundless serenity and certainly things that I had gained that were pretty remarkable. I had really become, from like a humanity perspective, like an empty shell of a human. And on some level, like kind of just like this zombie. Um, and I had started to kind of recognize, that there was something not right in the whole sort of like self-abandonment kind of mentality. And I had started kind of reading some other people that were starting to sort of poke holes in the radical self-negation path, and started to I guess let's just say when I realized the degree to which I had become this sort of like empty shell, zombie, subhuman, non-entity, whatever, uh, I started to question everything. I started to wonder about what other pathways there were that were not dehumanizing and that were maybe like, the glorious about that, and that we're both and not this either or of like, it's either suffer or be a person, or it's either there's no separation whatsoever, or everything's one. Or wait, did I say that right? No, sorry, that it's like either there's oneness after killing separation, rather than like maybe both are can be affirmed in some kind of balance. So I don't know if maybe we stop there because the rest of it is maybe a different chapter of the path that we could go into later.
Sure. Yeah. And that kind of leads toward my next question. So then I assume that you went on a pretty intensive, extensive, arduous journey to kind of reckon with what had happened to you through non-duality and then try to find your way to, something more life affirming. And so to kind of fast forward to where you're at now, after years of doing that, I want to ask, like, what have you arrived at now? How do you now view this right here, this reality that we're currently experiencing?
Yeah, cool. I like that question. So, yeah, 7 years later onwards from that sort of, I would say, kind of like waking up out of that self-negating notion of awakening, um, I experience myself and other people as real again. However, in a different way. So, of course, I know the whole kind of like, oh, she went back to sleep, like she couldn't hack it kind of thing, or, she's back in the matrix now. I wrestled with that for a very long time of like, well, if I find a way to embrace the self as real, then of course I'm going back to sleep. And how could I want that? Like this isn't quite right, but I definitely don't want to go back to that, you know? Um, but I have gotten to a place where I won't go into all the details, but I've gotten to a place where I feel as though on a good day that I have been able to leave the worst of the self-negating sort of mystical paradigms and take some of the best of it so that I don't feel that I've lost what I think were genuinely like the gold of that pathway, that I could siphon out, which for me is a greater sense of awe and wonder and appreciation and connection to mystery, a sense of oneness. But I will say this is a different sort of oneness than what it was back then. I know that I share a lot of things from Tim Freak, and so one of my favorite quotes from this whole journey is that you don't get oneness by erasing yourself. That would be oneness with a hole in it. So I feel as though I've gone from sort of like the oneness of disappearance, where it's kind of like you disappear into everything and then call that oneness, whereas now it's sort of a oneness that I can be a part of as a person, and that's made a major difference. And I would say the other things that I think were rather missing in the more sort of popular self-negating non-duality, which is like more of a heart-centeredness, or heartfulness, and a place of like tenderness and a compassion that I think can only be felt when you honor the reality of other people and their suffering and what they're going through. So a much greater sense of like solidarity with humanity, in a sense that for me is really unifying, of like an interconnection. But just to like quickly get into sort of maybe like the metaphysics of it, because I feel like that's a little bit important, is that when I say that like I experience myself as real again, part of what I feel like I always want to put in as like a little bit of a caveat is that what's happened for me is like this shift towards sort of like bridging or like marrying the opposites of like form and formlessness, or I personally don't resonate with terms like the absolute and the relative anymore. But if I were to use them, marrying those and the transcendent and like the immanent, the beyond and the within, that those things have kind of come together into this, like, not to get like super religious and stuff, but like a holy union, if you will. Um, and so, what I experience as the self, and when I have conversations with some people who will say, like, well, don't you get that, like, you're just pure consciousness or you're just the ground? And so, my way that I would sort of express how it is for me now would be whatever you want to call that, like primal ground. I personally don't relate to that as consciousness anymore. But if you do, fine. That, let's say you believe that it's consciousness, then consciousness as a person, not that it's like your consciousness or you're a person, or your consciousness just kind of pretending to be a person or just appearing but not really a person. That, like, no, my sense of things now is that I am that, that ground or whatever that has really become a person, and so the universe expressing itself as a real person. And so for me, that has made it feel like uh that for me it's just been like an evolution in my journey, in my understanding, in my like psycho spiritual growth path, has been getting from that, like that either or of like I'm just separate, then I'm just one and I don't exist, to there's separateness and oneness together, and that means there's relationship. And getting to this point that feels more of like a third thing maybe emerged from combining these priorly mutually exclusive opposites, to talk about a lot. But yeah, so life is relational again. Life is much more obviously relationally rich. And I feel much more comfortable and enthusiastic about engaging and participating in the world. I don't judge myself or shame myself anymore for wanting to express myself, or having desires and sometimes what I might call needs, or interpreting things. And it's become much more about finding a way to have balance, rather than, taking something like, extreme rumination to like, okay, just never have thoughts anymore, to how can I, think differently and think in a healthier way, and take that approach to any of the things that I previously believed in, those paths that I had to just, cut out entirely. Um, so I'll stop there. I know I didn't get to say everything I would have liked, but hopefully that gives us enough to
Yeah,
go
that's
with.
amazing. And I wanted to also ask a little more about Tim Freak, because I've really appreciated his work as well. And I know you like the ideas of uniduality and unividual that I believe he originated. And so I'm curious how those come into play for you, and in relation to what you're sharing about how you see things now and what you like about those concepts.
That's really cool question. You're really good at questions, by the way. And I appreciate that. So, yeah, I first want to say, because I do share things from Tim Freak a lot, and I've done a lot of YouTube conversations with him. And I always want to put out the caveat now, because something for me that I've become really sensitive to is sort of like the whole like ultimate truth thing. And so I want to say up front that I don't agree with everything that Tim Freak puts forth. There's some pretty big points of disagreement that I have with him. And he knows that. But he's somebody who's been instrumental in me, I would say, like coming back to life and getting excited to be a real person again in this, interconnected world. And so, I mean, I think that one of the reasons, I know one of the reasons why we've connected so much and he's mattered to me so much is because when I was coming out of the self-negating non-dual stuff, he was still putting out his version of sort of like Nisargadatta's, you are, the world is within you, you are not in the world, you're what the world is within, kind of thing. But he was doing it in a way that didn't degrade the individual, but Sure, but he was always talking about something both and, where like there's, you are a character in a dream, but don't get rid of that. Like, love that character and participate in that character. And the characters are beautiful. And to me, that was like, what? Like, this is heresy or something. Like, it's only ever been talked about in like this degrading, cynical way. That felt like this is so much more me. So I started sort of reading more of his books, and it was like a stepping stone. There were a lot of these sort of stepping stones for me away from that more radical, extreme, either or type of like non-dual perspective towards what I consider now is like what both and means for me. Um, but what fast forward to him sort of revisioning his entire view of things, he has put out this sort of notion of not non-duality but uniduality, and that really sums up to me what both and means for me, where it's like, again, that marriage of those two things that are usually seen as polar opposites. So in non-duality, the term that is ruling everything is something that is already like a binary, that's like it's not this. So you have to negate duality to affirm universality or oneness or whatever to uniduality, so that it's however you want to look at it, of like oneness and separateness co-arise, they coexist, they're intertwined, or I like the notion of like the one as two, or one and two together. So uniduality really shifted everything for me, being able to kind of conceive of it that way, which then shifted my experience of it. And then unividuality, I love so much because it's like I said, like, yes, I've gone back to experiencing myself as individual, you as individual, but at the same time, there's that inherent sort of, that we're two expressions of the universe. Or Tim has sort of eloquently had this sort of vision of like the universe has kind of become conscious of itself as two different individuals. So in relationship. So I love this sense of like oneness, or like, I personally don't really like the terms waking up or awakening myself anymore, but I get that they can be useful and people use them. That if there is, that this is a different type of like awakening to oneness, where, sorry, I think I lost my train of thought. Right. So it's not that like, the whole waking up to oneness reveals to you there's no one to wake up kind of thing, which I resonated with in the past. Just these are individuals, or we can be individuals who quote unquote wake up to oneness and experience oneness without losing our individuality. And that's an entirely different ball game. It's an entirely different experience. I sometimes I think about it and I'm like, they're worlds away, these two different experiences. But that to me has completely like redeemed my humanity and relationship, and brought in something that feels much better to me in terms of like still getting to have something that I would relate to as oneness at the same time that I get to have and like experience and enjoy the beauty of individuality. That works.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. And yeah, I felt like saying a couple words about where I'm at and where my journey's led to, because I think there's a lot of synergy between where we find ourselves. And so yeah, I would say currently I'm in a space or a paradigm that I could call all-inclusivity or fluidity or multidimensionality. Those are some terms that I like, which are basically like there is this ongoing felt deep sense of wholeness, like a sense of I'm not apart from what is. I'm not apart from the universe. I'm not apart from reality. I am reality expressing itself as Jordan. And that I find that sense of wholeness with what is really what to me kind of grants this feeling of at homeness, this sense of being at home in reality. I think a lot of people don't really feel at home in reality. So I think that's where a lot of the non-dual awakening stuff can be really beneficial, if you can discover that felt sense of wholeness and yes, I belong here, and yes, I am this. And
I can just rest as what is. I find that really beneficial. But what I've come to see for me is that, as far as I see it, reality, or what is, can express itself in infinite different ways, right? It can express itself through infinite different modes of ways that it can seem to be. There's like countless ways that this can be with itself, and ways that this can seem to be. And I would consider a lot of non-duality, they try to take certain modes, certain ways reality can seem to be, and ways it can be with itself, and say, this is the absolute mode. This is the mode that's more true than all the other modes, and you just need to get to this mode and stay in this mode. And that's kind of the carrot on the stick. And so what I've come to see is just like, no, that's not the case. That's just another mode that you can play with. And it's also completely valid to play with a mode of, this is a universe that evolved over billions of years, and I am the knife's edge of cosmic evolution, and we all are, and we're all the dancing cosmos. Or play with a paradigm of like, this is a giant fractal superorganism that is replicating itself almost like an infinite tentacled octopus, and we're all tentacles of this one superorganism, and we're all microcosms of the macrocosm, and it's just kind of effulging forth as these individuals. Or I can play with a paradigm of, this is all consciousness, and this is all an appearance within consciousness. And I can see that any of those perspectives that if I deeply internalize or deeply play with any of those, they can become experiential for me. I can start experiencing reality that way. And so that's one of the big insights, is just like, any perspective, any mode that you repeat to yourself and you deeply internalize will tend to become experiential, and you will then experience reality that way. And so many people in non-duality, they think, oh, this has become experiential to me. So for me, so that means that it's definitely the absolute truth, rather than seeing that they've just deeply internalized another mode and it's become experiential. Just like how for a Christian, Jesus Christ often becomes experiential when they deeply believe in him. And that doesn't necessarily mean that that mode is more true or more absolute or more ultimate than any other mode. And I don't negate the sacredness and the revelatory nature of experiences like that. It's like, every mode is sacred. Every mode is revealing of new aspects of this infinite dimensional, infinite sided kind of jewel or polyhedron of reality that can look at itself from numberless angles. And so what I've kind of arrived at is this feeling of fluidity, where I see that we're all continuously drifting through these modes. Like, if you get really subtle with it, you can kind of see that even moment to moment, there's subtle shifts in mood, and subtle shifts in perspective, and subtle shifts in the environment. And it's almost like we're just continuously drifting through all these modes, and they're all fully this reality. They're all fully wholeness. They're all fully this. They're all fully what is. And it's completely our right and our birthright to just find our natural center of gravity, our natural flow within these modes, moment to moment, day by day. Just find like what modes feel good to me, feel right in my heart. They're all fully that. So I don't need to play some of these modes off of other modes and say, these are more absolute and ultimate, and you need to abide in these over here. It's more like, you just have a vast, infinite smorgasbord of infinite ways that reality can be with itself. And they're all pure poetry, and they're all beautiful, and they all have different kind of trade-offs and advantages or disadvantages, and have liberating qualities. And so I now just more so consider myself like a fluid explorer of modes, who enjoys drifting through, these numberless modes, and finding what feels right for me. And, I'd say at this time, some of the most fundamental things that feel really good for me are fully embracing my humanity, fully embracing that I'm a father and a husband, embracing my wife and my daughter as real beings, and holding them in my heart, and, truly treasuring the experiences of just weeping, looking into my daughter's eyes, and just feeling heart explosive love, and feeling, for me, it's not, I don't really, I like
not really latching onto or grasping onto any particular kind of metaphysics. I like just kind of letting this wholeness remain a mystery, and I like being able to shift between different kind of metaphysical frames and seeing what that feels like experientially. Yet the important thing for me is just the felt sense of wholeness and how that provides a sense of being home here and being at rest here and being able to just let this flow, just let it be what it is and let it flow, and then just enjoy being myself. And there's really nothing to do but be you is kind of one of the mantras I like just be yourself. So that's kind of, yeah, that gives a sense of where I find myself. I'm curious what that brings up for you.
Wow, just I've found that really like not just refreshing, but just like so like touching and moving because I mean, for me, that is so needed, like that type of perspective and invitation, I would say. Like you said, I love how you called it like a smorgasbord and like a note here and there just so that I could remember what I wanted to say. But I think I want to like jump in first with um the the attitude that you have, which is like I can say that those experiences that I had of just like complete dissolution, for example, that a lot of the non-dual folks make the be all end all of where you have to abide as that pure consciousness, whatever, not a person, etc. That's a valid experience to have. It's a valid perspective to have. It can be profoundly positive or negative. It can be both. There it's a real experience, but that doesn't make it the be all end all. It doesn't make it the ultimate salvation for everyone. It doesn't make it the superior way of being or the most evolved developmental level of human consciousness. I would say far from that. So what you're saying is like being able to like that's the whole thing that like the biggest thing it really feels important to me, and this is a lot of what I've been collaborating with Tim Freak on, is kind of like revisioning that whole notion of like ultimate truth and ultimate states. And the reason for that is exactly what you just like so beautifully expressed, which was like this freedom to explore the all these different ways that, you said reality can manifest, can experience, but like we don't need to. And I fully recognize that some people don't want to explore these different states of consciousness. I'm not saying I'm better than those people, but there are people who are called to do that. Obviously, you and I are such people. And we found that, the way that we conceive of reality, it could be through trying on a different metaphysical perspective or, learning about this tradition's way of understanding the nature of reality, that when you really internalize those, there's that way in which it opens a doorway to experiencing things differently and it changes everything. And I think what I most really want to be able to support people in is being able to not get stuck in any. And I say that because in my experience with the self-negating non-duality and the people that I work with and hear from that also, felt at some point trapped in that, there's that feeling that like I'll never be able to experience reality in any other way again because not just everyone's telling me it's the ultimate truth, but you're really caught in that whole I would say sort of like self-validating loop of like, the ultimate truth that, let's say, you don't exist is just experiential. So I'm going to give you a pointer, you're going to experience it, and once you experience it, then you know that it's self-evident and undeniable and nothing else can be true. Having gone through that whole reasoning, it really feels like it's been locked in as, well, I've seen it now as the ultimate truth. Because I experience it that way, it has to be the ultimate truth, like they're all saying. So how can I go back to something else? Because that's denying the truth, for example. And that's a sticky trap that people can end up in for years. And it's agonizing, to be quite honest. So to be able to just invite people to a different way, which is like, I like to call it like freedom of perception. So it's like to not end up locked in one mode of perception that you don't want to be limited to. But I like what you're saying is that like you're not limited to one or the other. So you get to play with that and then play with that. And that all of those are included in the whole of reality is so different from what's taught in a lot of the non-dual stuff, right? Because it's trying to kind of like shepherd everyone into this sort of absolute dissolution state or whatever the state is that they're calling it, and sort of like migrate away from anything else and never return to any of those again. And so that freedom, and then I really love what you said, which was like getting to sort of experiment with what feels good for you, so that it's like, a lot of people in non-duality will say that like this doesn't actually feel good, but it's the truth. So I guess I have to just accept it. And I'm going to keep going on this path because I'm being told that this is the ultimate way and whatever, but like actually I don't really like it. That wasn't my experience at first. But I really feel like at this point, like when I would share what I hold as like what I find the most compelling kind of metaphysical viewpoint, that's what I'm choosing, not just because it feels compelling on like a intellectual level, but because it feels the best. What it leads to in my experience is what feels the best and feels the healthiest. And I think that one of the big shifts that we could go through would be to change the criteria that we use when evaluating what spiritual path you want to go down, which teachers, which metaphysical frameworks maybe you're going to hold, whether it's loosely or strongly, not based on whether this is the ultimate undeniable absolute truth or even whether this is going to be, enlightenment or whatever, to what is actually best for me. And also maybe if you're someone who likes to consider people beyond yourself, what's best for the collective or society or my family or community based on what I value. And that was so missing before. And then I know I'm rambling, but one last thing, because you started out talking about being at home, and that really touches me because that's one of the other things that shifted, is that like I feel like I belong on earth. I feel like I belong within the bittersweet family of humanity. It can be hard to see humanity as a family, but what I think gets really robbed from people in so much of non-duality is that sense of feeling like you belong in the world. And there's a real glorification of not feeling at home in the world, and a real glorification of being able to be like, I'm not part of this, or like, I'm beyond this all. I don't belong, or wanting to belong. Or if you do feel like you belong in society, then obviously you're delusional and you're trapped in the matrix. Whereas now it feels to me that it's like, I don't find that to be a spiritual ideal in any way. And I think that there's such a beauty in feeling, and also just from the perspective of like, if you're going to talk about like oneness and non-duality, that's like, if we are everything, then we're a part of everything. But that, like what you said, is that this inclusivity, but I felt that non-duality didn't have inclusivity, so that you are the whole, but somehow you're not a part anymore. Whereas like now it feels like, well, you can be a part and the whole. I don't know how much, if you ever got into like Ken Wilber at all. Um, but he was someone that, and I don't agree with everything he says by any means, but I really liked his whole like part slash whole thing, that like everything can be both a part and a whole, like whole in itself, but then a part of a greater whole. But to be at home in the world is beautiful, and to feel, I think when you said at home, I think so much of that quote that's so thrown around in non-duality, which is in it but not of it, if you know that. Like the ideal, and that's their view of balance, is like you don't want to, like, you still want to be able to like operate in the world, but don't be of it. Like don't be really feel like you're a part of it or at home in it. You got to still somehow be, keep it at arm's length or something. And to me it's like now it's like I'm in it and I'm of it because I am it. If I am it, then I'm of it because of it means part of it and it means belonging. And so to me, it was very tragic to me that I followed that as an ideal, whereas now the in it and of it in a different way. And to me, has been so much more healthy and beautiful and connective. So I just completely resonate with everything you're saying and just really happy to have connected with you.
Mm, wonderful. Me too. Um, yeah, I have about 20, 25 minutes left here just to give you an idea. And I want to talk a bit more about some of the shadows of non-duality. We've touched on a lot of them, but I just want to dig a little more into that since that's a big focus of your work. Before I do that, I just want to make a couple points that it feels important to make at some point in this podcast, which for one, I would say, and you've talked about this, that there's no single definition of non-duality, right? And that term is now kind of a catch-all for so many different types of things. And so what we're wrestling with here, or I'd say more of what we're critiquing here, are some of the more radical modern forms of non-duality, Neo-Advaita, self-negating non-duality. Not only modern, though, there are also a lot of ancient traditions that, you know, are almost antagonistic to the world of form. I mean, some of those ancient Indian traditions, they're like, you know, take the view, the body is just a rotting sack of garbage and this world is just, you know, a suffering pit and you need to just get the hell out of here at all costs kind of thing.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I just wanted to note that there are also ancient and modern traditions that many people would consider non-duality that don't fall into those categories and that do take a much more humanizing and a much more all-inclusive view. Certain strains of, for example, Vajrayana Buddhism or Zen Buddhism, not all, but some, for example, can take a more like both side of the coins view, and many modern at least quite a few modern speakers as well, I would say, who are often lumped in with non-duality, do take a more all-inclusive approach. And for example, Peter Brown and John Aston would be a couple guys who I really love their work and can highly recommend it to anyone listening. And they've really inspired me, especially Peter has really inspired a lot of what I'm talking about in terms of the all-inclusivity and just like drifting among these numberless modes, and all the modes are fully it, and they're all so radiant and juicy and luscious, and we can appreciate all the modes and we can just find our natural center of gravity among those modes. And so that was revelatory for me when I heard Peter talking about that. I was like, whoa, this feels really good to me and feels like a next step, and like a lot clicks into place when I explore that. So I want to make that point. If you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I'm glad. I was looking for that little button that's like raising your hand, but I couldn't find it. I'm really glad that you said that. I think I was in the beginning of all of this that I've been doing, and YouTube and writing. I've usually started out in the beginning being like, okay, when I talk about non-duality, I mean, and then I sort of got over the sensitivity to like knowing that if I say non-duality, it might kind of lump things together that shouldn't be, but it's really important to do that. And I think that I have had such a complicated relationship with that term non-duality. I've gotten to a point where I don't use it anymore. But if we were to really get into it, like I would prefer to sort of like reclaim the word non-duality, or like revision non-duality to mean like that there's not even a separation between oneness and separateness, so that they're both real. Uniduality, right? But non-duality, when we're talking about it, and then we talk about Neo-Advaita, it's so hard to define these things. But I think when I say non-duality, and potentially when you're saying it in this context, I'm kind of talking about like that movement that just calls itself non-duality, as if they have the monopoly on what non-duality means per se, when in all these traditions they tend to point to something either subtly or very different using the word non-duality. And there are plenty of traditions that would call themselves non-dual that aren't based on negation. Like I think like Sufism and Kabbalah, a lot of those are very like humanity affirming and that kind of thing. But for me, like non-duality is like, and I mentioned a lot of the teachers that I followed, like Adyashanti, Rupert Spira. Then you can get like the more radical people, like, I didn't really get into them, but like the Tony Parsons and those folks that maybe some people call like radical non-duality. Um, but more of that kind of scene of like, I might sometimes refer to it as like the instant enlightenment. And for me, it was very much that kind of like direct path kind of thing, which was just kind of like, uh, you just need to have the realization now that whatever it is, you don't exist or you're pure consciousness or whatever. But that sort of, and might even call it like a YouTube phenomenon, because I feel like the majority of people that get into this stuff, at least in our maybe age range, YouTube is a big part of it. But so I don't know if that helps in any way to clarify, but I think like Neo-Advaita, which I was saying yesterday in our little chat, was like it's this mashup grab bag of like, because someone like Adyashanti's background is Zen Buddhism, but I would put him into Neo-Advaita because also I would say people like Ramana Maharshi and Nisargadatta Maharaj are two of probably the biggest influences of what we call Neo-Advaita. And so you can get a teacher like Adyashanti who's Zen Buddhist background, but will then like name drop Nisargadatta as a influence and things like that, where it's really that kind of like you are not a person is kind of central to it. Very much you are this and not that kind of thing. But I do think Neo-Advaita is kind of maybe marked more as like something that's highly decontextualized, where it's kind of divorced from all of the sort of traditional sort of aspects of it and context, but then kind of made into this thing that like should happen now, like right away, that sort of like instant shatter yourself into freedom kind of thing. But yeah, so I don't know if you want to clarify that any further, but it's good to say like what we mean by this.
Yeah, no, I think that covers it well. Yeah, so I'm glad we touched on that. And the other thing I wanted to make sure we touched on, which I think we've already done, but just to say it again, is that I think there's something to be said for not throwing the baby out with the bathwater and acknowledging that non-dual exploration for many people can have many liberating effects. And again, the way I see it is that these are another set of modes that you can play with. And it's kind of like ordinary human life. I also see every human drifting through a various range of modes, of ways of relating to life. And in a way, what could be called awakening could just be said to be opening to a wider range of modes or exploring a wider range of modes so that you then understand a fuller sense of what is the smorgasbord of modes that are available here and how can I then integrate and find my natural flow and center of gravity. And maybe I discover things in some of these other modes that are extremely liberating that I didn't know about from my kind of ordinary human bandwidth. And so, yeah, I just wanted to make sure to make note of the liberating potential, and that I think a lot of my non-dual exploration, it was a necessary foundation for where I find myself now, which is a space, again, of feeling, really at home in life. And that fully includes feeling pain and feeling challenge and feeling grief and the full range of human emotions. So I'm not saying I'm like just blissed out all the time or something, but there's a huge difference when you really like trust life and you feel at home in life and you're like, whatever's arising is natural and I can trust this, I can be with this, I can let it be as it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you said that because I mean, I shared part of my story and what I would have called like liberating was definitely a big part of it. And yeah, the point of especially my work is not to, again, like I said, like these are all valid, they can be profound, they can be positive, they can be negative. But what I've kind of taken on as my work has been to bring balance to the portrayal of these types of non-dual, I guess, teachings, paths, and shifts in perception to bring in the, what's not discussed enough and what's not shown or seen enough, which is the shadow of it.
Yeah. And I think your work is super important, and that's why I was so excited to talk to you. And dialing a bit more in on the shadows, I think maybe it'd be cool for me to just I made a list of 9 significant shadows that I noticed. Maybe I'll just read these
Yeah,
now,
please.
and you can tell me
I'd love.
if there's any significant shadows that you would add to the list, or if you
Yeah.
want to dive into any of these and expand on them. So, um, the first one would be, and again, this is kind of more Neo-Advaita, or more radical forms of non-duality. The first one would be negating all value, purpose, importance, and meaning from life. So basically nihilism, and just denying the
Yeah.
obvious formfulness, the juiciness, the lusciousness, the poetry, the richness, the sacramental human journeys that are obviously appearing here. And the second one, negating the world and the universe. So you often hear like, there is no world, there is no universe, there is no body, there is no earth. So really fixating emptiness, like you say, fixating that side of the coin, we could say. Third one, negating the sacramental journeys of embodied humanity that, we're clearly on, just kind of saying that that's all a dream or an illusion or just a character in a movie or a simulation. So like you say, very dehumanizing. The fourth one would be negating stories, like just pretending that stories are just these stupid overlays that we just need to burn down and get rid of, rather than stories being really rich, incredibly mytho-poetic, archetypal technologies that are incredibly beautiful and sophisticated, and that we can fully own and play with and explore and find value in. The fifth one would be negating individuality, fixating on no self, just fixating on the annihilation of the individual, and rather than celebrating individuality and this, obvious reality that there is a psychophysical organism here, and that it's radiating a certain unique ambiance that no other psychophysical organism is radiating, and that it's fun to play with that and celebrate that and express that. The sixth one is negating relationality and other people. So in the most extreme forms, this goes into solipsism, which I think is one of the biggest shadows and traps of radical non-duality. People get locked into believing their own family members don't exist, or being unsure if anyone is real, thinking that they're the only one in existence. And I mean, it's easy to see how that can be unbelievably lonely and life denying. And yeah, for me, I feel like when the wholeness of what is really touches the heart, like the deeply felt intuition for me is like, other people are completely real. They're completely real. And yeah, in a way, I can see that as, I can see it as a valid mode to explore a mode of solipsism, and people might find liberation in that. But for me, my natural center of gravity is much more in the mode of, this is all reality. This is all fully real. I just have a couple more here. Seventh one, negating agency and participation. So there's this big emphasis on no free will, non-doership. And rather than seeing that as another valid mode, and it's valid to play with a mode of free will and creation, participation, agency, that's also a fully valid mode that is reality, experientially at least. And the eighth one here, claiming not to be a philosophy or belief system while smuggling in plenty of life-denying dogmas that inevitably do become internalized as beliefs. So that's one that I see a lot, just a claim that, oh, this is not a philosophy, this is just reality. When you just notice reality without philosophy, this is what you'll find. But then they smuggle in all sorts of like, oh, but there absolutely is no self, and there's absolutely no one here, and this is nothing, and this is absence. And then that inevitably becomes a dogma, and it's like, this is not a story I would ever want to tell to my daughter, This is like, that's kind of a good litmus test for me. Like, is this something I would actually want to pass on to my children as a mythology, as a belief system? Because humans inevitably have these stories and belief systems, even if they can also see beyond the story. And the last one here is just creating subtle carrots on sticks.
of like all these mythical destinations on the ever receding horizon, the point at which you completely dissolve the self, or you melt into the absolute, or you ascend through all the jhanas and you attain final liberation or something like that. And all of this just plays on people's shame and not enoughness and just makes them feel like they're not there yet. And I think that's one of the biggest things that I'm here to kind of burn down, is the people's feeling that they're not there yet. Because I really think the most affirming message is we're all fully there right now. We're all fully reality right now. This is it. This is aliveness. Look around. It's celebrated. This is it. You're there. So yeah, so that was kind of my list. I'm curious if you'd add anything or want to zoom in on
Yeah.
any of those. Yeah.
So I think what you did there is really cool, because the way I would see most of what you just listed, I would read those as the core features of the teachings. So they would not be able to acknowledge sorry, I don't like to do they, but like, when you say negation of individuality, I certainly see that as a pitfall and a shadow, but that's a core tenet of it, right? So when I look at like the shadows, I tend to focus on absolutely what you said, but what are the negative adverse effects that negation can lead to? Because as you've said, that can also be liberating. Like the negation of the sense of physicality led me to some modes, as you said, that were completely blissful and anesthetizing and that sort of thing. At the same time, there is dissociation. So I would say like I like how what you did is calling out the shadows as actually the core features of the teachings. But so yeah, so for me, I would say you hit on definitely a lot of it. Like the nihilism has got to be like one of the number ones. And what's again scary to me is that a lot of those things are touted as positive, right? As like positive signs of progress is that you start to see that meaning is an illusion and that meaning is not necessary, or that meaning is just another ego trip and all of those things. But you start to see how like the shadow side of that is that when people become that deeply nihilistic, they lose motivation to do anything. They start becoming very apathetic towards things in a way that can actually be dangerous. So there's definitely the nihilism, which also like launches many people into just extreme sense of depression, because things that they used to care about don't matter anymore. And, in some ways, things that maybe were trivial that they used to care about that trip them up and were unhealthy to fixate on, things that were also beautiful and life-giving, like desire to create music and write poetry, or study science or whatever, you know what I mean? So I would say, there are a lot of shadows. I've got a pretty long list of them. I guess, you've touched on a lot of them. I would put solipsism in with the depersonalization, derealization, disassociation. There's always that conversation around like, what's the difference between depersonalization and these sort of no self states? I think maybe we could save that for a different conversation, but harrowing experiences of dissociative states like those. What else? You mentioned that about like the non-relationality and a way that affects people's a lot of times it's disruptive in family settings, which you mentioned. I talk to a lot of people who end up with a lot of family issues and parenting issues because of this, sense that, their children or their partners, aren't really real. Therefore, like they sort of lose it, like loses the juice, or they lose their motivation or their playfulness to engage with them and to really have empathy for them. And I think probably the one thing I'll say now, because there's so many of these shadow sides, one thing I'll say now is like a personal side effect that people can experience are some of the things that I think don't get talked about enough, which are like executive functioning impairment, where you've got memory issues, memory impairment, reduction in empathy. People can lose their sex drive, but things like that are actually, I think you'd be hard pressed to find many people who would say that like those are positive. Actually, that's not true, because a lot of times memory is positioned as the villain also. So there is a big sort of carrot dangled of like, well, if you can just stay in the present forever and, burn up your past and realize there is no past and no history, then, you're free. But what I would say is that, like, I think most people, like, before they go down that path, if somebody said, if you engage with this and you succeed in this awakening, you may end up having short-term memory problems. Most people wouldn't be like, yeah, let's go for it. You'd be like, okay, wait a minute. So these types of executive functioning issues, I just want to say very quickly, in all of the shadow sides and like negative effects that we're talking about, are things that are acknowledged by most non-dual teachers, just highly inconsistently. So it's not like these are unknown, it's that they're downplayed, they're often dismissed, or they're sort of like, if somebody experiences them, they're either sort of like, yeah, you'll get over it, just keep going, or it's sort of like, well, there's something wrong with you that you're experiencing that. But I just wanted to say that like, I did a lot of exploration to reveal that in a lot of these, all of the most extreme Eastern traditions that were based on, especially these direct paths, where it's very much like there's no preparation and it's just all of a sudden your sense of self and world is meant to collapse permanently, that they were always talked about as the most risky and dangerous. And that's why there were, and I don't think we'll get there now, a lot of contextual safeguards in place there that we don't have today in the West. And so I just wanted to say that these shadow sides are acknowledged within traditions. It's gotten lost today. But just like to say that, if anyone's listening who might be experiencing some of these things, to know that, like, it's not like an anomaly or that you did something wrong kind of thing, or something to be ashamed of. So just, yeah, that was all I was going to say just for now, because I could go down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I'd love to do a part two sometime because it feels like we
Yeah,
could
I would
easily.
like to do one where I can actually, because I'm holding myself back from asking you questions. So maybe a round two where I can hear about your story.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. And so I guess drawing to a close for today, I wanted to ask you if you could share one message with the audience and with the whole world in this moment. What would it be?
Wow. I think I'll just go with like what came up first with my gut was just like, for people who are feeling drawn to self-negating non-duality, for either like, let's say mainly for like the liberating effects that are dangled, or because they want to experience something maybe that they would describe as like mystical or oneness or that kind of thing. Just to say that you don't have to lose yourself to experience those things, that what's being offered to you is a partial experience, and something that is maybe described as oneness, but it's a type of oneness. It's one type of oneness, let's say, for example. And that, um, yeah, I think maybe that's it right there, is just to say that if you are somebody who feels like you're longing for something called oneness, that what self-negating non-duality teaches is oneness is not the sort of monopoly on what a oneness experience can be, and that there's a different way to experience unity or oneness that involves like you and me and all of us getting to experience our oneness at the same time, that like we get to experience that as beautiful, unique individuals. And, maybe to encourage people to do maybe a bit more exploration around what's out there in terms of spiritual paths and spiritual traditions, and that, the things that you expect to gain from self-negating non-duality, a lot of that you can also get in other pathways that don't deny the self, that don't deny the reality of the world, and that I think a lot of people will find, if they look into it, will seem a lot healthier, more balanced, and more whole in a way. And so that way, just to be able to say to people, like you said, to open up a sense of choice, like don't feel pressured by non-dual speakers or teachers or communities, that, this is the only way and any other way is, just the ego or whatever. Like, and don't feel pressured that you have to like jump into something like, ego death pointers right away. Like, it's okay to question it. It's okay to take some time to like evaluate where you're at in life. If now is a good time to do something that's super ungrounding, if this is really what you want, or if you just want to be free from suffering, so you're doing what someone tells you, and to just really be aware that everything that I would say self-negating non-duality points to as something positive and freeing has a shadow side. So please do listen to folks who have been through it and are sharing that, so that you have a better understanding of sort of the double-edged sword nature of it, and then make your informed decision, if that makes sense.
Yeah, beautifully said. Thank you. And where can people find more about your work if they would like to?
Well, it's the Glorious Both And. So there's the gloriousbothand.com, which needs to be revamped, but the Glorious Both And YouTube, Substack, maybe we can throw those links into the description. But yeah, I will say that on my Substack blog, where I post most regularly is in the notes section, which is kind of more of like a short form blog feed. So if you want to like engage with me also there, I'm often engaging in like the comments on the Substack notes. So
Beautiful. Yeah, I love your Substack notes, and I'll link all that stuff. So yeah, just want to say thank you so much. It was great to
thank you.
meet you and
Thank
talk
you
to you
for
today.
having me.
Yeah. Take good care, and yeah, look forward to more in the future.
All right. So, welcome everyone to the Glorious Both And podcast, where we dive into the often overlooked shadows and dangers of self negating non duality and Neo-Advaita, also exploring ways to recover from damaging effects, and most importantly, exploring humanistic alternatives. So, today I'm here with a very special guest, JB Jordan, not sure which one you prefer, Bates. And JB or Jordan, what do you prefer?
Either way, Jordan Bates, yeah, is how it's easiest to find me. Yeah.
Awesome. Jordan Bates. And Jordan is a fellow life explorer who I met on Substack, which is a blog platform that's really engaging and has like a notes section where people are pretty engaged in commenting on people's posts and generating like pretty deep constructive conversation. And he is the author of 5 books. He's also a dad, a musician, a rap artist, which is cool. Maybe we can put together some rhymes about the dangers of Neo-Advaita. Can't say I haven't tried that myself already. And also, he's a men's coach. That's one of the things that he does predominantly for his occupation. So we might get into that a bit later. But I'm really grateful that he's here. And one of the main reasons why we're here to talk with all of you is because him and I have both been writing as well as doing video content and speaking about the often sort of hidden at the onset dangers, pitfalls, and dark sides and shadows of modern self-negating non-duality, Neo-Advaita, radical non-duality, that all kind of share some common themes of either negating or radically undermining the personal sense of self, the reality of the world. A lot of other sort of doctrines might be that you're familiar with is there's no doer, there's no agency, there's no meaning, no purpose, etc. So, uh, yes, we're both spreading awareness about the dark side, which is super important. One, just for balance, because if you've been around the block with these teachings, sort of in the same vein as a lot of like enlightenment rhetoric, is this sort of uh, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Coming back. Right. So these teachings and pathways are pretty ubiquitously like glorified as panaceas, as the only way to be free from suffering, as the only truth. And a lot of the benefits, you'll hear things like, unshakable peace and freedom from all suffering and a life of ease and effortlessness and, the most exquisite form of bliss and joy and untouchability is really the way that they're often described, and some might say as sort of like dangled carrots. Um, but the glaring sort of blind spot is that the real downsides and adverse effects that are pretty common, of course, not for everyone, but pretty common and more people are talking about, are rarely disclosed in a consistent way. They're not presented sort of upfront. So a lot of people in great moments of suffering are very drawn to these sort of quick fix notions of, just kind of get rid of the one who's suffering. And then a lot of people find themselves sort of in over their heads in something that's like radically changed their lives and in some ways been very damaging, and really wish that they had heard up front from people who've been down those paths and can come back and say in like, in a nuanced way, like I think you and I are doing, that yes, there are things that you could gain from these pathways, but there's also really dark sort of shadow sides to it that make it extremely reasonable for people to not want to pursue these paths and for people to want to get off of them when they've realized they're not serving them anymore. And so yes, that's reason number one. But the other thing that really draws me to JB and what you're sharing is your perspective that you've kind of described as sort of many modes of perceiving reality, and how one of the kind of stages that you've gotten to is kind of getting past this whole kind of dogma of, no self, for example, or perceiving reality, sort of with a sense of there's no doer here, for example, that this is the ultimate truth. This is revealing to you the one and only way that reality actually is. This is sort of the best mode to always be in. No other mode can sort of touch this or is valid. And you're kind of now saying like, well, wait a minute, no, there's many different modes of perception that we can, let's say, toggle between if we want to, and that there is a real sort of danger and sort of dogmatic layer to preaching that there's only one mode of perception. But what I really am excited about with this conversation is that it can, I really believe, can help people in like a really like straightforward way, people who feel stuck in one mode of perception, whether it's that there's no self or there's no doer, and are really suffering because of that, and are suffering because they feel that either, I'm being told by non-dual teachers that this is the true way, this is the way that reality is. If you question it, you're ignorant, or it's just an ego trip, or you're damned to suffer, or what have you. And so there's a really strong influence there that I definitely got stuck in. People that I support with my spiritual emergency got stuck in. And so I really want to kind of pick your brain and your soul about all of this. So with no further ado, my spiel is over. And I have some more sort of pointed questions about all of this, but I thought it would be great to give you a chance, like you gave me, to give like a little if you can, sort of like a nutshell version of how did you get to non-dual teachings, Neo-Advaita, what led you there? And then after that, maybe we can talk about the insights that we just sort of, I just sort of highlighted.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Jessica. That was amazing. A lot of great context there on this conversation. Thank you for setting the stage.
Yeah.
And yeah, happy to give some background on my story. Maybe what I'll do is just kind of say in my own words a bit about where I've arrived at currently. Of course, it's like a never-ending unfolding. Just describe in my own words what you touched upon, and then I'll kind of
Cool.
do a flashback to the past and kind of come to the present.
Nice.
So, yeah, as Jessica said, I'm in a space where I really feel very free to play among many modes of life. I feel like the paradigm that I'm exploring could be called fluidity or multidimensionality or all-inclusivity, or I kind of like this idea of just many modes. And the idea is basically that everything that non-duality and Neo-Advaita points to, and which many teachers claim is kind of like the ultimate state or the final state or the absolute truth, the way it shows up for me now is that no, that's not the absolute truth any more than this right now is the absolute truth. I don't really like even using the word absolute or ultimate truth now, but to me it just feels like everything, every mode of being is fully reality, and we don't need to create any kind of hierarchy. And the modes that are pointed at by non-dual and Neo-Advaita teachers, those are just other modes of being. Those are other ways that this can seem to be, other ways that reality can be with itself, other, incredibly poetic, heart-cracking ways that God can be with God, if you want to use the word God to describe all that is. You can use whatever words you like: mystery, being, reality. For me, every way that God can be with God, every way that reality can be with reality is incredibly creative and artistic and poetic. It's like we just, to me, seem to be swimming through numberless master artworks. Like this right now is a master artwork beyond fathoming, infinitely detailed every single moment. And every moment is just opening into, it's like lotus flowers within lotus flowers, just master artworks morphing into next iterations of master artworks. And every single one of those ways that this can seem to be is all fully reality, fully this infinite, all-inclusive continuum of what is. And we're fully free to explore the full range of modes, whatever range of modes we're able to access if we're inclined to explore them. And we're fully free to find our own natural flow, our own natural center of gravity, our own natural role, moment by moment, day by day. It's an ever shifting thing amidst this endless range of modes. And we're fully free to allow whatever the presently appearing context or environment is to call forth the honest expression of us that plays most auspiciously with whatever that context or environment is. And from this view, something like being a human being and playing with my daughter and being close with my wife and sharing connection, that is no less real, no less valid, no less fully the astonishing miracle of what is, as having some kind of immersion in no self or emptiness, where this moment becomes like just a vaporous, weightless, play of ever shifting luminosity with nothing behind it. That's also, an interesting mode to explore. Can be very liberating to explore that type of mode. But where I'm at, it just seems like every mode is fully reality. And that feels very, very freeing, very liberating, because there's no longer a feeling of like looking for the ultimate mode or the final state, or like, oh, I just need to imitate the state of Tony Parsons or Jim Newman. I just need to reach the state that they're in and then freeze that state forever and just stay there. It's like, no, that's not freedom. That's that's a strange kind of imitation of someone that you're putting on a pedestal, who's really, their experience is no more true or absolute than the experience of a sloth napping on a tree branch. It's it's all fully this. So rewinding to talk a bit about how I arrived at this point in the exploration. So I was always very curious. I was raised Catholic, actually, as a child, and I was asking questions from very early on about, what is God, and does God really exist? Where are the limits of the universe and stuff like this? And um yeah, my curiosity led me to ultimately become disillusioned with Catholicism and abandon the faith around age 18 or so. Um which, interestingly, a whole other story is kind of like this full circle journey that gradually led to me becoming kind of a meta Christian years later and reintegrating much of the rituals and meaning structures of my native tongue religiously, because the religion we're born into is like our native language of relating to the meaningfulness of life. And so healing my relationship with Christianity has actually been really key part of my process. But anywho, I became disillusioned around age 18. That kind of threw me into this these waters of flirting with atheism and nihilism and agnosticism. And then I found myself experimenting with psychedelics starting around age 19, first with magic mushrooms. Well, first with cannabis and then magic mushrooms. And that was really when things opened up in quite a profound way. From my current lens, I would say that was when I first opened to a radically wider range of modes than what I had been conditioned into, because most humans are conditioned into a certain subset, you know, a fairly fixed bandwidth of modes that they explore. I mean, if anyone was to look closer, they could discover that actually every moment presents numberless fresh modes and flavors and textures, and that's true for all of us, it seems to me, and the moment it never repeats itself, and that's part of the astonishing freshness of what is. But that was kind of the moment when I was first exposed to, oh, reality includes a much broader range of modes and possibilities than I had ever assumed or taken to be. So it was kind of I began to experience a radical opening to life and a radical opening to a much vaster range of modes through psychedelic experimentation. And I had some of my first experiences with what could be called non-dual modes or no self modes already around that time at age 19. And so that catalyzed, I'm almost 34 now, so it's been 14 or 15 years of a kind of quest that was catalyzed by that radical opening to life and that radical reactivation of my innate curiosity and my sense of, oh, the mystery of life is not solved. It's not just written in the back of the textbook and I just need to memorize it and regurgitate it at the right moments. The mystery of life is alive and well, and I can explore this and become a student of this and find my own answers. And so that is the quest that I've been on since then, and it's been a pretty wild ride. It led to a lot of travel. I think been to some 35 countries or something. So I lived quite nomadically for many years and really explored the ends of the earth physically and the ends and edges of consciousness internally to just really leave no stone unturned in my exploration of what is. And it led to deeper shamanic initiations with a lot of ayahuasca, a lot of bufo, 5-MeO DMT. So the most profound psychedelics, and experiencing full on like dissolutions of the entire universe, just melting into what could be called the light of God. It just unimaginable experiences occurred during these years of exploration. And it was really around 2019, after a breakup, a heartbreak, that I plunged deeper into the world of non-dual teachings and radical non-duality. Like I said, I had already begun exploring non-duality for like years earlier. I'd been reading Alan Watts, and I had read Eckhart Tolle even in my younger years, and Lao Tzu and stuff, but it didn't draw me in as much at that time. But then something about 2019, when I was really, really suffering after this heartbreak, I really got drawn in by the writings of Eckhart Tolle and David Hawkins and Pema Chodron and Byron Katie and Jed McKenna. Jed McKenna really impacted me, and Jed McKenna, I would say, is one of the more dangerous figures in Neo-Advaita. I would say he's one of the most powerful writers who ever lived, but that's not necessarily always a good thing. I'd say he's a dangerous writer because he will shake the very foundations of a person's belief system, identity, worldview. He'll stab all of your sacred cows with a sharp stick. And yeah, generally, I would not recommend people to read Jed McKenna unless they feel very, very kind of solid within themselves, or they really want to be tested or something like that. So that was my initiation into kind of radical non-duality, Neo-Advaita. I then, it led to me. So that happened, and then there was this quite profound ayahuasca retreat where I was romantically involved with this shaman, and she broke up with me right before the retreat, and I still went to the retreat, and I drank like 4 nights in a row. This woman who I'm madly in love with, I just want to run away with and travel the world. She just broke my heart. She's serving me tall cups of thick Peruvian ayahuasca 4 nights in a row, and I'm just like drinking these down, and like I didn't even know how I was going to survive. It was like the craziest couple weeks of my life, and I oh, I was like vomiting for hours and just sobbing for hours after drinking this brew. This is a whole other crazy episode, but it is relevant because after, like, in ceremony 2, after hours of that, I broke through into this kind of just pristine white light and just dissolved into the white light. And that was kind of the first time that had ever happened, like a near total dissolution experience, which kind of was like foreshadowing later Bufo 5-MeO DMT experiences where the same thing would happen quite a few more times. Um, but anywho, that was a moment where I came out of that and really felt like, oh, that was it. That was it. Like I'm awake now. I get it. I've woken up. And the danger there, and a common danger with psychedelics, is that I developed quite a grandiosity after that, kind of a guru complex, kind of a god complex. And I just felt like, I get it. I get what all these non-dual guys are talking about. And I interpreted what had happened to me through the lens of the non-dual philosophies that I'd been really, really deeply bathing in leading up to that point. And then I just doubled down, of course, on reading way more non-dual philosophy, reading more Jed McKenna, diving into, all the usual suspects, Adyashanti, Jim Newman, Tony Parsons, um, Nisargadatta, Ramana Maharshi, Krishnamurti, both Krishnamurtis, and, all these types of guys. And that's been a very interesting exploration. And that auspiciously, somehow, through a friend, I was guided to Peter Brown around year 2020. And thankfully, Peter Brown, I feel like discovering Peter Brown was kind of the beginning of the discovery of fluidity or multidimensionality, because Peter talks about multidimensionality, and he was the first one I'd ever really heard use this language of modes, and like all modes are fully actual, all modes are fully true, all modes are fully it, and freedom is just finding your own natural center of gravity among this range of modes on this all-inclusive continuum of being. And so discovering Peter, who some people would lump Peter in with non-duality, but yeah, I'd say he doesn't really fit the bill when it comes to a lot of the kind of traps of different non-dual teachers. And to be fair, as we've discussed before, there are plenty of non-dual teachers who don't fall into a lot of the traps that you and I have discussed and the shadows. And so through Peter, I also came to discover John Aston and Dina Evans and Joan Tollefson, Shiv Sengupta, Robert Saltzman, and all these types of people. Some people would call them non-dual, and they call themselves non-dual in some cases, but they have more nuanced and kind of all-inclusive views and are less rigid about a lot of things. So that was an important bridge, discovering those types of people, and especially Peter Brown. And then, yeah, along the way, there's been exploration of many wisdom traditions. I said there was this kind of reintegration of a lot of the Christian operating system of my youth, which was very important after becoming a father and family man, to be able to like stay put in the pressure cooker of family life, because it turns out that the Christian operating system is really well suited to that. Anywho, and there was also an integration of a lot of stuff from other wisdom traditions. I'm not in any way limiting myself to what's in the Christian operating system, but to bring this to a close, basically, I was fortunate to discover Peter's work and some of those other teachers, and that gradually helped me start to see a lot of the shadows within much of the non-duality space. And I would say it was really only within the last few months when I had probably the deepest immersion into the modes of emptiness or no self that I have ever experienced. And it was really quite intense for a couple months there. I spent a lot of time just feeling like this is a vaporous, luminous, weightless kind of display of ungraspable God nectar, and there's nothing behind it. And that was, very free for me, a very freeing and liberating mode. But kind of coming out of that, or watching that continue to morph in subtle ways, that's when it really clicked that, like, oh, this is just another mode. This is just another way reality can seem to be and can be with itself. It's not the ultimate truth or the absolute truth any more than me eating a slice of pizza is the absolute truth. And that just kind of really dawned on me, really clicked and integrated and was really deeply internalized. And that was super freeing. And that's allowed me to now, even some of the people I listed who were really helpful in bridging the gap for me, even some of them, I look at some things they're saying in their work now where they're kind of putting non-doership on a pedestal, or, you know, really putting anything on a pedestal. I now just see that as like, okay, you're claiming that one mode is like more it than another mode, but I just really can't see it that way now. Or I mean, I can see how you could see it that way, but that's just not how it shows up for me now. It just shows up as like, no, non-doership is another mode you can play with, and doership or creatorship or participation is a mode you can play with, and they're both valid ways that reality can seem to be. And an important point is that no single mode, even though reality is fully present in every expression and every mode, no single mode can ever fully pin down or fully encapsulate or fully monopolize what this all-inclusive infinity is. It transcends and includes all of its modes. It's just forever beyond and forever opening into more of itself. So yeah, it was a mouthful. I hope I hope that was interesting.
Yeah, that was great. I hope you didn't mind. I like jotted a few things down so I wouldn't be holding them in my head because there's so many like jumping off points that I'm like, which point do I want to jump from? But I think I'll just flow with like, um, first of all, thank you for sharing all that, and it's a very fascinating journey and all the stages that you went through. Um, I think one of the things that I'm curious about, like, to correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like in some ways, um, you were sort of buffered from getting stuck in a lot of the traps that people get stuck in because you did sort of discover these perspectives that you had in mind that, okay, no, there isn't just one mode that's the ultimate truth. And you kind of embraced almost like preferring to experience reality and perceive reality as open-ended. And so, I mean, I'm only saying that because you didn't mention sort of going through any like major crises of like, let's say, getting stuck in non-doership and that may be affecting your relationships or what have you. And I don't know if that did happen, but there is something I think that I find like really, well, let's just say cool that, perhaps you were able to not fall into like the darkest of the traps because you sort of maybe before you got stuck in anything were able to kind of see, wait a minute, like let's not get stuck into this ultimate truth trap or what have you.
Yeah, there's a couple things that come up there. I mean, for one, I think having my daughter in 2021 really shielded me from a lot of the worst of it, because I think a lot of these non-dual gurus, they tend to be childless men who don't have kids. And I think once you hold your baby in your arms and you stare into your baby's eyes and you weep for the precious miracle of this being that somehow you've co-created, it just changes you, and it hits so deep, and it's incredibly grounding into the human experience and the earthly experience. And so I think that was something that kind of shielded me and like snapped me out of some of the traps. But I did experience some of the traps and shadows in a pretty significant way. Like I would say Jed McKenna had me genuinely like afflicted with a fair amount of suffering over questions of like solipsism. Like, am I the only one here? Is there no one other than this one consciousness, and I'm just this one consciousness? And I was pretty afflicted by that. I was pretty afflicted by, because he also makes the claim that life is completely meaningless. And so I was also afflicted by this question of like, is life just completely meaningless?
Yeah.
And then some of the non-dual guys like Jim Newman especially lured me into this kind of carrot on a stick trap of feeling like, oh, I'm not awake yet or liberated yet because my self has not permanently fallen away, or I can still have an experience of feeling like Jordan, like feeling a sense of Jordanness, emanating here. And it's so strange that they, you know, tell you that unconditional freedom, requires this condition of zero selfing in order to be unconditionally free. And Yeah, now I just see that as completely ludicrous. It's just not the case at all. But yeah, I was kind of hoodwinked into that type of intense seeking. So I spent, and I think I just naturally was a pretty intense seeker for a lot of years already, but different things really hooked into me and kind of directed the seeking in certain directions. Like also, I remember Bentino Masaro's ideas of like, you need to penetrate the absolute and the absolute is beyond God. That's another one that I just see now as like, that is just a dark, magical, devilish carrot on a stick. Burn that shit down. That's complete horse hockey. It's a horribly misleading use of the human language to say that because this is the absolute right now. There's nothing to penetrate. It's just fully revealed for our inspection. I mean, what could be more present than presence? What could be more awake than awakeness? This is already shining. It's already miraculous. And we can just check it out whenever we want. But this idea that I needed to penetrate something that made it feel like it's somewhere else, and this idea that myself needed to completely fall away, these types of things brought me a lot of confusion for a long time. And thankfully, Peter Brown was big in helping me see through some of this stuff. Like I remember one moment where I asked him, Peter, these other guys are saying like you need to penetrate the absolute and you need to ascend through the jhanas and dissolve every last speck of solidity, and I need to penetrate para Brahman. And Peter was just like, that's all hogwash. This is it right now. This is the one reality, and there's nothing other than this right here, right now. And yeah, whatever he said in that moment, it was just like a moment of profound
Mm.
transmission where I just like had to giggle. I just started like giggling. It felt so good to have these carrots on a stick, like just chopped away, and just to be told, you know, what you're looking for is this right now. This is home. However, whatever mode it's displaying as, or emerging as, or manifesting as, whatever mode you're exploring, that's fully it. That's fully home, and you are always home within this tapestry of being, however it happens to be emerging in this moment. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. And just to like circle back a little bit to like the Jed McKenna types, like I often think of them as sort of like militant non-dualists, or kind of like I don't know, like they come in with like a wrecking ball to like destroy everything in sight without care for, how it affects anybody. But I just remember folks like that, like really they got me involved in this sort of like what felt like a bloody crusade against the self and against like the illusion of the world and the false self, and everything was sort of like destruction and killing and burning, and it was really like this language of violence that was starting a very grim sort of like aggressive war against all these parts of oneself. And what I also hear you saying a lot, which was like big shift for me, was like this shift from like reality is a process of exclusion to like an exercise in including more and more into what we consider to be reality. And that's something that kind of broke down a lot of the non-dual kind of belief system that I had, which, as you and I talked about, like it goes beyond a belief system because you start to experience reality kind of with those ideas. The ideas might sort of fall away at times, but you're still holding them within your kind of subconscious. But that sense of like, well, wait a minute, like you said, this whole condition of like, you can only get to wholeness once you remove something from the whole. Like that doesn't add up anymore. That's like, how do you get the whole picture by like carving pieces of it out? So this whole sort of shift to like reality is includes the ego, includes the self, like you said, like transcends and includes, not this whole like transcendence is about, excluding this or seeing through that. So like I always have in my head this quote from Adyashanti, who I followed very um, deeply, was like every moment of transcendence is a mortal blow to the ego. And I just look back at that and I'm like, this is so misguided and so different from what I've arrived at, which is absolutely not that like transcending, going beyond or expanding like beyond something doesn't mean that you negate what you've gone beyond, that you include that in a bigger view. And so it really I'm just appreciating like your view of inclusivity and the fact that you were able to find, like, for me, I see it as like sometimes there's like these stepping stones that kind of move you away from some of the more radical stuff. So you might find, like you mentioned, some of those other non-dual teachers might still teach things that have some of the traps in it, but they also have like these really great sort of gems of wisdom and perspectives that can help you be like, oh, okay, that's misguided. And I had, a lot of those types of people. Like for me, and I know that you've kind of dipped into him a bit too, is like people like Tim Freak that were saying like, yeah, it's a dream character, but it's beautiful and engage in it and don't get rid of anything. Like what a magic mystery ride with all of these, amazing characters. And it was like, oh, and he has a big, colorful personality. Like it's okay to have a personality and like talk about oneness was just like, oh my God. And it was so much more like delicious and incredible to me, though it took a while to like get on board with like, not believing he's deluded because he thinks he exists. But so it's cool to hear your process of like, taking bits and pieces from other people that were challenging more of like the militant type of exclusionary perspective. And then, God, there's so many places I want to go. I want to talk about, okay, let's first go to having a child. So I also, Tim Freak is someone who introduced me to this perspective because, I got into non-duality when I was like 24 and I'm almost 39 now and I haven't had kids, but I do love kids. And I always thought like one day I'll have kids. And um, after I got into this whole ego dissolution path and I was really like my personality was like thinning out and becoming very sort of empty and hollow. And I started to really lose that sense of like spontaneous, joyful engagement with anything other than, this absolute appearing, shining radiance with nothing behind it, like you said, or this sort of peacefulness that only I could experience within myself. I became super withdrawn and started like noticing when I was like playing with my niece that like, oh my God, like there's no one here to like to play and there's nothing that I'm offering that's like, playful and funny. I lost my sense of humor and it hit me that like, wait a minute, like I can't have a family from this way that I've become of like this sort of hollowed out shell of a person with no real sort of impulse to participate or engage or of course not play make believe, God forbid. Um, but that was something that hit me. And then a huge thing, and I think it's very overlooked, so I want to talk about it a lot, is a lot of people who I speak to who have been harmed in some ways by, this whole quest of ego death or ego dissolution or absorbing teachings that things are an illusion only, that really messed up their families. I've heard everything from like children being taken out of somebody's custody to having to get divorced because, they couldn't hold up the relationship anymore. They became so distant and like unempathic, lost their desire for intimacy. But a lot of times people will just say that like, I lost my connection with my children. And some of them are weeping as they tell the story of like these years where they would look at their child as just an illusion. I know a woman who shared that her son committed suicide after he began to only be able to see his family as in a delusion. And like you said, solipsism, like he got stuck in that mode that like, when I die, they're going to disappear because they're a projection of my consciousness only. And not to say that it was just Neo-Advaita that did that. It was a conglomeration of things, but it certainly was supercharged by that sense of, well, nothing matters because nothing's real anyway. But on like the more less extreme side, just parents will say things like, I gained so much. Probably my biggest challenge is having to let go of the idea that my kids are real and things like that. But then you'll hear from people like you and people like Tim that will be like, actually, the moment that I had a child was the moment that I was like, no, we're not getting rid of individuality. And like you said, I would never teach my child this. And then sort of reevaluating, when you have kids, I imagine, and I think about it a lot, is like what, like you said, like what myths and what narratives and what meaning and value systems do we want to impart to our children in the next generation? And is it really that nothing exists and your individuality doesn't matter and the purpose of life is to, escape suffering by negating your desires and your preferences and all of that. And I think a lot of people, it strikes them as like, oh, wait a minute, maybe there's something not quite right here, or what we really want everyone to start taking on. And so I guess I just really appreciate that. And I was wondering, if did you have any experiences like that, or like where you were with your daughter and you could sort of like catch a glimpse of like, oh, if I was looking at her as like just this illusion, like how that might harm the relationship or anything there?
Um, yeah, a few months ago when I mentioned going into that mode of deeply into emptiness and no self that just kind of spontaneously arose through a lot of a certain type of more negating type of inquiry, which again is another mode you can explore. You can explore modes of negation, and those can lead to fascinating places, right? It's like the smorgasbord is fully available, but it's a question of what is really skillful and artful for you and what feels right for you. And as you say, not getting stuck in a particular mode is feels really key for most of us, I would say. So yeah, when I was deeply in that mode of emptiness and no self for a while, I did allow it to even temporarily like hollow out my family to the point where I was just seeing everything, including my family, with as this like miraculous display of luminosity, weightless no thingness with nothing behind it. Um, and that interestingly, that didn't disconnect me from um my family. I still felt connected and still felt like, wow, I'm seeing like another dimension of my family, like seeing their infinity or their you know
Yeah.
miraculousness in kind of a new way. But at the same time, that just didn't couldn't last very long, because then I had this experience of just looking in my daughter's eyes when we were playing like hide and seek, and she like pops out from this blanket fort and is like just smiling at me, and I'm listening to Einaudi in the background and this Italian folk singer singing over this Einaudi gorgeous piano song, and I just looked in her eyes, just started weeping, and it just felt like from that space of emptiness, this giant, loving, warm bear hug of fullness, this huge embrace of formfulness, this explosion of the heart just occurred. And I was just weeping and overflowing with love. And I just felt like, you know, uh, no, this is not, all negation is not the mode for me. Maybe it's the mode for some people, or, just purely fixating emptiness is not the way for me. This formfulness is just as fully real, just as fully valid, just as fully what is. And so there was this huge re-embracing of formfulness. And then that continued to evolve into this kind of, as I was saying, just deeper and deeper clarity about fluidity and all these just being modes that it's like every mode reveals new sides or angles on this infinite sided jewel, this infinite sided polyhedron of reality. But again, no mode can fully encapsulate or monopolize it, and no mode is any more real than another mode in a very profound sense. Um, and some people might say, well, isn't that just pure relativism? And, isn't that going to get us in trouble? And I guess what I would say to that is, as you were saying, recognizing that like all modes are fully reality does not prevent us from asking the question, which which modes do we actually want to tell our children about, recommend to our children? Which modes do we actually want to encode within the mythologies and the stories and the maps that we pass on to our children? And is there a way in which this understanding of fluidity or all-inclusivity can actually lead toward creating more beautiful maps and mythologies and stories we pass on to our children, because we've familiarized ourselves with a fuller range of what's possible and what's available, and we can then look at that and say, which of these modes and expressions and ways of being tend to create and align with what tend to be universal human values, and the outcomes that we're actually looking for. The more beautiful world our hearts know is possible, the world of peace and unity that 99% of people want. Most people just want to be able to just exist and be with their loved ones and enjoy life. And it shouldn't be that hard to create that. So, yeah.
Yeah. I see what you mean. And it's cool that you bring up the whole question of like relativity, because that's something that I hit too, where I'm like, okay, well, so now I'm saying that like, you know, reality is whatever you make it to be. I think like we don't have to go too far into it, but what I've arrived at for me that's felt good and healthy is like, first of all, that what that opens up is this new sort of um compass for it's really about choice for me, is that now that I could take off the table, like, okay, base like a path or a philosophy that you're going to get involved in and choose like a spiritual path based on whether is it the ultimate truth and it's going to make you enlightened or it's going to end all of your suffering, to know which of these pathways is also healthy and which of these pathways actually is based on humanistic values, that's relational and participatory and believes in the sanctity of the individual and human life, and that it's okay to have preferences towards what direction I want society to go in and what world I want the next generation of kids to live in. And is this, pathway that the ultimate purpose of life is to negate ourselves and escape, the world that's just like the shitty, you know, fallen from purity, and we have to get back to that by negating all these beautiful things. Is that what I want the world to be led by in general? No. And I'm okay saying that I have that preference. And I also feel like while I think that all these different modes are valid and can be beneficial, I do still have a sense and like a desire to kind of discern what I think is maybe most true or more true. Like if it comes to the question of like, well, is it true that the self doesn't exist? That's like, I don't find that to be super compelling anymore as a description of what is actually true, but I think it is a valid way that you could experience reality. I don't, you know, preoccupy myself as much with like which is the truth or not the truth, and more so, like I'm saying, with what feels healthiest and what kind of brings out the types of qualities and like motivations that I find beautiful and important. Um, so for me, the whole sort of many modes thing unlocks something that I see as so precious, which is choice, which is what for me the non-dual path took away, where it was about no choice and giving up control and not having preferences and just hunkering down in that one impersonal absence of self mode, where then I lost the choice to be able to be like, as you said, in one moment or the other. Like I was not able to engage as an aunt anymore. I was not able to enjoy and hold up my end of a conversation anymore. So that whole question of like, shouldn't liberation mean opening you up to the choice to engage in any dimension, not losing some of them? So I super appreciate that. Maybe we'll go down that rabbit hole another time. Another thing I wanted to talk about was, one more thing about children. And we had also talked about how, and you said it's a lot of non-dual teachers are like single men, but I can also say a lot of them are childless women. And I've noticed that as well. And so one of the things that I also consider a lot is like what gets lost in decontextualizing these like generally renunciate Eastern pathways for what we would call like sort of householders in the West who are socially engaged and relationally and familially. Some of the safeguards that they had, that now I feel like more of these like direct paths that like cut out any preparation or any of that stuff, lose a lot of that. For example, like, with Kabbalah, for example, which is a really deep mysticism that's very transpersonal, they have like a guidance that you don't really get into this until you're in a later stage in life. Like after you've had children or the children have left, because of the fact that it can do that to you. It can withdraw you from life, and in my perspective, a lot of the wisdom there was that it could make it difficult for you to carry on your householder responsibilities. So when I think about like some of the safeguards that I would like to see kind of come in, or some of those things, it's like, hey, one of the things you might want to consider is like, are you about to have a baby? Are there people that are, relying on you for their well-being? Or, do you need to be able to continue in this livelihood in order to exist and support others? Right now might be a time that you want to consider not following this path because it's very radical. And a lot of people go through periods of dysfunction and withdrawal and aren't able to continue with that. So just wanted to tie in a little bit of like that kind of appropriating renunciate paths for householders, what some of the downsides are of that and things to be aware of for people. And I don't know if you want to say anything there or I can jump into the next
Um,
one.
yeah, one thing I wanted to say, that's a good point, and yeah, I think we need to be sensitive about what is a person's lifestyle, and does it make sense to dive deep into modes that were primarily reserved for monks when we're householders. So that's a cool point. One other point I wanted to make, just on the truth question of like, well, what is, if these are all valid experiential modes, what is actually true? And that's a really interesting question for me. I was talking to my wife about this the other day, and she said the same thing, like, well, what some of those modes might actually be pointing toward what is actually true. And so, yeah, I was contemplating on that and just feeling like I don't know how we would ever know though. I really can't like with the space I'm in, I can't see how you could determine from the way we experience life what is the objective, final, absolute, or ultimate truth of how things actually are. Like for me, reality really seems deeply experiential. Like the way things are changes depending on who's observing it, how you're observing it, who's experiencing it. And, they've even discovered this at the quantum level, that reality looks different depending on whether it's being observed or not, or, from what angle it's being observed. And so I just get the sense that reality just really is not just one way that could ever be pinned down, and that it is this kind of fractal kaleidoscopic jewel of ever expanding morphingness that can be seen from numberless angles. And at the same time, when it comes to like, okay, but then how do you navigate, and how do you, what is your compass then for truth and the good, the true, and the beautiful? And I would just say, from a human perspective, for me, the heart is really fundamental, which feels like, on one level, speaking about the actual human heart and whatever this center of energy is here, that just feels like it goes to the very heart of life. For me, that's the idea of being heart-led or heart-centered is really important to me, and I'm fully in favor of using all forms of one's intelligence and one's holistic beingness to sense the whole of life and flow with life in that way. But for me, really, like, what the heart knows and what the heart feels. And when I'm feeling that unconditional love, where I'm feeling like reality unconditionally loves me and I'm just crying, or I'm feeling like I unconditionally love my daughter and I'm just crying, those are the moments which for me experientially feel like I'm touching the deepest truth. And that is the deepest North Star that I orient my life around, or
Mhm.
attempt to. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think probably I won't go too much further in this for now, but I think like when we talk about truth, there's like ontological truth that a lot of people get sort of into, of like, what is the nature of being, like what is the nature of isness, and you get into all these metaphysics, and maybe I think that's where the biggest mystery is. But then you get to like everyday stuff, and like then I feel like the need to have like an agreement that like, you know this is there and that is there. And then maybe when you get into questions of I wouldn't say necessarily politics, but like getting sort in like social issues and world issues, like there's such like uh what's the word? we're in the day of like fake news and things like that. And I think it is important to be able to discern sort of truth from lies when it comes to, these social issues and world issues, and in order to be able to like fully understand what's going on and what to do about it. But I feel like those are kind of two different sort of maybe types of truths and ways of discerning them that probably is beyond like the meat of our conversation for now. Um,
Yeah, yeah, I think that's a good distinction to make, that, we can talk about kind of the truth of events, more or less like what happened, but saying what happened from that human layer of reality doesn't say what that is, though, what it most fundamentally is
Sure.
ontologically. So that's a good distinction you're making. And one quick point that I feel like tossing in here, if it's okay, for me, this was one of the most mind blowing insights that I think I heard while listening to Tim Freak talking to Daniel Schmachtenberger. I don't know if you've listened to their
I have.
engagements at all, but Schmachtenberger made an incredibly lucid point that materialists and non-dualists actually mirror each other in a certain fallacy that they've committed, of basically they start with certain ontological assumptions and then they create an epistemology that is based on those assumptions that will inevitably seem to experientially prove the validity of their ontological model. So in the case of materialism, like, you start with the assumption that this is a material reality and matter is all there is, and the only way we can learn about objectivity is to look at things very closely and do these experiments. And then you create an epistemology based on that, the epistemology of science, the understanding of how we gain knowledge, and you attempt to gain knowledge only through studying things as if they were just physical material phenomena. And then, of course, that seems to prove your ontology that there's only physical material phenomena. And similarly, non-dualists have historically created an ontology that says there's only consciousness, there's only this naked display of light right here and now. And then
Yeah.
they create an epistemology based on just only stay with experience as if there's only this immediate flash of experience, and just stay there and just study it that way. And then, of course, that epistemology ends up seeming to prove their ontology, but both miss that, like, in both cases, they're deeply internalizing certain assumptions and perspectives, and then those assumptions and perspectives are becoming experiential for them, and they've developed a toolkit that has those assumptions baked into it, and that will inevitably seem to prove their assumptions. But it turns out that, you know, that happens on both sides of the spectrum, if you take the full-on materialist view or the full-on non-dualist view. So that reveals something super interesting about this kind of paradoxical, many modes, fluid nature of what is, and how any perspective deeply internalized will tend to become experiential and will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. But
Right.
then latching onto that and saying, it shows why latching on to any one, seeming experiential mode and saying this proves my ontology, why that tends to be, a grave error. So that's a subtle point, but I found that like a gorgeous, mind-blowing point.
Yeah. I think it's actually one of the biggest points that actually I wanted to get to, because for me, understanding, like, one way that I've heard it described is like sort of like a self verifying or self validating loop, where, for me and most people, the whole narrative in the type of non-duality that we're talking about, when you get into things like self-inquiry and what is often called like these direct pointers, that you're being directly pointed to the truth with these set of questions or these sort of practices or sort of mind exercises, and the whole narrative that once you see it, then it's self-evident. So if you're told, hammered again and again, there is no self, there is no self, and once you have this experience of self dropping away, then it's proven that there is no self and it never existed, and never will, and never does. And that whole loop, that's like this closed loop, really solidifies that sense that I have seen the ultimate truth. Partly, I think, because you've got these ancient traditions that have been saying this for so long that you're like, oh, well, it must be true because it's all this ancient wisdom that, who am I to question it? But when we talk about people getting stuck in that ultimate truth trap, Like one of the biggest challenges is people saying like, I wish that I could at least like decrease my conviction that this is the only possible way that it is. And one of the strongest ways that I found is unpacking these direct pointers to see that when they say self inquiry or discover the true self or self realization, you're not being given an open ended discovery of like, oh, who's my authentic true self? Let me go inside and contemplate, who am I? Although it's kind of this illusion where they're like, yes, go in and ask, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? In self inquiry. But they're telling you what you have to answer, what you have to find. And they're also saying, like you said, the assumption that's baked in is that if you can't locate your sense of self, then it can't be real. And if it's temporary and it can fall away and come back, then it's obviously not real. So go inside, see the temporary unlocatability, improve, this undeniable self-evident truth that the self is complete non-existent, imposter, fallacy, whatever. So it's exactly what you're saying. So then I was able to be like, oh, I was pointed to have a very unique experience. And I like calling them direct pointers, but pointing out that like what they're really good at is giving you an experience that's very different from your familiar experience. So they're really effective in getting you to open up this other mode of perceiving. But are they really pointing you to like an already present fact that is the ultimate final truth? I would say no. So being able to unpack that question of like, how do we know what's true, and like how do we come to discern truth, which is kind of what epistemology is based on, is a huge important key to like unlock that freedom of perception. That's like, well, no, you didn't see, well, in my perspective, you weren't pointed to the undeniable truth. You were pointed to one way of perceiving that was a pre-given notion. So it's also kind of dogma. Like you said, you experienced that in Catholicism. Like Jesus is the savior. Once you experience Jesus, then Jesus is the savior or what have you. And then you're guided to have this experience that feels like Jesus or however it's described in Catholicism. But then, people like you and a lot of people come to question, well, I had that experience, but that doesn't necessarily mean that X, Y, and Z are the truth. So from there, I wanted to ask you, what do you think you could say or offer to people who are feeling stuck in one mode of perception? And what I had like written to myself is that like there's kind of like, I would say at least 3 reasons why people get stuck in, whether it's non-doership or it's impersonhood or everything's an illusion, nothing matters, is like, one is that belief that it's the only truth, so turning away from it's betraying the truth. Then you've got the belief that this is salvation, so if I go back to modes of perceiving people as real, then I'm going to suffer forever. But then the other one I think that I would be curious to hear from you is just the logistics of switching modes, because people will come out of psychedelics and feel like it's really hard to get back into the familiar sense of reality, even if they believe that, solipsism is not true and it's not saving them from suffering. How can I even get myself to not feel that anymore? And I sometimes think about it as like getting like a lens stuck on the camera and you can't get it off. So, I experience, and some people experience, like, I really want to start perceiving choice again and perceiving, people as these integrated wholes. But I don't know how, because I've gone so long seeing it as otherwise. How can I open myself to like literally logistically getting into another mode? So I don't know if you have any like maybe practical advice or encouragement that it's possible when you feel like it's not.
Yeah, great question. I'll answer that in a sec. There were just a couple more things that came up when you were talking about other stuff that I just wanted to quickly share. So for one, I just found it important to say that this word self is really so crucial and something to look at so closely when it comes to these teachings. And I love that Tim Freak really dialed in on this, and he, would ask different people. Like I think I saw him talk with Richard Sylvester and say, but what do you mean by the word self? When you're saying there's no self, what do you mean by that? Because that's crucial. Are you saying there's no homunculus in there pulling levers? You know, I can get on board with that. And that's the thing. It's like these people can rarely pin down what they even mean when they're saying the self is not there. Because it's like, okay, if I define self as a psychophysical organism, you know, that is emanating a general flavor of Jordanness, then it's basically impossible to deny that there's a self right here. And so what do you mean by self? And when you drill down on that, you finally start to get into, well, what we mean is more like there's this feeling of being apart from reality. You know, that's really what they're talking about, is this sense of like, I am apart from reality, and the universe is kind of out there, and there's this sense of like alienation of being somehow like sealed off or apart from reality, which at this point I would say, yes. So that's another valid mode, the sense of being apart from reality, a mode that can be explored. And I do think it's super, super beautiful and important to invite people to explore tools that can help them discover the modes where they don't feel apart from reality. Because I think that is one of the biggest gifts in non-duality, is that it can help people arrive at a felt recognition that they do belong here and they're not apart from this. They're part of this. They are this. This is home. And I would say, if there's the other thing you were talking about with the pointers, I totally agree that so many pointers are just pointing at different modes and then claiming that that's the absolute truth, rather than just another interesting angle or way this can seem to be. But if there is like one undeniable thing that these pointers point at, something that I would say is actually undeniable, you could just say it as, this is this this
Right.
is here. reality
Reality.
reality is. And that is maybe like the one pointer to pay the most attention to in non-duality, because the best, I'd say the best people are just repeatedly pointing at just that. This is. Let yourself really feel that this aliveness, whatever this is, this mysterious, enchanting explosion of flavor, it's actually here, and it's juicy, and it's dripping with voluptuousness and hyper meaningfulness. It's radiating in every direction. It's splendid. It's artful. Let yourself feel it and just be with the positivity, the actuality that this is here. And just doing that tends to have very positive benefits for a lot of people, because it does tend to dissolve that sense of kind of dissociation, being apart from this and turning this into a mental idea of just like a hostile, cold, random universe. It's like there are other modes available where this can feel like intimacy and home, and you recognize that this is here, and it's miraculous that it's here. I can't even say what it
Yeah.
is. So I wanted to mention that. And as far as your question about how people can get unstuck if they're like stuck in some of these less desirable modes and they're becoming problematic, I mean, honestly, I think one of the best ways is just to listen to your channel and listen to your conversations with Tim Freak and some of the, playlists with critiques of non-duality and Neo-Advaita, conversations like this. I feel like, as you're saying, listening to people deconstruct these things, I think for a lot of people, that would probably be one of the best ways to kind of break the spell, break the hypnosis of like, reality is only one way and I've seen how it is and I have to freeze myself in this mode. And other than that, I would really just strongly recommend grounding and embodiment practices. For example, somatic therapies like Hakomi. Hakomi is a really good kind of like parts work, like a somatic parts work type therapy where you really go into the body with the practitioner. I think just really coming back into the physical body and letting yourself feel that this is solidly here. This is bones and muscle and cartilage and sinew and organs, and it's full of viscerality and intimacy, becoming intimate with the body. Grounding practices such as getting your bare feet on the earth, laying on the earth, getting in the sauna, getting in the cold shower, doing breath work can be a good somatic practice. Holding rocks in your hands, eating root vegetables, eating meat. Even if you feel really ungrounded, meat can be very grounding and connect you back to the earth. And letting yourself just be a normal person. I think a lot of spiritual and non-dual people, there's kind of a shadow of like being the black sheep or being the special one who figured it all out and exited the matrix. And there's this hidden identity of like, I'm the special one who exited the matrix. So I can't just live a normal, boring life. I have to somehow live this very special life. And I've certainly been there, done that, played out that shadow for a long time and probably still am in various ways. But if you can just let yourself be a normal person for a while, just let yourself watch Netflix and just, eat some fast food, or it doesn't have to be fast food, but cook a meal at home. Let yourself veg out, let yourself chill, let yourself engage in mindless entertainment, let yourself go for walks, just spend time with people you love. Do whatever the things that you did as a child or a younger person before all this
Hmm.
spiritual hypnosis got you locked into modes that you don't want. Start doing all that stuff. Think about what you love to do as a child and do that stuff. And I think just through letting yourself be a normal person and just be a human being, that's one of the best ways to start to return to the human experience. But it can be difficult and it does take time because honestly, I find myself still generally, I would say, more ungrounded than I would really like to be. I'm like really focused on trying to ground down and root down even more because I spent so many years exploring intensely destabilizing and ungrounding experiences with psychedelics and then with radical non-duality that I still feel kind of dissipated, like kind of
Yeah.
like
What you mean?
I'm not all right here in a way.
Gather.
I'm like all over the universe somehow, and I'm like trying to like bring it back here and like root it to this earth. And it's an ongoing process. So it's also important to be gentle with yourself and realize it's not going to happen all at once. It's not going to happen overnight. It's okay to take your time. You can't rush your healing process, your grounding process. And the other key thing I would say is just to really just let yourself appreciate whatever stage you're at and whatever mode you happen to be in, and realize, just notice that it's not actually permanent. Even if you do feel stuck, just notice that, pay closer attention and realize that every moment is fresh and has not been seen before. Every moment is a subtly different mode, a subtly different perspective. And playing with that might be valuable for some people, or for some that maybe is a little too non-dual to go more into the, zooming in on impermanence. So
Mhm.
I think generally, yeah, just kind of ceasing, for one, also stopping whatever practices have gotten you locked into that place. So if you're meditating all the time or you're reading non-dual books all the time, stop doing that and just do, boring everyday human things for a while.
That's super helpful, and I also appreciate you being, like, vulnerable and sharing that, it's that you struggle with it too at times, and that it is an ongoing process and won't happen necessarily overnight. I wanted to go back to, because one thing that I found really helpful too is, like, when you think about, like, just going back to, like, kind of boring, mundane life, is what you were saying, where you felt like one of the greatest sort of golds of what you got out of some of those, like, presencing practices, or, like, being with what is instead of being like, what is, like, beyond all of this, to use that sort of, prompt of, like, this cup is here right now, but bringing a sense of wonder to that, and being like, this is a beautiful mystery, or maybe you won't see it as a mystery, but like that the fact of existence is incredible. Like, there's a woman who's the wife of a teacher I used to have, and she said something like, perhaps the greatest miracle of all is that there's anything here at all. And to really get into, like, a mode of, like, savoring the preciousness of the things that we call mundane, that's like, isn't, like, isn't this right here, like, magic enough that I don't need to, like, go into states that negate these things, so that you can sort of, like, come back to even seeing that, like, consensus reality is itself, like, a miracle. Like, we're all miracles because we're here. And that really helped me, I think, to get over that sense of like, well, I'm just going back to like the rote, mundane, matrix world. It's like, but all of this is itself mysterious and beautiful and wondrous. And can I really savor all of these moments that non-duality will kind of tear down and say is in the way or meaningless, and maybe to kind of see that like people who are stuck in that perspective are really missing out on being able to get joy and meaning and beauty from all of these sort of seemingly mundane things. Even talking to somebody about the weather could be the most interesting thing ever, because it's like, how did we get to this? That this is two entities engaging and acknowledging each other's existence. And so I think, yeah, it's great to hear like lots of different things that have helped other people. Um
Can
Here's
I
a good
comment on that real quick?
yeah.
Yeah, just thanks for making that point. That's an amazing point. Totally affirm that if you look closely at anything in boring, ordinary experience, you can just start to notice that it's all astonishing. It's all miraculous that it's even here. It's all like overflowing with meaningfulness if you really like let yourself sensitize to the artistry of it and just really let yourself feel that it's actually here and it happens to look like this, and notice the detail. They say God is in the details, and just really let yourself feel the detail. And at the same time, I would say that type of practice was actually one of the most powerful for opening really deep non-dual states for me, like really sensitively going into that and just really staying with the ever shifting artistry in a very kind of like zoomed in way, like outside of the story of Jordan, just being with the raw fact of suchness, of beingness. That's kind of one of the main that's the main practice that Peter Brown recommends. Actually calls it the yoga of radiant presence, where you just primarily drop labels and descriptions and let yourself be seduced by the ever-present lusciousness and miraculousness and suchness of being itself, and you just stay with that. So I would tell people to, just realize that if you go really deep into that type of practice, it could actually open into more like non-dual or ungrounded states. So, you have to just calibrate and pay attention to that. But you're totally right that there can also just be very everyday degrees of appreciation that don't lead to like super sensitizing or super zooming in to where you could start to lose touch with your human self. And yeah, just like life can be really enjoyable and wonderful in its ordinary human way.
Yeah,
So yeah, I love that.
for adding that, and I'll add something there because that was an important point. I'll just tell a very quick story. Is that one of my first people that I was influenced by was Jeff Foster back in the day, before he had come out and said that, what he'd gotten involved with was a loveless cult, which he called Neo-Advaita, and started shifting to away from self negation to self compassion. Um, what I had loved the most about him was that I felt like his writings had really opened me to mystery and appreciating mystery. And that was so beautiful. But I think what has been about for me, and what can help people that we're speaking about now, is not to have that condition that we can only appreciate mystery when we get ourselves out of the way. So can we now reintegrate the self and the personality and, even suffering and stories? Can we now include that in the mystery? That even what's kind of called the veil is also made of mystery, so that we don't have to feel like we need to that there's a condition that has to be met in order to see the mystery, other than just being like, whoa, the fact that it's here, and including all the personal and the human in that rather than excluding it. So, um,
That's a great point. Suffering itself is miraculous too and astonishing. And one other quick thought on that question of if people feel stuck, like, and want to shift into a more human mode, the other thing that came up was just any amount of structure you can bring into your life can be very helpful. Structure is very grounding. Get a job if you don't have one, or find a relationship or have kids, or if none of that's available, like build things into your start using a calendar and build some kind of regular routines and practices into your calendar and start following a routine, get organized, like just reactivate more of the left brain, because I think when we go super deep into non-duality, we often become really imbalanced toward the right hemisphere. And any ways that you can reactivate the left brain, doing math problems, doing puzzles, things like that. I think the left brain tends to be much more kind of grounded in consensus human reality.
Totally. I have to say my favorite is watching LOL cats. Funny cat videos, highly recommended. But also, like you brought something up that I think was helpful, well, I know was helpful for me, is like starting to do more relational types of practices, whether it's, going to do like ecstatic dance, or I mean, I know a lot of people might not want to do this, but there's things like contact improv dancing, but anything that like kind of brings you into contact with like the other and then you, and there being a relationship there, and embodied sort of intimacy, or maybe it's getting more massages or massaging people to like get that sense of like fleshly reality is super helpful.
Yeah, for sure. And um, it's a natural place to mention also like men's circles and women's circles. As you mentioned before, men's work is a core part of what I do, and I think that that's a very humanizing modality, to sit in circle with other men and just share from the heart about what's really real and vulnerable and alive in your human experience, and be held in this field of presence and love, and then explore exercises that are about holistic mastery of life and very focused on the grounded elements of life as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's well said. And also one other thing I'm thinking of now is that a lot of people say is helpful is to like start introducing yourself to other traditions and other spiritual traditions, not necessarily to take them on, but to recognize that no, like this non-duality thing is not the only or the most beautiful or most true, because there's Kabbalah, there's Sufism, there's Christian mysticism. So if you're drawn to that sort of thing, to realize that a lot of these traditions embrace the self and embrace creation and participation and all of that, to kind of shake out that sense that like this is the only way, and then to get potentially excited about those other things and get a cat. Um
That's a great point. Like, I reconnect to your ancestral traditions if you have any, and if you don't, explore your culture's ancestral traditions, because that is, whether you realize it or not, that's a huge part of the cultural operating system that was you were born into and that worked for your ancestors. And as I said before, for me, reintegrating a lot of Christianity in kind of a meta Christian way of not needing to really identify as Christian at this point, but having had many profound mystical experiences of Christ and of the love of Christ, and just reintegrating a lot of the value systems and the listening to the music and praying and some of the rituals and practices and values that I grew up in. That's also been extremely grounding for me and extremely helpful. So yeah, can recommend that.
It makes me think that I love that our conversation's just going all over the place, but it makes me think of one of the things that you also get in, at least in the non-dual teachings that I got into, was like this idea that actually all mystical traditions are pointing to the same thing, and that they're all pointing to the non-existence of the self, or that everything is really consciousness, or there's no doer. And that's just not true. Like when you get into the nuances, like even within Hinduism and Buddhism, you get all these different strands that are saying different things. Like some are saying the world is a real expression of whatever they're calling the ground of being. Some are saying, devotion to like a relational God is valid and important. Others are saying, like, we're here to participate and fully express our personalities to, be part of evolution or what have you. So that's also, I think, helpful to realize that that's kind of a misconception, that like every spiritual path is leading to this, what they're saying. So
Yeah, they explore wildly different modes is how I see it now. Like some are much more focused on certain sets of modes and some are much more focused on other sets of modes. And the only sense in which they're all pointing at the same thing is just the sense in which everything in existence is pointing at the same thing, which is just existence itself or reality itself or the mystery. And beyond that, it's like they're all exploring wildly different modes. And that I feel like is a big part of what we're being asked to evolve toward as a species, or a potential invitation for our evolution as a species, is that if we could just see, instead of playing these religions off of each other, or these different groups playing off of each other in this endless kind of us versus them of like, no, we've got the absolute truth. No, we've got the absolute truth. We need to kill those other guys because they believe something different. If we could all just start to see that all these experiential modes are valid, they're valid ways for reality to be with itself. And the diversity is really astonishing that it evolved in all these different ways across these different continents. And if we could just see that every mode is fully reality, then, I think it'd be much more easy to peacefully coexist on this planet and make the changes we need to make to avert, the potential
Yeah.
catastrophes that we could be facing, given that the planet is laced with weapons of mass destruction and we're rapidly depleting our resources, etc. So, yeah.
I'll just point to one guy. His name is Jorge Ferrer, and he writes a lot about like spiritual exclusivism, and then this more like pluralistic view that there's like not just that there's many, what was it, like many many rafts but one shore, which I think is common when you think of like the perennial idea that everything is pointing to your pure consciousness or whatever, to many rafts and many shores, that there's many different, it's basically what we're saying right now. But he's really cool and he writes about it. So Jorge Ferrer. Um, and I wanted to ask you because I forgot this earlier, but I think this is one of the most like poisonous and damaging pieces of like rhetoric in a lot of like non-duality and Neo-Advaita is A, don't go back, and B, you can't go back. Now that you've seen this truth, now that you've seen absolutely that there is no self and no doer, you can't go back to reality. You can only go forward. You only should go further into ego death. Like what can you maybe say to people that are absorbing that message? I don't know if you've heard that before, but you get that everything from Buddhists in Enlightenment traditions, Shinzen Young to Tony Parsons to Jim Newman to Adyashanti, that all put out that message of like, you've gone too far now, you're past the point of no return. And I think this is just so like damning. It sends a lot of people into like total crisis and like madness. And it's just so fatalist and I feel not true. So curious, maybe you could help people cut through that.
Yeah, it's a great question. Just real quick on the point about many rafts, what occurred to me at that moment was, you could say many rafts, many shores, and one shore, in the sense that like all the fingers are pointing at the same moon, in the sense that they're pointing at being, they're
Something.
pointing at reality. As far as I can see, this is reality. Reality is reality. This is this. And at the same time, each raft, each religion leads to wildly different modes or ways that being can express itself. So could be something interesting for people to play with or contemplate. But yeah, this question of like, oh, you crossed the point of no return. There's no going back from here. What has been seen cannot be unseen. You know, I would say there's a certain there's a certain truth in what has been seen cannot be unseen. I mean, you might forget about it. You might forgot that you saw it, but once you've opened to a radically wider range of modes of reality, those modes are available. Those are there and that you can explore them. But I would just say to people that it's absolutely not true that you're ever boxed in and just, you've crossed the point of no return, and therefore you are confined to this narrow subset of modes for the rest of your days, and there's no way you can access the modes that you were in before. It's just, for me, it doesn't show up that way. Maybe if you have that belief, I think that's a very strange dogma that is pretty old in the Enlightenment traditions, and I think it kind of has an aura of specialness about it. Like so many of these dogmas, it has this aura of like, oh, you'll know when you got there, because it will be the point of no return, and it'll just be, so clear, and you'll never want to go back. And
Mm.
it's just like, no, that if you believe that, you can experience it that way. It's a valid mode you can experience. But the way it's shown up for me is just, again, that it's always transcend and include. Like, as you explore a wider range of modes, and modes that transcended your understanding of what was possible in life, the previous modes are not eliminated. They're included, and they're still fully available, and you can have your cake and eat it too. You can be in touch with these, you know this spacious juiciness of self dancing artistry. I'm deeply in touch with that type of mode, and I'm simultaneously deeply in touch with a mode of being a human being with a daughter and a wife and a life to live, and a livelihood to create and provide for my family. And
Yeah.
yeah, they can both be simultaneously there. And I think if people were more honest with themselves, they would see that they are simultaneously there anyway. Even these people who are claiming that, oh, there's no one here now, I've crossed the point of no return. It's like, Jim, I can see you right there. Like, I'm not blind. You're standing right
You're
there talking
the
to
one
me.
who's
Like,
saying, yeah.
so it's a weird dogma that you're
Yeah.
just like, oh yeah, you're gone now, like, gone, thrice gone, never to return. So different things like this. It's just like, okay, if you believed that and that was your mythology, you could probably experience it that way. And because reality seems to be able to experience itself any which way, and perspectives tend to become experiential. But yeah, that's not my experience. That's not my experience. So I can say that
Not my
strongly to
experience.
people.
A lot of people, just to say, because that's also why I love talking to you and having you on the podcast, is because you're somebody who has discovered that no, you're not past the point of no return, and you can go, and it's called like going back, but I guess that's also in itself like has this like derogatory sense, but just that, like, you're not stuck, and no, it's not a problem or a failure if you decide this isn't the mode for you. And I wanted to read a quote of yours, um where you said, uh, something about like, like if you're not digging this mode, that's totally fine. Um, see if I can find it. Basically, it's like this idea, like, yeah, you wrote like it's completely okay if you don't dig this mode, if you don't vibe with that, if that's not your natural center of gravity. It's completely okay and doesn't make you like any less awake or spiritual. And I think that's such a such like a warm-hearted and like freeing and validating message to give, that's like, so much in non-duality is like, well, of course you don't like it, that's your ego that's kicking and screaming, and so don't trust that voice, which is just so, I think, so toxic and even like abusive. It's like, don't listen to your voice, listen to my voice. That's like, no, it's valid enough just to say, this isn't serving me, it doesn't feel healthy, it doesn't feel good, or for whatever reason, this isn't where I wanna be. Like, applaud yourself, and when people tell you or try to, like, shame you out of that, to, like, really, like, check in with yourself and be like, "No, there's something not right about that." So, yeah, I appreciate all of your insights, and I just
Yeah.
wanna see if you have anything you wanna say,
Mm.
and maybe ask you how much time you have. I don't know if I'm over going my limit.
I'm okay. I have quite a bit of time today, so we're good. We could go longer if you want.
We might do like a might have to break it into part 1 and 2, which is also okay.
Hmm. Yeah, I was just going to add to that and say that spirituality is intensely personal. It's about you and your relationship with reality and your relationship with your own experience. And I feel like mature spirituality is really about realizing that no external actor is going to be able to tell you your way to relate to reality. You increasingly discover that, no, I know in my heart the how what my natural flow is, my natural role, my natural center of gravity. I know what feels good for me and what feels right for me and what feels heartwarming for me. And that doesn't, I can still be open to feedback and I can be open to signals and wisdom from other sources. And yet you come to a point where you increasingly trust your own heart, you trust your own resonance, and you just know, like, okay, something is off about this. This isn't fully resonating, or like, yes, this is full body resonance. This is a full body yes, and I'm gonna keep going this direction. So yeah, I would encourage people to reclaim their spiritual autonomy and sovereignty and not give it away to, you know, these external actors. I mean, there have been, of course, many traditions where there was a guru tradition, and I think a lot of people have discovered very liberating things by kind of giving away their autonomy and sovereignty to a guru and going into a very bhakti, devotional type of place
Yeah.
with a guru. And I'm sure that can be a beautiful experience. So if you're really called to that and you really feel like you've met a guru figure who's truly worthy of that, I'm not going to say that no one should ever do that, but you just have to realize that we're really in the wild west now of spiritual teachers and gurus. And it's like, there are no certification processes. Anybody can just, you know, start hosting meetings and start parroting the absolutish refrain of no self, and it's dangerous. And most of these people, you know, if you make them your guru and you put them on a pedestal, there's probably going to be ways in which they lead you away from your heart's deepest truth and knowing. So
Yeah.
personally, yeah, I would tell people to never forfeit your own heart's deepest truth and knowing, even if you go into a deep kind of devotional bhakti type mode with a certain personage or something or figure. Make sure it really resonates, and
Yeah.
pay attention to your spidey sense, because there's a lot of traps and weirdness out there.
Yeah. That's great, and that leads me to something else I wanted to say because I thought a lot about the whole, like, you know, guru or no guru, teacher or no teacher, and I feel like it's okay to have teachers, and we often, gain a lot from other people's guidance and places that they might bring us to, but to be very cognizant of the qualities of that teacher. So I would say for sure, like if there's teachers that are telling you things like you have to keep going or you can't go back and, you're going back to ignorance or whatever, that like that's a red flag that that teacher is not respecting your knowledge, your path, like you said, your heart and your soul. So that if you are going to have teachers, that they're teachers that respect your wishes, your desires without pressuring you or judging or shaming you. Other things that I think about that are important is like will admit when they're wrong and have humility and probably like we're saying, like somebody who does respect that their viewpoint is not the absolute be all end all. And, that if it's not serving somebody, then their investment should not be in like trapping someone into their viewpoint. So just to be careful that you get involved with healthy, respectful individuals that, like you said, like value your sovereignty over them preaching to you what you have to do.
Yeah, well said, well said.
Would it be okay to ask you one more question?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. It's about psychedelics. So I've been thinking a lot about this whole sort of question of like, how can I, or sort of like, is the self real or not real? And like we were talking about direct pointers, like saying how if you're sort of primed to interpret an experience as proving that there's no self, you're much more likely to have that experience. And one of the things that's helped me kind of like deflate that line of reasoning is that, I don't really do much with psychedelics, but I have a lot of friends who do. And generally speaking, they're not going into it having absorbed all of this ideology that there is no self and that having like an ego drop experience means there's no self and that you shouldn't come back. Generally speaking, I see them wanting to have like an opening experience that maybe opens them to other dimensions of reality. And maybe they work with a facilitator who's not preparing them for like, this is what you have to see, and these are the truths that you have to discover and will discover. they go in and they have these experiences, and a lot of my friends describe, like, they'll say, like, yeah, I had like an ego death experience or an ego drop, or I saw myself from the outside, and all of these things that we often experience through a lot of like Eastern spiritual teachings or meditation. But most of them did not come back and go, I saw the absolute truth that we don't exist and that there's no self. And I accredit some of that to the fact that they weren't prepped for that. And so it kind of can bring in like the sense that, like, oh, so maybe that conviction in, there is no self, like that's one interpretation of an experience. And a lot of people can have the same experience, but draw a different conclusion from it. So I found that really kind of empowering to see. So I was wondering, like, what you think about that from having had psychedelics and maybe being around other people that take psychedelics. Like, have you seen that be the case also, that like people will have those experiences, but not necessarily then say that, like, I temporarily went offline, but then don't come back and be like, I don't exist ever?
Yeah, interesting question. Yeah, it reminds me of uh, one of my teachers on the psychedelic path. Really amazing man named Remy Delon, who was actually an Orthodox Christian monk living mostly in silence for about 20 years before being mysteriously called to the psychedelic path about 12 years ago, and then spending about 7 years cumulatively doing diets and becoming really uh, incredibly accomplished ayahuasquero. And him and his wife have a center in Mexico called Kaya, which is a really special place to my family. My wife and I got married there actually in an ayahuasca ceremony. So yeah, it's an incredible place, and I've brought a number of groups there to do retreats over the years. Just reminded me of Remy talking about, I mean, this is a guy who's drank ayahuasca like over 2,000 times, and he's had many Bufo 5-MeO DMT experiences because he's drank ayahuasca that much because he's holding space for others, and the ayahuasquero drinks to be able to go into the visionary realm where he can see into the people's system and use the song technology of the Ikaro to literally like open up based on what their intention is, open up like the intention and clean out whatever needs to be cleaned through the song technology. So ayahuasca is a very mystical and fascinating phenomenon in itself. But I just remember Remy saying once, like, he's this French guy, really funny French guy. He's just like, yeah, I don't know what these people talk about when they talk about this ego death experience. He's like, I've had these full dissolution experiences many times, but I was always still there. Like a little speck of Remy was always still there in the experience. And I felt like that was really honest because a lot of people, I think, are quick to jump to the narrative that they had like a full ego death and they just weren't there at all. And I think a lot of people, if they were more honest with themselves, they could probably admit, like, yeah, actually, I think there was kind of like a speck of meanness, or my general ambiance was still present in the experience of how I normally some degree of how I normally experience myself was still present in that giant
Mm.
dissolution experience. And so him saying that even kind of made me realize, like, oh, I've been saying that I've had these total dissolution experiences where I wasn't even there
Mhm.
anymore. But actually, if I'm get really honest, maybe I was there a little bit. Maybe there actually was like a speck or, a bit of me there in that experience. So that in itself already speaks to like how, you know, my desire to interpret the experience one way and maybe my desire to be the special person who had the full on ego death and full dissolution may have led me to see my own experiences in a way that was less honest, or see them one way, whereas Remy saying that made me consider like, oh, maybe I was actually there a bit more than I thought. So that in itself
Yeah.
opens up, I mean, psychedelic experiences are wildly open to interpretation. I think all of life is, but psychedelic experiences are especially like, these kaleidoscopic Rorschach blots, like a Rorschach test where it's just like whatever, you're seeing yourself projected onto it. You're seeing your beliefs and your perspectives projected onto it. So I think, yeah, it's completely, I resonate with what you're saying about that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's helpful. I think it can be helpful to talk to people who've done psychedelics and have had some of those like dissolution type experiences, but didn't then feel convinced that, when the self came back, it was like this imposter that doesn't exist. And actually, the other thing I was thinking was that I had talked to somebody who did Bufo, and he said, like, I'm pretty sure I had like the ultimate non-dual experience, and, I wasn't there anymore. And I was like, okay, but like, did you like, was your sense of it that you wanted to stay there forever? And he was like, fuck no. He's like, it was so cool and amazing and enriching, but like, I love being Eric. Like, I wanted to come back and like bring, that the insights I got from that into, being with my friends and the work that I do. And so it also is important to look at the way that you're sort of primed in a lot of these self-negating teachings and enlightenment teachings to see the self as a burden and to see it as a prison. So it's not just like that you're seeing the truth, but that like what you're experiencing is where you need to stay to be free. And so it's another way I think that it then makes it feel like when you come back to the self that like, oh no, I'm back. Like I shouldn't have come back. And that's very specific to a narrative around escape. And, in my view, like a very cynical view of what it is to be a human. So yeah, just talking to more people that have had those experiences, but interpret them differently and doesn't make them necessarily feel like they have to escape reality. It's definitely, I think,
Yeah. I would
very
say that's,
valuable.
mm, yeah, absolutely. And I would say that's one of the biggest traps of psychedelics is that people can have these astonishing experiences and these radically expanded states, and then they can get the idea, okay, that's what the goal is. I'm supposed to be in that type of radically expanded state all the time, and that's what I now need to spend my life chasing after, this kind of to be in a perpetual peak experience. And
Yeah.
that often leads people to just keep doing more and more and more psychedelics. And I think a lot of people in the psychedelic community these days really need to receive the message that it's okay to pump the brakes on the psychedelics. Like over the years, I see more and more people who are, you know, doing harm to themselves and ending up in really weird, stuck in really weird kind of in between spaces or permanently kind of ungrounded psychosis like spaces because they went too far down the psychedelic rabbit hole and they didn't know when to stop and they just kept chasing more and more secret knowledge, secret information, special states, and they got sucked into that vortex, which can become, its own kind of prison and its own kind of trap. And you can easily create this false dichotomy of like, oh, these higher realms of 5D light that the psychedelics are guiding me towards so I can escape this lower earthly prison of darkness and escape the matrix once and for all kind of thing. And I think that type of thing is doing a lot of people a lot of harm. And I think a lot of psychonauts and my younger self included really needed the message of like, hey, just pump the brakes and just be a normal dude for a while. It's totally okay. Just chill out,
Yeah.
watch some Netflix, like get a job. And
Yeah.
I never really did the job part. I haven't had a job in about 10 years. I've been an entrepreneur during that time. So that's been
Well,
another,
you're doing coaching, right?
yeah. I mean, I haven't been employed by anyone. I've been self-employed.
Right. Not like a desk job or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Not like a day job. Yeah.
But, well, what that brings my mind to, and I don't know, maybe it's a good place to end, unless you have other things to go into, is like there are so many parallels for me in what you're saying about psychedelics and the non-dual spiritual sort of engagement that we're talking about in terms of like the pitfalls and getting addicted to these different states of consciousness and feeling like, you want to escape reality to only be there. And so one of the things that you've probably noticed me writing about a little bit is like the ethics in teaching people indiscriminately, on YouTube or just cranking it out in like best-selling books and workshops open to the public, that you are uh really inducing with your pointers and what you're saying radically altered states of consciousness that are known to be destabilizing, ungrounding, whether or not they feel good or not. But it's known that in these like direct paths throughout the traditions that they are the most risky just inherently because it pulls the ground out from underneath you so extremely, can be very difficult to integrate. And I found most of the teachers that I learned from, if I kind of combed through their videos and teachings, I'd find at least a few instances where they described when they had this quote unquote awakening following what they're teaching, they went through periods of like extreme dysfunction, whether it was like not being able to work or raise kids or take care of themselves alone for a year, or losing their memories and disassociation. But they don't disclose it in the beginning, and they don't disclose it in a mature way, without the pressure and judgment factor. And so I have thought a lot about like the analogy to psychedelic facilitation, where you're doing something very similar and there's so much care and caution to the safety protocol. So there is like preparation and there is an assessment so that those people are trained to know that like if somebody's in extreme depersonalization, now is probably not a great time to further destabilize their sense of self and reality. If somebody's has previous history of psychosis, or even if they're just in an extreme unstable place, and also to fully disclose like what can happen. So like the whole kind of consideration of set and setting that is just completely missing in sort of this new age non-dual, let's all enter these radically different states of consciousness now with no preparation and then just leave you like stranded. That there is a real I guess curious if you think there's a good case for a need for that greater discretion and disclosure and disclaimers, and like a reduction in just cranking this stuff out to the masses on YouTube and saying this is for everyone.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a really, really good point, and I totally agree that it's very strange that these practices and teachings that used to be reserved for monks who had years of prior training and years of preparatory training, that they're just now being just dished out like,
Off the ledge.
like just this smorgasbord of all you can eat buffet of of radically destabilizing teachings. And yeah, it's tricky because on one hand, I also wouldn't want to be in a situation where information was not democratized. Like, generally, I'm a fan of free speech. I'm a fan of the internet and people being able to just spread the full library of human wisdom in, radically uninhibited ways. And I think given the point we're at in history, as I mentioned earlier, where we do seem to be facing a number of global crises or situations that require us to kind of up level our wisdom capacity as a species, I think it's good that we open source humanity's wisdom. And at the same time, yeah, I think that a lot of casualties are taking place in that space, whether it be actual full on deaths or just a lot of the shadows and traps we've been talking about here. Nihilism, solipsism, depression, etc. And so, yeah, I think that in general, the psychedelic and non-dual community could do a lot better job of making these types of messages more widespread, because I certainly had no idea what I was getting into years ago. The sales pitch for spirituality is like, it just looks like all sparkles and rainbows and the most lofty promises. And it's like, oh, okay, this is great. I found the key to life. I just need to become a hyper spiritual person and explore all these radical modalities of life. And yeah, I don't know, where were the disclaimers? Where were
Okay.
And I
Now I
did hear it here and there from people over the years, like, even I remember Vinay Gupta saying, like, it was crazy that meditation and mindfulness had just been so normalized without people being at all informed that, like, if you go deep into meditation, like, it can get crazy. Like it can destabilize your whole life. And I remember hearing that years ago and being like, huh, I've never heard that before. That seems kind of like a weird point to make. But now, years later, I'm like, he was one of the ones who was doing it right and actually saying what we should be saying, which is
Right.
spirituality is nothing to play around with. It's basically a collection of the most powerful psychotechnologies known to man for radically shifting experience, and you're literally turning yourself into a test subject and your life into an experiment. And you should realize that you're doing that and that it can go awry. It can lead to undesirable places, and so really check in with yourself and be sure that your heart's really calling you in that direction, and that you found wise teachers and space holders, facilitators who are able to hold that in a wise fashion.
Yeah, and I agree with you, like, that's why, like, I will never say, like, no one should teach this stuff because, you know, there I believe in that kind of free speech, but I also believe that people need to do it responsibly, and it's not just, like, a free for all, and also, like, first do no harm. Like, I say a lot, like, if you are a doctor and you found some new radical, supposed cure for anxiety or depression or pain alleviation, and you know that there's severe side effects, and you just pass them out to people and talk about only the benefits, but don't say these are side effects to potentially expect, that's not ethical in my view. And I also think that, one of the things with saying, you don't need preparation, like, who am I to say that, like, no one should do paths that they call direct paths? But if you're teaching somebody that, and also if you wanna go down that path, like, preparation doesn't have to mean years of meditation. It might mean having a safety plan and considering, again, like, is now the time to radically destabilize my sense of self? Like, am I about to graduate and need to be able to study and take my exams and, raise my six-year-old daughter or whatever it is, and then also being able to, like, there's so many other things that, like, people tend to put in place when they do things like psychedelics, that, like, what's my state of mind going into it? And, maybe telling certain people that you're doing something like this and things like that, to be able to be prepared for the fallout. And that's something that I feel like is people are robbed of that opportunity when they don't know about the commonality of that type of fallout. And then you mentioned meditation, which is the other example, because now there's so much research into adverse effects of just mindfulness, like anything from dissociation to depersonalization to even things like nihilism. And, they say that it's something like, maybe 10% or so. But when you take that to a massive scale, that's a lot of people. And the fact that, like, simple mindfulness meditation can have such disastrous effects, like, times that by, like, 100 when you get into, like, these pointers to, like, shatter your sense of self instantly, the fact that there's nothing really going on there in terms of, now I've heard that, a lot of retreat centers for meditation are, doing a bit more of, like, assessment and definitely disclaimers that are meant to explain to people, like, self-assessment. Like, if you, example, like, just had a bipolar episode, or all these different things that research has showed can make people more susceptible to harm, that they let people know, have psychotherapists on site to support people if they're having a breakdown. So many different things that, just from a perspective of just compassion and care, is so missing in, like, this instant sort of enlightenment thing. And so, yeah, that's just something that I want to bring more awareness to, and, see if it catches on in any way. But since you can't rely on teachers to tell you, it's important that these conversations happen so that at least awareness can sort of go from, person to person.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I would also say too that, there's probably a lot of individual meditation teachers and teachers out there who won't be able to afford to, like, hire psychotherapists or put certain levels of protections in place. And so to a certain extent, spirituality, one thing I want to say is also just that life is dangerous. Life is inherently dangerous, and spirituality is dangerous, and people should be aware of that. They should be aware that it's dangerous, and they should be given the liberty to decide, it's worth it to me. I want to dive in and explore this and see what it is, because that was the type of person I was, and I don't regret the explorations that I've gone on, that was just I needed to play that out. And yeah, I wouldn't want too much like red tape or regulations to kind of start getting in the way of people sharing their message and, teaching what they have to teach, and people having the sovereign choice to choose how they want to explore these things and what they want to engage in. But yeah, people should know that life is dangerous and spirituality is dangerous, and use your discernment.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just add to that that, like, for sure, life is dangerous. And I think that what we're talking about are like methods and pointers and paths that I wouldn't say is just like, average spirituality, like that these are the most extreme, most advanced pathways. And that I don't think they're like in terms of red tape, I'm not sure. Like, I just really feel strongly that, like, for example, if you're a meditation teacher who can't afford certain things, that you can still afford to make it known to people, what might go wrong, and check on maybe their, their psychological sort of background. Um, and also, one thing that I think is super important is that teachers educate themselves. Like, there's a whole new movement around trauma sensitive meditation and learning, how to do it in a way that's, not as potentially damaging or harmful to people with trauma or disassociative spiritual emergency. Because a lot, these sort of non-dual ego dissolution pathways it's so obvious now that, like, they're almost like the most likely to lead somebody to what, they might call a dark night of the soul or spiritual emergency. So I think even, teachers need to be able to support people also in the fallout, or direct them to support that they can get. And that's another thing that's I think needs to be there. And maybe that speaks to, like, in psychedelic facilitation, like the integration afterwards, that I always felt like in non-duality, it was like, okay, they're shattering my sense of self, but then they're just gone. Like, I have no access to them. I don't know how to live in light of this. And there was no support for that. It was just sort of like guidance to the top of the mountain and then bye, that's just not it. Yeah, I think that really needs to change too. But yeah, so we've covered a lot, my friend. Have other things you want to say that would make this feel like more complete for you, or
Yeah, I would say just a final message to people. If there's one thing that really comes through from this conversation, listen to your heart, and feel in your own heart, your own being, what is the deepest wisdom for you? What is the deepest truth for you? And I can say that for me, when I feel into that and I have these moments of touching this unconditional love and what feels like this transcendent love that permeates reality, I just have this feeling so strongly that we're all loved and we're all home here, and we can really trust the process. We can trust this reality, and you are loved beyond imagination, beyond recognition, and you don't have to do anything to receive that love. You're just already loved that way. You're loved as a human being. You're loved as a child of God, a child of divinity, and you're fully free to explore the range of modes and find your own natural flow, your own natural place, and trust yourself, trust your heart, and listen to the voice within. So I love you, and thanks everybody for listening.
thank you for being here. Such valuable stuff. And is there anything you want to say to invite people to? I know that sometimes you do events and like men's coaching. Is there anything that you want people to know as an offering that we can link to?
Yeah, I would just say my website is jordanbates.life. You can find most of my stuff there. I have multiple Substack newsletters, so jordanbates.substack.com. You can look up my YouTube channel, and yeah, I have music and writings and books, many creations, so it's really quite a labyrinth. So feel welcome to explore whatever parts of the castle
call to you. Yeah.
Awesome, thanks. And I'll just say, because it's something that I'm just starting up again, is a peer support group for people who are struggling with some of the things that we talked about, like coming out of Neo-Advaita and the self-negating non-duality. So I'm just starting that up again. So if anybody is interested in joining a peer support group for that meets online, please email me thegloriousbothand@gmail, and we'll put all these things in the description too. But yeah, thank you so much. And I definitely envision some future conversations and maybe some musical collaborations that could be fun.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. Really, it was another amazing conversation. I really appreciate everything that you're
Awesome.
doing and saying. Thank you.
Yo, yo, family, familia, felt an inspiration today to share a message and say that one good way to contemplate awakening is that awakening just simply means opening to a wider range of modes of life, a wider range of ways that this presence, this mysterious presence, can be with itself, can present itself, can seem to be. I'm going to read something I just wrote today, just a short paragraph that goes into this a little further. Awakening means discovering a vaster range of modes, a wider range of ways this presence can seem to be. Gradually you see that no single mode, not even a mode of, quote, zero selfing or emptiness or zero suffering, can ever monopolize or fully encapsulate what is here. Not even close. This mysterious presence, right here and now, forever evades categorization. This evasiveness is its transcendence and its freedom. It is forever beyond any way we might try to grasp or cage it, yet always fully free to be precisely as it is. And isn't it wondrous, this luminous silence that swallows all knowledge? So let's let's dive into that a little bit. Let's unpack that a little bit. It might seem kind of koan-like, kind of like a riddle. But I don't really like this word awakening so much, or this word enlightenment. I use these terms just because these are some of the closest ways that I can point to what I'm attempting to talk about in a language that people will have some way to bridge to it, some way to understand what I'm talking about. And what I'm talking about is really just sensitively noticing life in fresh and direct ways and discovering a fuller range of what is here and a fuller range of the ways that life can be with life, a fuller range of ways that this radiant presence right now that we call the now moment and that we often take for granted, we often don't even pay attention to. Often we're lost in stories of the past or future, even though now is the only place we ever actually are. That's where our actual presence is found. Have you ever truly found the past or the future, or hasn't your experience always appeared right here and now? So, awakening, the process known as awakening, this kind of unfoldment or unraveling process, is basically a process of becoming more sensitive to the vast range of modes of how this presence can be with itself. And really, if we want to get really honest and really sensitive, every single nanosecond of experience basically is not only one new mode, it's like infinite new modes. Every single nanosecond contains more information than we could ever parse in a billion lifetimes. You could write a trillion treatises about one instant of experience, and you wouldn't be able to encapsulate what that what that is, there's a literal bottomless infinity of artistry and detail and pixelation, strangeness, and dimensionality present in every moment. Like, it's very hard to talk about this stuff, but we're in this wavy wonderland of pure strangeness, and every instant contains non-finite dimensionality, numberless possible angles and perspectives and subtle modes and subtle energies, subtle vibes, subtle flavors, subtle ways of this being what it is, or ways that it can seem to be with itself. And we just typically ignore like 99.99999% of that to live inside of one really narrow conceptual frame that says, oh yeah, my name's Jordan, ho hum, I'm this little monkey living on a rock inside a vast universe. This is just life. I know what life is. It's basically a never-ending to-do list, and I just need to do all this stuff and check all these boxes, and maybe someday I'll be successful, or I'll be worthy or something. You know, this is pretty close to the default story that huge numbers of people seem to be living inside of. And really all that non-duality or awakening is pointing to, or what, in my opinion, the best and most skillful teachers and teachings are pointing to, is that this right now, this now moment, is vastly beyond what any story is holding it to be. And the invitation is basically just check it out. Check it out. Look closely at it. Get drunk on its strangeness. Look very closely at any detail. I mean, I'm looking very closely at the curtain, just a curtain, what you would normally call a curtain hanging here in this room. And I'm looking closely at the texture of that. And I'm befuddled. I'm bedazzled. There's a universe of detail within the simple texture of a curtain. You know, we generally completely overlook this. So in a sense, awakening could be seen as sensitivity training, or just opening to dimensions of sensitivity that you had never realized were there, which allow you to apprehend present experience in a vaster range of modes. And then it's literally endless how the unfolding into more and more modes and angles and subtleties and textures and flavors. It's never ending. I don't care if you're Ramana Maharshi or Nisargadatta. Every moment of your experience is fresh and new. Every moment of your experience is a fully fresh revelation, never seen before, never to be seen again. And there are fresh flavors and modes and angles and subtleties. You've never stepped in the same house twice. You've never stepped in the same forest twice. You've never seen the same person twice. You know, these are pointers. These are ways I can gesture toward fresh ways of seeing this now moment. Of course, you can see this. You can also see this now moment through the mode of, oh yeah, I've seen all this before. Humdrum, ho hum. This is just my house in the burbs, and I recognize all this. This is my toothbrush, yada, yada, yada. I'm just doing my thing. I know all this. Yeah, you can exist in that mode, and that's fine. And it's just, the message is just that that's not the only mode available. And there's like literally limitless other modes available, other textures, other angles, other possibilities, other lenses. And no single one of these lenses or perspectives, even the most exalted, non-dual, Advaita, emptiness, absolute, ultimate, supreme, beneficent, even those kinds of angles and modes can never fully encapsulate what is here. Because again, this moment, even paradoxically, the totality is right here, the totality of what is. We never come in contact with anything other than this fullness of presence right here and now. Everything we ever know appears and dances in and as this presence here and now, whether you want to call it matter or spirit or human or transhuman, personal, impersonal. Have you ever stepped outside of presence? And yet, fascinatingly, no single perspective or mode or angle or dimension or context or lens that you could apply to this can ever pin it down, can ever get a full handle on it. There is no handle. There's no handle. It's free falling through itself. It's slip sliding through itself in a profound sense. The indescribability is baked in. The ineffability is baked in. This is an intrinsic quality of what is here, near as I can tell. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm overlooking something, and it is possible to fit the ocean in a film canister of a linguistic structure, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm sorry, hardcore Christians. I love Christ, but I would say that includes the Bible as well. The Bible contains profound wisdom, but to believe that you could compress the totality of the super ocean of just this simple presence with all of its miraculous, ever-shifting detail into any structure whatsoever, into any container, any symbolic container, this is a fool's errand, I would say. Fool's gold. We don't really want the menu, we want the meal. It's hard to sink my teeth into a description of a cheeseburger. I want to sink my teeth into an actual cheeseburger, with many thanks and blessings to the animals that give their lives for meals like that to be possible. We don't want the map, we want the territory. It's staring at a map of China isn't nearly as cool as being in China and being bowled over by the astounding novelty all around. And the message, the invitation here is it's a simple suggestion that this wondrousness, this miraculousness, this texturedness is all around us all the time. Profound novelty is around us at all times, pretending to be our, boring, ho-hum, ordinary, everyday lives. And so, again, in a profound sense, every moment is a revelation. Every moment is a great awakening. Any way this seems to be is a revelation of another way that this can seem to be with itself. Whether it's atheism or postmodernism or psychedelic capitalism or ancient shamanic mysticism or, neo-tribal magic. These are all valid ways that this presence can play and explore itself and pretend to crystallize into these different modes or philosophies or schools of thought. And yet it never actually freezes. It never actually crystallizes. It never actually stops moving. In a profound sense, if you look closely, everything has this subtle vibratory quality, this buzzing, this morphingness, this shifting, this aliveness. This is especially clear if you're like walking through a forest or something. Nothing stops moving. But even if you're sitting very still in meditation, it's entirely possible and not that hard to notice that there's still all sorts of movement continuously happening. You're hearing sounds, you're feeling the buzzing aliveness ever shifting within the body. There's the energy of thought, etherically, subtly dancing through the thought space. There's what appears to be infinitely fine-grained, unpatterned patternedness of light dancing in the space you'd usually think of as behind your eyelids. There's a continual morphingness and shiftingness in everything. And basically the suggestion is that through getting curious about naked experience, letting yourself be with experience as a pure mystery, saying, maybe I don't actually know what this is. Let me just like spend some time being seduced by the raw, naked texture of what is here, this textural presence, this voluptuous godness, God body, whatever you want to call it. Words can't say what it is. So, use whatever frames resonate with you, whether they be more secular or spiritual flavored. The suggestion here is that they're referring to the same thing. They're just different modes, different ways of being with this presence. And the suggestion is that when you explore this vaster range of modes of what is here, you can discover some very liberating possibilities. You can discover a possibility of, for example, primarily rooting your life in what you can really know for sure, which is very, very little. Rooting your life in what you actually know for sure, which is just the intimacy of this immediate presence showing up exactly as it is, without being able to say anything final or accurate, fully accurate about what it is or what is here. You can discover a possibility of resting as this mystery here and now without claiming to know that there is a whole big wide world of problems out there that really is in desperate need of you to put your superhero cape on and rise to your fullest potential and become something way beyond what you ever thought you could become to save it. That's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. That's a valid mode. That's a valid way of being with the presence, but you don't have to be with it in that mode or any mode. And you can discover this kind of space, you could say a space that holds all the stories, that holds the knowing and the unknowing, that holds the form and the emptiness. The duality and the non-duality. You can discover this really gentle innocence, this simple, restful silence right here and now that doesn't require anything to be different from what it is. And discovering that and rooting your life more so in just this primal fact of this here, fully free to be as it is, not being able to be pinned down by any condition or requirement or conjecture or concept. That might be liberating. Who knows? That might be restful. That might be heart opening. That might be a sacred sigh of relief. Who knows? It can show up differently for every person. For every person, this investigation of awakening, this inquiry, will show up differently. 1,000%. It will be completely unique for every person, because every person is unique and every moment of every life is unique in a non-repeating fashion. Nothing repeats. So, you can check it out and see what it's like for you if you like. You can just play with life and discover a fuller range of the ways life can be with life. You can discover, if you want, the many psychic and astral and strange psychedelic dimensions of how this can present to itself, if that's something that fascinates you. But you don't have to go there. You don't have to go to the supernova mystical flashbang grenades of the most astonishing dissolution or pop-out experiences or God union experiences. Those types of experiences can happen, and they can be incredibly cool and revealing. They can reveal new ways that this can be with this. And yet, the suggestion here is that even these most exalted, even these most seemingly world-melting peak experiences cannot fully encapsulate or contain what is here. Paradoxically, what is here is always fully contained in every experience, and yet the second that you create a thought about it and you try to say, oh, that was it, that experience was it, and now I'm going to try to freeze a mental image of what that experience was so I can remember it, then you've missed it. Then you miss the mark, because that's already gone and the freshness is alive and it's already turned into something else. And so it's this never ending engagement, this never ending open invitation to just be with immediate experience intimately and perhaps without words, if you like, can be a good way to be with it. And words are not a problem. Words are miraculous too. But letting go of descriptions can be a really helpful way to experiment with this, to play with this, because we've been so deeply indoctrinated into describability. We've been so deeply indoctrinated into an idea that the world is describable and that these descriptions really hold weight and hold water, and they really pin this down and say what this is. And that is perhaps the largest obstacle to opening to a vaster range of modes and discovering the playfulness and curiosity of this inquiry, the joy, the potential lightness and freedom of this inquiry. A lot of it is found as this notion of describability starts to loosen up. You start to loosen up and let go of the vice grip on interpretation and story. All the interpretations and stories can still be there. They can be fully honored and included as sacred poetry. Our human journeys, the perspective of these sacramental human journeys, can be fully honored, fully included as sacred sacramental poetry, can be felt by the heart as pure love. I mean, the pure love of relationality, looking into my daughter's eyes and playing together, hugging my wife, none of that has to go away. No, not at all. There's some strange kind of teachings out there that make it sound like everything needs to be sacrificed and the price of truth is everything, as I think Jed McKenna has melodramatically put it. And no, that's just not the case. It's not the case. Doesn't have to be. Maybe that's some people's experience, but that doesn't sound like a trip that I really want to latch onto, and an assumption I want to make. Oh yeah, I deeply believe that I'm going to need to burn everything in my life down to see freedom and peace. No, as Peter Brown would say, you can have your cake and eat it too in this investigation. Nothing needs to be negated. Everything is fully included in this miraculous shining forth of nowness, this miraculous apparition of nowness. Everything's fully included in whatever this is that's here. I don't know what it is. It's an astonishing mystery. It seems to be hyper intelligent in a certain sense. Otherwise, I don't know how these words are coming out of my mouth, how my heart's beating, how everything is being orchestrated and everything fits together in such a picturesque, unimaginable fashion. It seems to have these intrinsic qualities of wholeness, all-embracingness, juiciness, playfulness, innocence, love, rest. And these qualities, these other modes, these other sides of the numberless-sided polyhedron of reality, they're all right here now, they're all available, and they all begin to become available as we loosen the vice grip on belief and structuralization, conceptualization, stories, as we just give wordlessness a chance, as we just play a bit with like, okay, what would it be like to be a toddler again and not know any words, be an infant, just be gawking around like, wow. We let ourselves explore other modes, other ways of being with this. And again, every moment of life is an explosion of a non-finite, fresh number of modes and angles and dimensions. Every moment is a revelation. And yeah, we can notice that if we like, and we can open to that investigation. We can open to the unburdening that that investigation can bring about. We can open to the weightlessness, the lightness that that investigation can reveal, which can be really, really helpful after a lifetime of carrying around a big load of stories that says, oh, I know what this life is and it's really hard and I've got to do all this and I'm not enough and I suck. It's nice to start setting those down, taking those stories less seriously. I'm not saying that all suffering is going to go away. No, I don't say that. This could look like anything. You know, there are some people who say there's more suffering after awakening. Robert Salzman says that. I think Ken Wilber once said, hurts more, bothers you less. So it can show up differently for everybody. It will show up differently for everybody. Some people say they transcended most or all of their suffering. I don't think I've met any actual people who make that claim. It seems like it's much more common for, you know, pain to remain. Human life is painful. And I don't think we'd really want it to be otherwise. I wouldn't want to vacuum suck all the pain out of existence. I mean, that might be cool for a while, but then, you know, just an eternity of holding hands and singing Kumbaya might get a little boring. You know, the pain medicine, it adds dimensionality, it adds texture to the canvas, like this fascinating artwork behind me that I conjured with Midjourney. You know, the darkness in there adds a lot of intrigue and depth and fascination and contrast. Pain is a great humbler, a great teacher, a great initiator. Pain deepens us, it juices us, it works us over, it needs us, need with a K. It spices the bubbling curry of our beingness. It makes us stronger, wiser, more profound. Turns us into warriors, makes us resilient. You know, there are many gifts hidden in the mud of pain if we open to look for those. And again, that's also about curiosity. That's also about opening to other ways of seeing, opening to ask, what is pain? What is pain? And what are the possible gifts of this? Not just assuming, oh, this sucks and this is just happening to me because I suck and my life sucks and of course this is happening to me. You know, it's just, you can tell that story if you like, but it's just one of infinite possible stories you can tell. And there are many other fascinating stories that might be more liberating. And there's infinite modes that are just beyond stories altogether, that are completely beyond words, that you can also explore. And those types of modes outside of words are often very liberating because they don't do so much projecting of a past and future and a big world out there. You know, so much of that is just created by our story in our mind. We don't know. We don't know if there's anything beyond this moment. We don't know if there's anything beyond our experience. Our experience is the primal fact. We don't know anyone else's experience. We've never been there. At least I haven't. I mean, actually, I have had some psychic experiences where I've really seemed to occupy other people's experience for periods of time. And, you know, that and many other data points and the feeling of my heart strongly leads me to believe that other people are also experiencing. And yet I can also admit that I don't know that in any final or fixed sense, and I don't know what their experience is. And so, you know, learning to just be with the primal fact of what can be known for sure, which is this here now, and just noticing that nothing really needs to be added or subtracted from this here nowness. Can you feel that? Can you let yourself feel the way in which this shows up as a completeness? Nothing truly blocking anything else, everything going together can you feel and trust in a deeper harmony that's playing out? Can you observe this harmony in the way that the moment is shining forth as this fullness of all the sense fields with nothing blocking anything else? Can you feel how this is not a problem until you define it as one? Can you feel that fundamental okayness, that silence, that rest, that simple freedom, that simple love of the heart prior to all of the complications that we overlay on top of this simple dance of now, just dancing itself. All we ever have to deal with is now, and now is dancing itself. What a great liberation it is to notice that deeply, deeply notice that, and begin to root yourself there. Not really through your own volition. It's just kind of what happens as you open to this unfoldment, this exploration of a wider range of what is here. So, anywho, thank you, family, familia. I hope this was valuable to somebody. Much peace, much love, much joy. Much peace, much love, much joy. Yeah, hang out with me if you like. I got plenty more videos on here, and yeah, no plans of slowing down. So yeah, we out here. Much love, everybody. I love you. I love you in my heart of hearts. I really love everybody, and even if I don't always perfectly embody that, I'm no saint. But I love you, and I wish you well. I do, my friend. So take good care. Peace.
You are a creator. You are a creator. You are a wizard. Have no doubt about this. You are made in the image of divinity. Divinity is a vast, sprawling, creative intelligence of gargantuan magnitude, and you are that. You are entirely made of that. You are the macrocosm in the microcosm. You have been made in the image of that creative intelligence, and you have immeasurable creative power to shape your reality, your life. This goes so much deeper than people commonly realize. You have the capacity to break and rewrite ancient agreements within yourself. You have the capacity to completely redesign the architecture of the stories and mythologies and beliefs that create the most foundational architecture of your reality. You have the capacity to seed new visions, new signals, new symbols, new words. This is where it begins. It begins with what seeds are you planting day to day in your consciousness, in your being, in your mind, in your heart, in your soul, through what you're listening to, the music you're listening to, the YouTube videos you're watching, the social media you're absorbing, the conversations you're having. It's all programming you. You are programming yourself. And so take a step back and ask, what am I programming myself for? What future am I programming by what I am encoding in my being through the seeds that I'm planting day to day? Reality flows from what we are being. It flows from our most fundamental frequency. It flows from our most fundamental, mostly unconscious architecture, a castle of beliefs and stories that have been deeply, deeply encoded, potentially for many generations. You know, most of us are carrying around a huge amount of ancestral programming that we did not choose, that we did not implant within ourselves, and that is creating a great deal, a tremendous amount of our reality. So, creating your highest timeline, well, the accelerated path, spoiler alert, the most direct path is to just notice that life right now is already a miraculous miracle. Notice the absolutely subtle, enchanted artistry of every moment. Your life, just as it is already a mythopoetic, future ancient song from the heart of the creator, from the heart of creative intelligence. You are already a living miracle, a living jubilee, a living tapestry, a living celebration of reality. In a profound sense, heaven is right here now. Master artworks from the heart of the creator are being served to you on a silver platter in every moment. This ever shifting artistry is right here, and all you have to do is open to receive it. All you have to do is open your eyes and notice it. It's right here in front of you. So that's the most accelerated path to heaven on earth. Yet when it comes to transforming our more nuts and bolts, pragmatic day-to-day reality, our environments, our relationships, what we do with our time, what we're creating, this really begins, for one, with what we are being. So spending time connecting to our beingness, to our fundamental frequency, and really looking at what energy am I coming from? Am I coming from gratitude? Am I coming from thanksgiving? Am I coming from prayerful devotion to life? Am I coming from creatorship? Am I coming from availability, response ability, the ability to respond? Am I coming from artistry? Am I coming from skillfulness? Or am I coming from victimhood? Am I coming from complaining? Am I coming from beliefs that reality is just a random series of accidents and I'm a skin encapsulated monkey trapped in a hostile, chaotic universe? What you believe will become a self-fulfilling prophecy to a profound degree. The mind interprets reality through the lens of belief, and it looks for the evidence to confirm your pre-existing beliefs. So it becomes a recursive feedback loop where the mind finds evidence to confirm its beliefs and thereby strengthens its beliefs. So in order to begin snapping out of that matrix, if you're living in a matrix you don't find enjoyable, you need to start by burning down all of your beliefs as much as possible. Return to the naked mystery, the naked substrate here and now, the still point of pure radiant presence here and now, and emanate a fresh vision from that still center point. Plant fresh seeds of vision. Write down affirmations that reflect your highest timeline. Read those affirmations to yourself. Put them up in a place where you'll see them every day. Record yourself saying them. Listen to them before bed. Listen to them while you sleep. Listen to them in the morning. Begin dropping a new story, a new architecture into your being. Weave it into music and listen to that music. I've been listening to my own music, reprogramming my reality for the last 10, 15 years. This is real. This is very possible. You are a creator. You have immeasurable creative capacity. It is astounding how much capacity you actually have to shape your reality. And when you discover this, when you start to unlock this, life gets to be so juicy, so fun. You really discover that life is a blank canvas here for the seizing. Life is a blank canvas to be carpe diemed, seize the day. We can create whatever we like. We can dance and sing our most heart authentic, soul authentic, playful, wonderful, childlike song. That's what this is here for. And we've forgotten it. That's part of the game we play. That's part of the game that divinity plays. It forgets that this is the case and it explores other modes of forgetfulness, modes of contraction, modes of confusion. Yet, if you can shift your perspective and start being grateful for everything, radical gratitude for everything is one of the most profound pathways. You can start to see that even the difficult times, even the difficult times have been like the archer, the grand archer, the supreme archer, drawing back the bowstring of your beingness, creak, 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 contract, 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 preparing you, spicing the bubbling curry of your beingness, preparing to wing, release the arrow into the next echelon of expansion, the next echelon of mighty sequoia energy erupting from the soil and thriving, flourishing, reaching, expanding toward the heavens. So you can redeem all of life through your perspective. Your perspective, your belief will either put you in a prison, in a hell, or it can liberate you, free you, and put you in heaven. You choose. You choose. You have that power. You have that power. So thank you for listening. There's much more I could say about this. I need to let you go right now. I'm gonna hop on a call with someone. If you're curious to learn more about this, feel welcome to comment. Feel welcome to hit me up. You can find my email below. I'm happy to chat with people. Yeah, life is a wonderland. Life's a garden. Dig it. Dig it. Nothing to do but be you, baby. Nothing to do but be you. Peace, love. Amen. Aho. Namaste. Peace, infinity. So it is. So it is. So it is. God is good. God is grace. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, take good care. Peace, love. I love you. Hey, whoever's listening to this, I just felt an inspiration to make a video to let you know that I love you, whatever you're going through. Thank you for being you. Thank you for having the bravery to keep getting out of bed in the morning, keep putting one foot in front of the other. Life is hard, there's no way around it. Anybody who tells you they're not experiencing difficulty in human life, they're a good liar. Life is hard. Human life entails a lot of difficulty, a lot of pain, a lot of emotional roller coastering, and no one can say exactly why that is, you know. Uh, I like to think of it as a series of initiations, an education of the soul, a sequence of rites of passage that teach us lessons that help us grow stronger, grow wiser, become more compassionate, more profound. At least that's what happens in the best case. A lot of people, they get broken by life, they become bitter and resentful, and it tears them down. And I have a lot of compassion for those people. It's very easy to see how that happens when we see the amount of pain in this world. And at the same time, I feel it's inspiring to know that there's an alternative and that whatever we're going through, we can use the pain, we can alchemize the pain to make ourselves stronger. We can alchemize it to become more focused, more determined, more passionate, more single-pointedly directed toward whatever our heart's truest mission is, whatever our North Star is, whatever that may be. We can do that. We can keep the faith. We can look for the gift in every circumstance. And if you look for the gifts in the mud, you will find them. If you look for the gemstones hidden in the mud, you will find them. No mud, no lotus, as they say. No initiations, no true warrior, no true adult human being. Life finds ways to initiate us. I think it was Hemingway who said something like, life breaks each one, and afterwards many are stronger at the broken places. And life has broken my heart many times. Life has hurt me deeply many times. And just want you to know I'm right there with you in solidarity, in the pain, in the mess, in the struggle. You know, life's hard sometimes. And I've learned, I've learned a lot, thank God, about how to flow more easily with life, how to be more at peace through anything that's occurring. Big part of that comes down to prayer, comes down to faith, comes down to connection to suprapersonal grace and divinity that I feel when my heart cracks open and I just weep. And a lot of it comes down to bare bones meditation, just purely allowing the moment to be as it is and just knowing that the moment is all we ever have to deal with, staying with the moment, being with the moment in a very immediate sort of way, and just appreciating the instantaneous moment as a master artwork, as a poem, however it happens to look, just letting it be as it is. And I'm thankful for that stuff, and still my life has pain, still my life has struggle, still my life has frustration, uncertainty, grief, shame, hardship, moments of despair, depression, anxiety. Because I'm human, baby. I'm human. I am so very human. And that's okay. I I'm not trying to escape that near as much as I probably was at other times of my life. There is a poetry to this human life. There's a poetry to being human. And I savor that. I cherish that. So thank you for listening, everybody. Once again, I'm with you. I love you. God is with you. Grace is with you. There's a mysterious force in our heart of hearts, a loving intelligence that brings me to my knees and makes me weep. And it's in those moments that I feel it most deeply. And that's where I put my trust. That's where I put my faith in that grace, that mystery of personal and suprapersonal divinity, love, grace, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call that deepest well of love in our heart of hearts that connects us all. So thank you for listening. Peace to you. I love you. Be well. Take good care. Thank you for listening. Take care, my friends. I love you. What's up, family? Familia, sending love. I am in Berlin and felt to record a video this morning. I want to start by reading a poem that I wrote yesterday that feels like it's really at the core of what I want to share in this video. So the poem goes like this. I don't need to know what you are to know what you are. I don't need to know what you are to know what you are. I do know you, my love. I know you most intimately. The knowingness and the unknowingness kiss and dance and make love and climax one another into ever vaster flowerings of heart realization. Heart is now. Heart knows and unknows and is not bound by either. I love you. I love you. So, yeah, what this
poem is pointing toward is the dance of knowingness and unknowingness, the way in which we, on one hand, have no idea what anything is. We don't know what the world is. We don't know what other people are. We don't know if anything actually exists. In a profound sense, we only know this instantaneous flash of immediacy, this instantaneous flash of pixelation in our immediate field of experience. That's all we ever come in contact with. And staying with that fact, staying with that effortlessly effulging juiciness of spontaneous, instantaneous display here and now can be very liberating. And going into that unknowingness can be very liberating. And yet, unknowingness is incomplete without the knowingness. This is kind of like the dance of emptiness and form. The unknowingness is more like the emptiness, the knowingness is more like the formfulness. And in Zen, they say, what is the sound of one hand clapping? And one interpretation of this is that they're saying that if there was really only emptiness, if there was only this one hand clapping, it wouldn't make a sound. It would just be pure silence. Whereas when you have both sides of the yin and yang, when you have the emptiness and the formfulness, which are really, there is no actual dichotomy, they're just one seamless happening. But when you have both those elements, that is when you get the symphony. That is when you get the symphony of life. That is when you get all this infinite artistry that we typically think of as, my human life. And the knowingness is really, really precious. That's what was coming through for me yesterday. I've been experiencing this kind of release into unknowing in recent weeks and made a lot of videos from that space and have perhaps been overemphasizing the unknowingness, which is as it is. It's beautiful to emphasize that and point at that. And yet, I just really wanted to speak to the preciousness of the knowingness and the pure intimacy and the way that we do know what this is. We're utterly intimate with this that we call life. We may not be ever be able to pin it down or put it in a box. It has this infinite quality. It has this quality of bottomless mystery, bottomless mystery that does not ever allow us to put it in a box in any final sense. And yet we are totally intimate with it. As the first line in the poem went, I don't need to know what you are to know what you are. I don't need to know what my daughter is to know what she is. I can see her total mystery, her total infinity that I could never pin her down in any sort of construct or structure or name that can't contain what she is. And yet I do. I do know her. I know her with utter intimacy. I know her through my heart. I know the soul signature dancingness that is hers alone. I know the flavor that emanates from her. I know her smile. I know the softness of her hand in mine. I know what it feels like when she rests her head on my chest and I read a story to her. I know what it feels like when I weep just looking at her smile, looking into her eyes because it is so beautiful and it touches my heart. And in those moments where the heart cracks open and there's just this feeling of grace, those are the moments where I personally feel the closest to the essence the closest to the truth of what we are, even if in another sense I see that no moment is any closer to truth than any other moment, because truth is all there is in one sense, and in another sense, there is no truth that could ever be stated or pinned down or structuralized as any type of intellectual concept, philosophy, or ideology. And yet, we are so intimate with the living truth of experience, the living truth of this thusness, this suchness, this sparkling poetry straight from the heart of pure intelligence, sky-like vastness. I mean, what is this that we're experiencing? It's astounding that it can seem so ordinary, and yet it is miraculous fullness, miraculous, boundless fullness. And it's so intimate and it's so full of these forms. And even if we may not know in any final sense what these forms and contours are, we do know them so intimately. We're with them. We are them. We dance with them. We all move together. We are all that substance. We're all waves of the one ocean. We're all modulations of the one chorus, the one song. And and we do know it. We know grace. We know love. We know this unspeakable intimacy and innocence of being, and being together here. We know these incredibly poignant ways of relating to one another and relating to this mystery. We do know that. And so, yeah, what the poem speaks to is how the knowingness and unknowingness, they kiss, they dance, they make love with one another. There, there's no need to negate anything. There's no need to negate any sense of knowingness. The unknowingness and the knowingness, they just increasingly melt into each other. And again, you could say they dance, they make love, and they climax one another into ever vaster flowerings of heart realization, as the poem says. Realizations of the heart that cannot be said, the core of what this is, the coreless core, the gateless gate, the pathless path, the conditionless condition of what cannot be said. It is so unspeakably precious, is beyond known or unknown, beyond duality or non-duality, beyond form or emptiness. Closer and simpler, closer and simpler. A pure love, a pure grace that includes everything, includes every expression, any way that this can look. If unconditional freedom were required to look any particular way, it would not be unconditionally free. So all expressions are valid. All expressions are that. All expressions are pure suchness, pure miraculousness, pure Satchitananda, if you want to use flowery, ancient words. Just this, just this right here, life, this immediacy right here, what we call life, your immediate experience now, it shines forth as all of this unknown poetry
that we simultaneously do know with such intimacy. We can know it and we do know it with bottomless, bottomless intimacy. I mean, the degree to which we can taste what this is immeasurable, immeasurable. And so, it was important for me yesterday to honor both the knowingness and the unknowingness and what is beyond either, what is simpler than either, and to not feel like I need to negate what I know, what my heart knows, what my heart feels, including all of my human feelings and human knowings about, navigating the conventional world, navigating life. Sure, I can also see the unknowingness and see that those perspectives, no perspective can pin down or contain in any final sense this infinity that is here. And yet all of those shades of knowingness and tastingness and knowing by being, those are those are all still there, and they're beautiful. They're beautiful. So yeah, it was kind of a reclamation of, no, you you non-dual tricksters, you won't tell me that my heart does not know grace. You won't tell me that my heart does not know love. You won't tell me that my heart does not know my daughter and my wife, and my family and my friends and this world. It does. It does, and I do. It does, and I do. We know this place because we are this place. We know this life because we are this life. We know this aliveness most intimately because we are this aliveness. And yes, it's also incredibly gorgeous, beautiful, and liberating to see the total unknowingness, the sense in which we have no idea what this is. And yet, we don't need to fixate either. We don't need to fixate either. There's a deeper release, a deeper relaxation, a deeper settling in that allows both the knowingness and the unknowingness and that which is beyond either and simpler than either and cannot be contained in any duality or any expression of non-duality. So thank you for listening. Much love, much peace, much joy, bountiful, bountiful blessings. Wish to you, my friend, to you and your family and friends. Take good care. I love you. Take good care. Thank you.